Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready. Not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, and Nithyanandam, welcome back to the show. And in this segment, we are going to be understanding some powerful cognitions that Swamiji has given us to live the energy to experience the energy of love from the space of living enlightenment. That is what we're going to be seeing in today's session. So I welcome all the participants and viewers to this segment, and be ready to experience this beautiful experience of having the understandings of what love is and how to build relationships which will keep you blissful all the time. So before that, let's just have an introduction to what is living enlightenment.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Many people ask, Swamiji, what is exactly enlightenment? What happened when you had that experience? Please understand. It is not something like an end. Of course, surely there is an explosion. There is a very strong experience. But important truth is, it is not that after that everything has stopped. No, I am not become dead. It's not that things have become dead. Every moment explosion is happening. Enlightenment is ultimate experience, but not final. It's an ultimate experience, but not final experience. It is not final. The ultimate is happening every moment. Ultimate is being experienced continuously. Maybe the word explosion can be defined as non-return zone. You experience a space after which you will never have the same problems. You will never have the same problems. You will never have the same disturbances. You will never do the same mistakes. Please understand. If you are in a certain mental setup, you will be committing the same mistakes. I always tell my ashramites, don't commit same mistakes. Because the problem is not committing mistakes, committing the same mistakes. The mind has not evolved. You will not be committing the same mistakes. You will not be having the same suffering. You will not be having the same disturbances. It will be totally different. The experiences, expressions, everything will be totally different. That breakthrough point can be called as yoga, or enlightenment, or awakening, whatever word you use. But it is not ending there. It doesn't end. It is a continuous happening. I'm just trying to present few tools from my experience. Maybe when you put your questions, if you are doubt, then we will go a little deeper so that you may be able to internalize. You may be able to internalize what I am trying to express. Continuous happening. It's like awakening to the reality, not the end. Usually, yoga is understood as you master some postures or you achieve a particular state. It is neither mastering some postures nor achieving a particular state. Awakening to the continuous happening. See, whatever is happening around you is yoga. Whatever is happening inside you is yoga. As I mentioned, the dream line, the idea which you have about how your life should be, and the life of reality. Either you bring this line to this line, or you take this line to this line. Yoga starts happening. Yoga starts expressing itself through you. A person who takes this line to that line means trying to express more energy from the reality, trying to raise your what you call as real life to the dream level. I can use the word roughly materialist, who is trying to express in the reality so that he can reach what he dreams. But the problem is, by the time you travel a few steps towards the dream is running. If you are running towards the goal, one day you will achieve. But the goal is also running away. What will you do? If you are running towards the goal and if goal is stagnant, you will achieve it. But goal is also continuously moving. Your dreams are continuously changing. Your visions are continuously changing. Your ideas are continuously changing. Then there is no possibility of you reaching the dream. You reaching what we call the dream life. Person who is trying to raise, who is trying to express the energy from the reality and trying to reach the dream level is materialist. And the person who is trying to reduce the depth of the fantasies and trying to bring that line to this reality line, you may call him a religious person, or he is taking up the ascetic life or renunciation. But an important truth, both are not going to exactly help. Both are not going to help. We need the deeper understanding, because neither renunciation leads to the truth, nor continuously trying to express more and more energy, trying to achieve the dreams is leading to the truth. It's like a very subtle game. I can say this is where the Buddha's idea, the middle path, comes to the help. Middle path, the idea of middle path, which you need to understand. Maybe that will awaken, that idea of middle path will give you more detail or few truths. The essence of awakening or the essence of yoga can be called as middle path. Let me put it in these few words. What I experience or what I feel, the essence of middle path. The Shakti to change whatever you can, and Buddhi to accept whatever you can't change, and Yukti means understanding that however you change, the existence itself is a continuous changing dream. Living all these three continuously in your life is mukti. Please understand. Energy to change whatever you can, Shakti. Buddhi, intelligence to accept whatever you can't change. Yukti, understanding to realize however you change the whole thing, however you try, the whole reality is a continuous changing dream. Living all these three is what I call mukti. Mukti, Jivan Mukti is not a particular experience which will happen at some point after that nothing needs to be done, or it's like a end, your goal is achieved, you are retired, you are dead, nothing, no. Continuously living all these three, radiating all these three, usually people have an idea, enlightenment is almost like a retirement. After that you don't need to make any decisions, or you don't need to do any strategy planning, you don't need to do anything which requires life energy. No, please understand. That is what I mean by the word yoga is a continuous happening. In every level, yoga is continuously happening. After a strong explosion or cognitive shift also, yoga will be continuously happening in a different dimension. I can say, in the initial level, you will be struggling to create the energy to change whatever you can change, to create the intelligence to accept whatever you can't change, and understanding However you change, the whole thing is just changing breed. In the initial level, you may be struggling with these truths. After that strong explosion, you may not struggle with the truth, but you will be living it. Understand, living means continuously these truths will be radiating through you. You will be radiating them. You will be continuously adding to the truths. You will be continuously adding more and more incidents, more and more support to the truth.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, and with that introduction about the Living Enlightenment book, we now will be moving on to understanding today's topic, what is love? Whenever we look at something, the first thing we do is calculate what we get from it. It can be a person or an object, it doesn't matter. Our thoughts just start functioning either through fear or through greed to calculate, is there something in the situation for us, or attention centered on that object or person. It is possible to turn our attention towards our own inner space and ask, what can I contribute? What can I add? How can I enrich others? If this process is only to ask, what can I get out of it? Then it is driven by lust. If the process asks, how can I enrich? Then it is driven by love. Lust is the energy that demands. Love is the energy that gives. And now we will be understanding this power of love from Swamiji, where he shares to us about what love can do and the power of love. Let's be in the space of listening and understand the power of love.
The life energy is called Ojas and Tejas. The life energy which comes by your intense decisions and intense actions is called Ojas and Tejas. More you love, the reward for the love is you will have more love. The reward for tyaga, you will become a greater tyagi. Reward for sacrifice, you will do more sacrifice. Reward for work is you will do more work. When you, please listen. Reward for love is more love. Reward for sacrifice is more sacrifice. Reward for work is you will get more work. That's all is the reward, and I am happy about it. I sincerely did my first ashram, Tiruchengoda Adinam. That gave me more work to run more Adinams. Then I started sincerely building Bididi. That gave me more work and more love, more sacrifice. Now I am building Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva. Listen. Love is the source energy. Don't underestimate the power of love. Just few minutes during my puja, I remember my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara's love for me and my love for him. That's it, the elixir, the nectar gets released in my brain. And the side effect and after effect of that elixir, that nectar, Amrita Tara from my brain, it keeps me alive, joyful, inspired, excited, blissful for next 48 hours. But within 24 hours, again I do one more puja. Just few minutes of my puja. Remembrance of my feeling connection. Just the replay of my love with my Guru. The way I drool over him and the way he held me. That's it. I tell you, that few minutes of my loving, feeling connection, oneness with Arunagiri Yogeshwara is like an internal organ body wash. The way the nectar pours inside my being, it just does a powerful internal organs body wash. So the first and foremost truth I'll tell you is love is the power for healthy, long life. Love is the power for healthy, long life. I just know he himself, who is Paramashiva, source of all knowledge, held me to manifest the
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Body wash. Truth I'll tell you is love is the power for healthy, long life. Love is the power for healthy, long life. I just know He Himself, who is Paramashiva, source of all knowledge, held me to manifest the best as my life. Oh God, He held me in His palms and still holding me in His palms, making me manifest Himself, His own being.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, and in this satsang, we learned about how the power of love, when we put love, we get more. That is the way the feedback of the cosmos works. Whenever, whatever we give the cosmos, we get more of that. And that is why when we give more and more in love, we start overflowing love all around us. We start to experience more and more love from life. And when that happens, there is a benefit that happens. It heals 5 types of restlessness. So let's understand this cognition. What does Swamiji mean by love heals 5 types of restlessness? The word love is loaded with so many different meanings and interpretations. First, let us understand and leave out the idea of selfless and spiritual love. Let us first consider the normal and simple love, all of its positiveness, jealousy, and all the self side effects causes aside. Even love can do a lot of good for your body and mind. Later we'll discuss about selfless spiritual love or mature love. The other day, Swamiji is saying here that he says, the other day I was reading an article in a magazine. The title was Love Forever. I was amazed to read it. It gave 11 techniques to extend your life by at least 20 years. And it's all supported by statistics and survey reports. All the 11 techniques were related to love. It is said that Even caring for a pet releases the hormones in our body that allow us to live at ease with our body. And yes, all of these truths which Swamiji is saying here is scientifically proven. And leaving the scientific part, let me just continue with the story. If caring for our pet animals does so much, surely caring for our husband, for our wife, for our children does a lot more. The article also spoke about how people die early if they are single or widowed. How life extends with love is the secret. That when we manifest and when we have the love for someone or for something, or we are being loved, our life extends. It also, Swamiji continues saying here that it also spoke about the chances of getting cancer or depression are less when you have love in your life. Even what we call ordinary love, simple infatuation, can do miracles for all of our bodies and minds. It can give us a deep feeling of healing and well-being. According to Tantra, 5 types of restlessness happens in a person, and all of these can be healed by ordinary love, by the simple caring for one another. Both spiritual love or devotion, selfless love, that comes later. Let's first talk about simple practical love that you share with someone for some reason, either being the person supporting you socially or supporting you when you face some difficulty, or just because you want to maintain a good relationship with that person. For any of these reasons, you may show love. Even this type of love heals you from the 5 restlessness. The first restlessness happens due to your circumstance. Sometimes in a particular place or situation, you feel restless. If you move from that place or situation, you feel more settled. Even under the uncomfortable circumstance, you just show a gesture of love to someone, or if someone shows a gesture of love to you, things can instantly become different. The second restlessness is physical restlessness. Nothing to do but constant tension in your body for no particular reason. It is said that all such tension can be released when you express love to someone. You may ask, how can love take away the physical restlessness? You can see in an example, a mother who has a child to look after will feel continuously rejuvenated in spite of the child driving her crazy. Because of the love element, she will cope up with all the tension. Otherwise, taking care of a child is not an easy job. The rejuvenation that happens because of love and care the mother feels for the child, and any tension or restlessness in the body disappears when you care for someone, when you smile at someone, when you express love in your body language, even just once. When you express yourself, the head is called intelligence. When you express through your heart, it is called love. When you express yourself through your being, it's expressed as energy. When you relax into your being without expressing, it's called bliss. Each one of these is the same energy but expressed in 4 different ways. So when expressing love, you express energy also. Love is concentrated, caring energy. So naturally, whenever you express love, you become a channel for healing energy to flow. You become a channel for energy, not only to heal others, but yourself as well. Now let's move to the third restlessness, which is mental restlessness. Any mental restlessness can be healed by love. Researchers indicate when you care for a pet or play with children, you reduce the possibility of heart attack. and also reduce the risk for any fatal disease. The fourth restlessness is emotional restlessness. Mental restlessness is different from emotional restlessness. Mental restlessness is purely intellectual and can be controlled easily by the self. But emotional restlessness cannot be controlled just by a few words of consolation or talking advice. It can be healed only when you express love. When you start radiating love, it floods your being with energy that you just open your being to such high energies. It heals the emotional restlessness. And ultimately, the fifth restlessness is spiritual restlessness. There are so many people who sit with others, who can sit with the television, with the newspaper, but can't sit with themselves. This is what is called spiritual restlessness. Spiritual restlessness means that you cannot sit with yourself. You can have appointment with 100 people but not yourself. Your love for a teacher or master can heal your spiritual restlessness. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, just sitting in your presence puts us in a calm state. But when you go back home, we are not able to stay and remain in that calmness. Why is it? And Swamiji answers saying that when you are in the presence of an enlightened being, you start radiating, you start expressing love towards that enlightened being, and automatically it heals your spiritual restlessness. So now that we have understood these 5 types of restlessness, let us understand about how love can create tyaga, the selfless giving, the selfless understanding that you are Paramashiva, and express that love to the whole world through the signs of tyaga. Let's now be in the space of listening and receive these truths from Swamiji.
When love is triggered in you, if you cooperate with that energy flow and start acting, it will become tyaga. When tyaga is triggered in you, if you start cooperating with it and start acting, it will become love. Understand here, the master key, the key point is when they are triggered, acting, start cooperating, working. Beautifully, Paramahamsa Upanishad says, the moment you feel the tyaga, without the fear of failure, renounce. And if you fail, it's okay. Only if you renounce 100 times and fail from your renunciation and tyaga, you will be successful 101st time. Nothing great happens without efforts. Nothing is wrong in failing. Something is seriously wrong in not trying. I tell you, a failed sannyasi is million times greater than successful middle class mediocre grihastha. Because the depth with which he is attempting for tyaga, that depth itself is too big. It's like in Indian villages we say, 8th pass, 10th fail. Surely 10th fail is much bigger than 8th pass. Because the very class is different. In any level, larger attempt for higher tyaga is best. I tell you. Doing tyaga of the mood swing is the highest tyaga. Doing tyaga of the mood swing. Nitya Puja helps the renunciation of mood swings. Every day morning 6 o'clock, you have to sit for puja. Then what happens, your mood swings become irrelevant. You see, always your mood is set. The trend for your whole day is set in morning, early morning when you wake up. So the moment you wake up, you know you have to do yoga and you have to do puja. Then your whole day is set to the best trend. Then naturally your whole day has to be best. I tell you, this Nitya Yoga and Nitya Puja is the most powerful way to renounce the mood swings, tyaga of mood swings. Whenever the gas starts in the stomach, usually early morning when you wake up, that is the time stomach will be full of gas. The gas in the stomach makes you forget the higher ideals of your life. You can check in your own life. I tell you, renouncing the mood swings is the most pro-life decision you will take. Anyone who is integrated to the spiritual routine will not even know something called mood swing exists. Mood swings will become irrelevant to you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let's go to the next step, where in this stage we are going to go deeper into the understanding of love. What causes us to connect and disconnect from a person? When we see in our relationships, there are two people. What makes us connect and disconnect? That is an important question that all of us have. If the cosmos is a grand ocean, we all are parts of it. We are one with the ocean, not individual drops. When we think of ourselves as individual drops, we feel separated in our boundary and we feel the feeling. This is what is called as ego. We become driven by feelings of I, mine. As long as this separation remains, we never experience the energy of the ocean, that is love. We can never experience the causeless surging of love. As long as we remain a drop in the ocean, we say no to life. We neither love nor trust. We don't feel the feeling of bliss either, because bliss is possible only to those who know how to love and trust. It happens only to those who know how to feel part of the ocean. Bliss is possible only when our hearts say yes. There is no completely disappearing from the bee. No is darkness and yes is light. No is ego and yes is egolessness. No is the way of the unconscious person, yes is the way of the awakened one. All of the conflicts, all of the sufferings in our life is because of our saying no, is a fight, a war with existence. Love is yes, peace with existence. Yes is the deep accord with the totality of who we really are. The ocean, the bliss, is another name for the accord of harmony. The way to be in bliss is to dissolve into the ocean, not be a drop, but to merge with the ocean, to be with ego. The ego is the root of all miseries. When the ego is absent, bliss results in us from every nook and corner of the ocean of existence, as we are just waiting for the ego to disappear. Ego is a closed state of consciousness. All the windows and doors are closed. Life itself becomes insulated and encapsulated. Our ego sounds like a capsule. Our ego is like a sealed capsule, and there's not even the smallest gap to allow anything to enter. It closes itself due to fear and shrinks itself. That is what we create misery for ourselves. Love is bringing the flow of existence to be totally with it. Ego is like frozen ice, and love is like the flowing water in a river. Only when the liquid is become part of the ocean, then we don't have the private goal or determination. Each moment is blissful, incredible, ecstatic, just part of going with the plan of the cosmos. Now we'll be learning how to create relationships with the power of love. Swamiji, in this next clip, is going to be sharing with us the power of love in relationships. Let's all be seated in the space of listening and receive the truths.
This necessity to be recognized by others has become almost like a food. I can see if others recognize you, you are ready to do any foolish thing without even getting paid or getting any income or profit or return. If others don't recognize you, any amount, anything you have, you are not satisfied. That sadness is there. To cheat you, it is not a big thing at all. Just if they come and talk to you and say that nobody is there like you in the planet Earth, you are the greatest Karana, the God of giving, Lord of giving, some half an hour, that's all. Then you will be in a mood where you can't say no. Finally that fellow will say, all I need is just 10 lakh rupee for my loans. You'll say, oh, I have only one house, but that is 10 lakh worth. I'll sell it and give you. Over. You'll be standing on the road. What for? Because he praised you, you are a Karana. No, we do this. Please understand. I am not making fun. We do this in many time life. You see, I am not saying doing charity is wrong. No. All I am saying is, we became ready to do any foolish thing for the sake of others' attention, name and fame, or social identity. We do not have our own clarity or integrity where we respect ourselves. When you don't respect yourself, what you will do? You expect and wait, crave for others to do, others to respect you. I can say, this is the first problem, first knots I wanted to remove from your personality. Liberate yourself from society. Your mom and dad It is not that knowingly they brought you up unconsciously. Even they don't know. They are unconscious. Even they don't know many of the things about life. It is totality of unconsciousness. So first thing you need to do is declare your freedom. I will do whatever I am enjoying. I will live whatever I feel as my life's goal. I may not hurt you. That does not mean I will listen to you. I will give you my respect, but not life. Let you come to this clarity about everybody, everything in life. What you need from society and what society needs from you has to be understood and analyzed with this light. I am not saying become antisocial, no. I am not saying become an Naxalite, no. I am not saying become a Maoist, no. Then again you will be fighting with the same society. I am not saying fight or die. I am not saying become an Naxalite and kill the society, no. I am not saying be an ordinary man running after name and fame, recognition and killed by society. No. All I am saying is just go above society. Become overfit, not outfit. Overfit. Just decide what I need from society. What society needs from me. Let me have clear bargain, clear plan. Do not allow the society more than certain extent inside you. Have some space in you where nobody can corrupt you. That is what I call pure heart where God can reside. Have some space in your heart where nobody can touch you so that God can reside there. If there is no place, no vacancy, how will God come and reside in your heart?
Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, and in that clip, we understood about how to create relationships based on love. Now, let's move into the last powerful cognition that we need to understand: love existence and feel it loving you. Existence is nothing, it's not a thing, it is a living energy being. Every single tree, stalk, plant, animal, they all are living and they respond to your love and hate. Every thought you have, they respond to it. Cleve Baxter is a polygraph expert and he conducted several experiments to examine the response of plants to human emotions and thoughts. He discovered that plants would respond to human beings in a way similar to how human beings would respond. A simple thought by a person about burning the leaf of the plant would register an erratic movement in the polygraph recording of the plant. Baxter called this response primary perception. The ability of the plant, animal, human self to perceive and respond to any thought is this response that Cleve Baxter called the primary perception. On one occasion, Baxter recorded the graph that registered a flat line that suggested the plant was in a state of shock. He asked the owner of the plant if she had done anything to hurt the plant. The lady told him, "I roasted a few leaves to get their dry weight." So that caused the plant to be in a shock. When you start loving existence, it begins to respond to you in a beautiful way, and you start raising above all differences around you, the differences between people, situation, emotions, between anything and everything. They all merge into unity and the truth. Everything is a part of one whole, and the love is the only thing that can make you realize this truth. This is the most important truth that we need to understand, because it is from here that devotion starts to express in us. When we express devotion to Swamiji, that devotion comes back as the love of Swamiji. Because before even the love, before even the devotion that we put towards Swamiji, Swamiji's devotion is already flowing towards us. To make this virtual cycle roll, we need to put our devotion to Swamiji, and that comes as more love, and this virtuous cycle happens again and again, raising our consciousness and making all of us experience Paramashiva. Now let's listen from Swamiji about this beautiful, powerful cognition of centering ourselves in devotion and love. Be in the space of listening and enjoy this clip.
Even now I want to tell you, the whole Sangha, all my followers, my disciples, my devotees, be very clear. Be centered on love, devotion, oneness with Paramashiva, non-violent, absolute ahimsa, non-violent. I am not saying don't be active. Be active non-violently. Explain our side informations, facts, truths. Enrich actively. Don't get poisoned. Do not think, oh, if they are telling 10,000 things, maybe 2 things are true. No. Don't get mentally tired. Don't feel powerless. Don't fall into guilt, anger. If you fall into powerlessness or get agitated, how can they say such a bad things about Swamiji? Then they won the game. They want to agitate you. That is what they are trying. Don't get agitated. If you don't get agitated, we won the game. If you get agitated, they will nicely trap you. And then they will do the strategy for your life. No. Non-violence, an absolute powerfulness. And understand, only a non-violent person will be powerful. Samaschitta, oneness, non-violent. Don't bother at all about this whole hate speech. The hate speech of the media in the name of the debates. All that will just melt down in 2 seconds. Actually, all of you need to know, the common public does not care about media anymore. Why do you think they are begging, please vote, please send message, SMS, yes or no, all that? Why? Because nobody is watching. They want people to interact, but nobody is getting involved. Nobody is interested in what is happening with others' life. I'm telling you. People are only interested in what is happening with their life and concerned only about their life. It's like, you see, all decision makers, they are busy with their life and things related to their field. Only fools who don't have any other work because they are so frustrated about their life. They just want to know about others' problems and feel very good about, others are also having problem. Okay, same. Then my problems are much less. Just to have that kind of a dirty joy. Oh, so many people are having so many problems. Come on. Then my life is okay, much better. Only those sadist pleasure, cheap-minded people want to know about others' problems. And they are not decision makers, fortunately. They are not in any position to do the decision makers. And the unconscious mob who get the joy, sadistic pleasure, knowing somebody's problem, is not decision makers. Understand, decision makers are too intelligent and too busy with things concerned and related to their life. You need to know that. So the only thing which I wanted is our Sangha should be stable, balanced, non-violent, doing only legal things. No agitated, angry reaction or response. No. That we won the game. That's all. Don't worry. Nothing more.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And yes, with that, we come to the end of this segment where we understood the powerful cognition of love and relationship, how to manifest the ultimate living enlightenment in that field of our life. But this is just a glimpse. There are so many more understandings and powerful cognitions that we need to learn to manifest a blissful relationship. And that is where the Paramashivoham program, which is happening on the 26th of December, is going to be a beautiful venue for you to get these understandings completely free of cost. So with this, I would like to thank all the viewers, and we will be coming to the end of this segment. I request all the viewers to take this time. If you have not registered yourself in the Paramashivoham program, do it now and enjoy raising yourself to the next state. We'll be back after a short break. Take this time to register yourself. Thank you, Nithyananda.
It is not even actually technique because they are so esoteric, so deep. The whole course is designed just for the total transformation.
Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya,
Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atato Brahma Jignasa. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth. If you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent KAILASA nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look, become Shiva.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, and welcome back. And now in this segment, let's learn about the United States of Kailasa. All of us watching have so many different understandings about the United States of Kailasa that Swamiji, that the supreme founder of Hinduism, has been reviving. Now in this segment, we are going to be understanding some of the questions that we have, some of the different sources based on which Swamiji is reviving this entire ecosystem of Kailasa. Why Swamiji is reviving, for what is he reviving, for whom is he reviving, all of these questions will be answered.
Much before Hindu Dharma was a religion, as we cognize it today, Hindu was a defining aspect of a person who was keenly intent on destroying evil, not just externally but breaking the bondage of Maya or delusion. Hindu is therefore a quality of a person who recognizes the internal spiritual quest for the experience of oneness with Paramashiva and powerfulness as a more tangible journey than what we in the modern day venture to achieve in a material life. As a philosophy, as a civilization, and as a lifestyle, Hindu Dharma emerged from Paramashiva. Over time, though, it has undergone countless cycles of creation, destruction, revival, and expansion in all directions. It has never died, earning the prefix Sanatana or eternal. It encompasses a pantheon of traditions, lineages, and heritage that are still living today after its origin many thousands years ago. Sanatana Hindu Dharma was never just one philosophy, one god, or one tradition, which many people claim. It was and is always vast and expanding. Our history has not been told to us. The history has not been told to us.
now the supreme point of Hinduism is reviving this tradition, because Sanatana Dharma has the solutions to all the problems that we have in today's world, whether it is sustainable energy sources, or it is lack of food, or lack of resources. It has the lifestyle solutions for the whole world. And that is why the supreme point of Hinduism is reviving this ancient tradition system and giving the world an opportunity to express the highest of their capabilities.
Be aware of learning the wrong history. In the current state of Hinduism, only as an avatar possesses the ability to comprehend the remains of lost scriptures with the vision of Paramashiva. The avatar alone can access the cosmic archives and initiate the revival of the ancient Hindu civilization.
The avatar of our age is presenting among us in the form of the supreme point of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The Puranas are not a myth, but extensive record of human history, unfortunately sealed off due to the limited human access of the higher dimensions. The responsibility of an avatar is to prove that the Puranas are indeed history and provide access to the profound knowledge that the Puranas hold. Puranas are an unbiased, factual account of what transpired thousands of years ago. They were not just written by anyone or any author, but the great regal seers who had the ability to see the Akashic records, to see across time and give us the exact details of what happened. Vyasa, the compiler of the Puranas and the Vedas, is a title given to a recorder level. Chronicling Hindu history is its vast archive, surpassing any other historians fail to do the justice to it. Misleading and incorrect historical narratives leave behind billions of Hindus unaware of their true past and dominant potential. The retelling of our history revives the grand narrative of KAILASA, a history that endures despite adversaries and stands as a testament to divine compassion. The Puranas are not written like any other modern passing the multi-dimensional valuable resource. These words were given to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the presidential address that happened on the 12th of February 2017. Now let's understand about the prehistory of Kailasa, a timeline overview, the origin of the whole universe.
6 prehistoric extinctions. The earth has given us many insights into the natural course of history before human beings existed and came to prime intelligence. Archaeological and paleological evidence is what led scientists to understand that there was a 6 mass extinctions in the history of earth. These extinctions were known to Hindu rishis much before scientists had analyzed the evidence. Please understand, Paramashiva assumed form and comes to earth for various reasons. 6 times all lives completely were extinct on planet Earth. Planet Earth became empty. No life. 6 times this has happened from the time Earth is formed. Every time Paramashiva sent life back to planet Earth. Those 6 times only we worship 6 Abhishekam of Nataraja. Those exact 6 astrological times when Paramashiva sent life back to planet Earth from Kailasa. Those 6 times only, please understand. 5 times complete extinction and 6th time life. He has sent and we are still here. And 6 times he sent life, super consciousness back to planet Earth. Those exact timings only is worshipped as per the Vedic calendar as 6 Abhishekam of Nataraja. Whatever I am revealing in this Akashic records by Paramashiva, I am sharing with you all. This was given as presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on 19th of February 2019. Paramashiva reveals Agama to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Agamas are the sacred words of Paramashiva. It consists of everything that Paramashiva revealed, from the science of enlightenment to the science of lifestyle, guidance that he has dictated. Bhagavan Paramashiva revealed the Agamas to Devi Paramashiva Shakti as she was seated in his lap. Agamas consists of 4 crucial parts: Charyapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada and Jnanapada. Charyapada is the daily lifestyle instructions that Paramashiva gives, where a person can move towards enlightenment by performing these Charyapadas every day in his life. And Kriyapada is the instruction for rituals and worship that is given in the Agamas that Paramashiva himself has revealed to Devi Paramashiva Shakti, like from all minute details, where how this ritual should be done and who's the qualified person for it to be done and what he should be doing before the ritual. From every minute detail, Paramashiva has given the instructions to be followed out so that the Kriyapada can be more centered towards becoming enlightened being. Yogapada is the methodological revelations by Paramashiva to achieve union with his eternal state. Finally, Jnanapada is the powerful cognition of Paramashiva, which is Paramashiva himself. Though a date has not been scientifically put for agamic revelations to humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that they are the earliest scriptures and thus the source of all sacred knowledge, the Hindu tradition. The Agamas are the oldest scriptures that even modern scientists are unable to find out how old it is. That means it's been billions of years old that the modern scientists are unable to find out how old it is. Next, we'll be seeing of the topic of evolution of man.
And about this topic, we will be experiencing more of understanding how the human evolution happened in the planet Earth and how it happened, what was given to human beings. Were we just apes that got lucky, or was it a systematic transmission from a higher beings from a different dimension? These understandings, we will be understanding them deeper in the Paramashivoham program. Once again, I take this opportunity to call all of you to experience the science and their retreats given for sign program to take signed up before. If you don't, you can go to paramashivoham.org, or the link is there, also another link which will take you there to the intention form is there right below. You can take either one of the links and register yourself for the Paramashivoham. Let's now take a few minutes and we'll be back after a short break.
Some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference. What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11. They used topology and the informations they have, they even try to map it down, confirming makes sense. Understand, microscope is algebraic topology penetrated by oneness. The moment it if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, scope and mass, Brahmanda, what is out, and manifest the power, hold my hand and come with him, come along with me.
Concepts are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health, physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities. Starting, if you have started, even in a polluted, crude, raw, diluted form, it's okay. You are welcome. Nothing wrong. But now it is time you look into.
Please understand, not for any arrogance, the best of the 1 million to all of you in the. I've integrated Hatha Yoga asanas. Kriya, Mudra, verbalization, Dharana, how Paramashiva revealed, and the Paramashiva's incarnations revealed in Vedic and Agamic scriptures. Understand? Fitness is a complete compilation. Nithyananda Yoga is a complete compilation for fitness to manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva.
Understand?
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Nithyananda.
It is actually style initiation. It is in your consciousness, your being. Bring in
sincerity. Sincere in into this program. Instead of sitting with your depressions, sit with me, Paramashivoham. I welcome all of you to register by going to paramashivoham.org. And even if you have attended already, any program, please go through once more intensely, sincerely, intensely, because it is going to be absolutely new and different level. Initiate Bhaktipada Shisam will be so.
The movies are exposed to high drama, like Magneto going through the Holocaust or Deadpool going through the Weapon X program. But in Hinduism, the scriptures describe the superpowers being gifted to humans through incarnations and gurus. The key difference is that in Hinduism, the superpowers happen when someone experiences enlightenment, the ultimate bliss and happiness in their lives. The Hindus have actually made the handing down of these supers display such power and have the super awakened with the initiation and Guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in the Paramashivoham program, is awakening these 400.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Stand microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is penetrated by oneness. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience Kailasa, hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listen and come along with me. I'll take you to Kailasa now.
So many times you may have some desire, some guilt, some pain for which you are not able to find solution. And now the best chance or the best way to get the solution is from Master. Master is here. Don't miss the chance. We are going to work on each major layers. We are going to work on desire, guilt, depression, fear, and every major things, not only practically, esoterically. It is not even actually technique, because they are so esoteric, so deep. The whole course is designed just for the total transformation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam, and welcome back. So now we'll be seeing about the evolution of man as per the Hinduism. How in the agamic references the Paramashiva has given to the world the evolution of man, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has shared it with the world about the evolution of man. Since the creation of the whole universe during the Big Bang, the human body evolved as the most intelligent creation of the existence. Many would say it is a process of random selection, survival of the fittest, and the biological mutation. However, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed a dimension beyond all of these three. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, where he says, I am not completely accepting Darwin's evolution theory. It is only partly right. Our body evolved, no doubt, but our consciousness descended. Understand, body evolved from amoeba to fish, fish to monkey, monkey to man. Body evolved, no doubt. That's what the Vishnu's incarnations represent. Fish, then tortoise, then Varahavatara, the boar. The various incarnations, body evolved, no doubt. But the consciousness which is reflecting on the body has descended from Paramashiva himself. Means it came from a different space into us. Consciousness did not evolve and it cannot evolve. Actually, the consciousness has only descended. Now it is time we evolve through that consciousness which is reflecting in us. On the presidential address of the SPH on 27th September 2017. Next, we will be seeing on the various Sarvagnya Pitas, the ancient Hindu kingdoms that were attacked continuously by the Mughals, then British and whatnot. We'll be seeing the first of them, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the successor of the Sarvagnya Pita, the ancient Hindu kingdom. The Hindu scriptures, Arunachala Purana, describes the origin of the universe and after the happening of the great hill called Arunachala. Paramashiva himself came down in the order to establish the perfect enlightenment ecosystem and reveal the science of Agamas to Bhagavan Brahma and Bhagavan Vishnu. He promised the people of the early civilization that he will always be available in the three forms, the form of the hill in the form of Arunachaleshwara Linga and in the human form as the avatar. It was thus that the Paramashiva established the Arunachala Sarvagnya Pita, the lineage of an unbroken stream of enlightened beings who have been upholding Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its practice in the ancient temple town of Tiruvannamalai. Manu, the progenitor of mankind. In 14,500 BCE, Manushaya is the Sanskrit term for humankind, deriving from the name of the historic man Manu, in his dynasty, indicating that we human beings are all descendants of Manu. The Manu dynasty is the specific lineage that began from the divinity Brahma and his sons. There has been a very noble person in each era given the title of Manu. For each epoch, the man who bravely upholds the responsibility for protecting life during inundations and massive volcano eruptions or other kind of mass extinctions is given this title and joins the illustrious ranks of the Manu dynasty in history. The first king was Brahma's own son, Swayambhava Manu. Swayambhava Manu was the first Manu whose descendants has initiated the earliest civilization of human beings on planet Earth. The Manu of his current epoch is the Vaivashvata Manu, son of Vivaswan. This age is thus named Vaivashvata Manuantara. Founding of the kings and rishis of the Vedic civilization. 14,000 BCE to 12,050 BCE. Suryavamsa, Chandravamsa and Agnivamsa and more. As Paramashiva himself has revealed, from him originated the playful abodes of sun, moon and fire, or Surya, Chandra or Vahni Agni. In the Hindu texts, these above are referred as kingdoms, dynasties or lineages, based on the context of the text, whether they have Puranical, political, social or spiritual essentially. These three are origins of human beings. Specifically, the Surya Vamsa, Chandra Vamsa and the Agni Vamsa. From each of these three kingdoms emerged that would guide the course of history as per the Hindu civilization flourished. It is accepted unanimously that the origin of all the three is the one source, that is Paramashiva himself. About the Vedic rishis, the founding rishis of Vedic civilization are historic scientists who pioneered the art, research and development of the inner sciences. All the rishis are descendants of Lord Brahma himself, who is the source for the name Brahmana. The Sapta rishis are the renowned seven rishis, are the most prolific rishis of history, who listen to the secrets of the enlightenment from Paramashiva himself. he as he revealed it to Devi Paramashiva Shakti. Through their lives, they have mastered the inner science and made it available to humanity through the Hindu scriptures, which are today perhaps the most untapped resources to solve the world's problem.
Now, let's understand the history in the timeline way. How the first Manasputra happens, the first kings, the first Manu, and the first civilization. How they happened. So, this is a rough estimate just to give us a basic understanding. So, after the mass extinction that happened during the Ice Age, around 14,500 BCE, the civilization restarted, where Paramashiva once again created the cycle of life by asking Brahma to create the Manasaputras. In the Rig Veda, there are more than 160 rishis named as the authors, but the earliest rishis are the Manasputras of Brahma, the sons of Brahma. They are Bhrigu, Angirasa, Atri, Maricha, Vashishta, Pulastya, and Pulaha. These are one of the first rishis that Brahma created. The other sons of Brahma are also named, who are completed other scriptures like Sanaka rishis, Swayambhuva and the other sons of Brahma, who also became Kshatriyas and ruled the kingdoms. The following timeline summarizes the founding kings and the rishis of Vedic civilization, the ecosystem, the people who upheld the science of enlightenment for thousands of years. Let's now enter this beautiful timeline with the first kingdom of Brahmavarta, which was in 14,500 BC.
Having revived the Vedagamas from Paramashiva himself, Brahma used it in the found of the kingdom of Brahmavarta in around 14,500 BCE. In this kingdom, Swayambhava Manu became king and his sons were the descendants of the Manu dynasty. The kingdom flourished in the region between the Saraswati and Drishdavati rivers. The date of this kingdom was calculated when the summer solstice occurs in Dhanishta Nakshatra, which is around 15,000 BCE to 14,500 BCE. Following this, the entire Vedic history commenced. It has been mapped with the available evidence that historians have been able to gather and logically conceive. However, only the avatar can give a clear picture of our history and help us truly understand the grand narrative of Hindu history. The avatar also, whatever has been lost in the due time of all the persecution that the Hindus have gone through, all the books that were burned down by the invaders of the Hindu kingdoms, only the avatar can access the cosmic archives and get it back to the world now, so that the proper history is written and revealed to the future generations. Next, we'll be seeing about the Bharata Samrajya, which existed around 14,275 BCE. The legendary dynasty of King Bharata began with his birth in 14,275 BCE. The city which became known for the kingdom of Bharata was founded much earlier with the great king Nabhi, descendant of the Manu dynasty. Bharata dynasty had been flourished as the one of the longest living and strongest empires of the entire Vedic tradition, even becoming the source for the glorious name Bharat. It was from this king that the Bharat name came down to the present day India, where the Hinduism existed for more than many thousands of years. Next, we'll be seeing about the kingdom of Rasakapura. It was there around 14,000 BCE, 14,275 BCE. Rasakapura is one of the earliest kingdoms of present-day Burma, which was founded by King Bahubali, the younger brother of King Bharata. Next, the Yadu Samrajya, which existed around 13,850 BCE. King Yadu I was the progenitor of the Yadava dynasty, the lineage that eventually branched to the most perfect incarnation of Vishnu, Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So as we can see from Yadu Samrajya, Bhagavan Lord Krishna descended and took body in the Samrajya in the Yadava dynasty to protect the world during the Mahabharata war time. Next, the kingdom of Ayodhya, which existed around 14,000 BCE. The great kingdom of Ayodhya was founded by the King Manu and his queen Ida in 14,000 BCE. One of the earliest notable kings that ruled Ayodhya was King Trishanku. The next is Yaudheya Samrajya, 13,570 BCE. The Yaudheya dynasty was founded by the great king Ushnira. This dynasty was referred in the Mahabharata, indicating that it survived until then. The kingdom of Vaishali. In 13,815 BCE, it had existed, founded by the king Vaishali in modern day Burma. And the next we'll be seeing is Paurava Samrajya. In 13,950 BCE, King Puru, the grandson of Soma, is a progenitor of the lineages that stemmed from the Chandravamsa. His descendants were founders of the Yadava dynasty, Kuru dynasty, and even the clan that traveled west towards Turkey and Greece. The next is Drupyu dynasty that existed around 13,850 BCE, founded by King Drupyu in the Chandravamsa. The next we'll be seeing is Turvasa dynasty. In 13,850 BCE, it had existed, founded by the King Turvasa. The kingdom of Kampilia, it had existed around 13,550 BCE. King Brahmadatta was the first known king of the ancient kingdom of Kampilia. The next of kingdom of Dharmaranya, 13,550 BCE, brother of King Kosamba, King Asutarjasa, founded by the kingdom of Dharmaranya. The next is Sauvira dynasty that existed in 13,500 BCE. King Suvira, grandson of King Usmara and the son of Sivi I. This clan is also known as Shaibhyas and are referred in the Mahabharata time. Next, we'll be seeing the kingdom of Girivraja that existed around 13,550 BCE. King Vasu, son of Pusa of the Puru dynasty, had been founded this kingdom. Next, we'll be seeing the kingdom of Kanyakbhuja. Kanyakbhuja was one of the earliest kingdoms of Vedic history. That other names of this kingdom are Mahodhyapuri and Gadipuri. It is the birthplace of Brahmarishi Vishwamitra himself, who was the son of King Gadi. Next, we'll be seeing about the kingdom of Gaya that existed around 13,500 BCE, which was founded by King Gaya, who was the son of Amrutaryasa. Next, we'll be seeing about the Kekaya Janapada that existed in 13,500 BCE. The Kekaya kingdom was founded by King Kekaya, the brother of King Suvira and the son of Sivi I. Next, we'll be seeing the Madra Janapada that existed in 13,500 BCE, founded by King Madraka. This was one of the largest dynasties that would be referred continuously throughout the spiritual literature of Hinduism. Next, we'll be seeing the kingdom of Kausambi that existed in 13,515 BCE. That was founded by King Kusamba of the Puru dynasty, founded the kingdom of Kausambi.
And yes, with this, we have heard a vast and detailed understanding of so many of these first kingdoms. All of these kingdoms which flourished during the 13,000 BCE era. And there is more. We are just in the 13,000 BCE, and there are so many more lineages that continuously kept the Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive. And that boils down to why Kailasa happened. And this is just a brief history of the whole knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And once again, I take this opportunity to invite all of the viewers to join us in the Paramashivoham program, where you will be given a deeper understanding into this science of the history of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Actually, this is a very brief understanding of, okay, this happened and there was this lineage and this people who started these traditions and lineages. But what is the actual things that happened? What were these kings actually doing? How were they protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma? More and more details for not only just learning history of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, but to learn the powerful cognitions they had to pass down generation and generation is a beautiful opportunity we can take to learn. So once again, I invite all of you to join us in the Paramashivoham program, which is completely free of cost because of the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So I take this opportunity to invite all of you to join us for the Paramashivoham program. With this, we come to the end of this segment, and in the next segment, how we here learned about the origins of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we are going to be learning the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the one and only incarnation of Paramashiva who is there now in this time, who is reviving this beautiful tradition. So let's take a few minutes and a short break as we now move into the next beautiful segment, the autobiography of the Avatar. With this, I'll leave you all here to register yourselves for the Paramashivoham. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nowadays, there is a multiverse of superhero movies. Do you know which superhero universe tells the real way to acquire superpowers? Did you think X-Men? Well, you're right.
The X-Men movies tell the closest way we can actually acquire superpowers. This is because there are many similarities between the X-Men superpowers and the ways you acquire superpowers as per Hinduism.
40 million Hindu scriptures describe over 400 superpowers. The X-Men's superpowers come from a mutation in their DNA, and because of these genes, they are able to do amazing feats. But in the movies, the X-Men's powers express when the X-Men are exposed to high levels of stress and trauma, like Magneto going through the Holocaust or Deadpool going through the Weapon X program. But in Hinduism, the scriptures describe the superpowers being gifted to humans through incarnations and gurus. The key difference is that in Hinduism, the superpowers happen when someone experiences enlightenment, the ultimate bliss and happiness in their lives. The Hindus have actually made the handing down of these superpowers through their DNA. We can see the Hindu gods display such powers in our Hindu scriptures. Just like the X-Men have the superpowers in their genes, we all have the superpowers in our genes. And it can be awakened.
Your DNA is hardwired for superconscious mutation.
Today, with the initiation of the incarnation and Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in the Paramashivoham program, is awakening these 400 powers described in the Hindu scriptures from your very DNA. Register for Paramashivoham.
Understand, program starts but never ends, and it is never the same again. It is actually not a program, it's a lifestyle initiation. It is just upgrading your consciousness, your being. Bring intense sincerity, sincere intensity into this program. Instead of sitting with your depressions, sit with me, Paramashiva. I welcome all of you to register by going to paramashivoham.org. And even if you have attended already any program, please go through once more intensely, sincerely, intensely, because it is going to be absolutely new and different level. I commit with you all. I will initiate all of you, bless you all with the Shakti Pada, Shakti Nipada, and Paramashiva myself will manifest the state, space, powers, being, super consciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva in all of us. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to become homeless. It is a basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra in Brahma Sutra, the first sutra of Brahma Sutra. It says, Atatu Brahma Jinyasat. Let us inquire into the reality. It says, only a courageous person who is ready to go behind wherever truth leads can enter into this science. In those days, we had a beautiful system. When somebody becomes enlightened, he will go around and sit with all other scholars, pandits, learned people, and he will open up his understanding. The other person will open up his understanding. Whoever can take the other person to the deeper level of understanding will follow him. That's all. That is why exploring the truth into the deeper and deeper level has been made as a compulsory basic value for anybody who wants to explore the reality, explore into the truth. What we need to understand from this story, courage to go behind the truth, wherever it leads. Even they are ready to gamble with their life, but they are ready for truth.
if you accept or start working on the reality, whatever you see can be Maya. It feels as if the ground on which you are standing is opening or giving way, is taken away. It needs courage. It may suddenly open a new door to you. You must be able to go into the door, only then you can see the next door. Because I am trying to reproduce the same understanding and experience which happened in me. Understand? When I understood that Maya, the concept of Maya, it gave me so much of joy and courage to do anything. I decided I will live like a Shankara. There is every possibility you will catch the glimpse. I am not telling you will run away from a home. You will have the same energy and excitement and liberation when you realize this truth. If this one concept Maya is understood logically by you, no suffering can make low curve in you. Nobody can exploit you easily. If you can just open that courage, this understanding can open new doors for you. If you understand this clearly, you will have the courage. If you have little courage, you will have understanding. It's like a circle. Who will start first?
I represent KAILASA nation led by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Rudras, which speaks on behalf of 2 billion Hindus around the world who do not have a voice representing them in these international forums.
Alright, I'll start from my side first. I'll give the understanding. Let you add courage to it. Let's enter into the sutra. Illusions deceive, colors circumscribe, even divisibles are indivisible. Look becomes Shiva.
The various steps are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health, physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back. Yes, now in this segment we are going to be seeing about the parents and the grandparents of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how his family had created an ecosystem to make sure that he was always in the right track. And obviously it's Swamiji who chose his parents as part to where he wants to be born and to whom he wants to be born. It's Swamiji's decision as he took that conscious birth. So now in a short clip we are going to be seeing how Swamiji shared about how his parents were a blessing to him and how he chose his parents to be born. Let's listen from Swamiji himself.
Police would have put Annamalai Swamigal into jail, me into some medical hospital, mental hospital, for treating me psychologically, because they would have diagnosed me either some, whatever, so many things are there, ADHD, just, Jung Jing, They will even create one more. Cutting thigh phobia, cutting thigh disorder. And what they would have done, I don't know. Whether they would have put me in sedatives, under sedatives, or put antidepressant drugs into me. And they would have even put me in foster home and took me away from my parents for not getting angry on Annamalai Swamigal and not stopping me going to Annamalai Swamigal. So they would have even taken me away from my parents and put me in the foster home. Ayyo, Yamma. Aala vidungada Swami. Annamalayane. Yabba. Just to give my gratitude to that whole ecosystem. The Kailasa which was there in Tiruvannamalai, I cannot say which is there in Tiruvannamalai. Just to give my gratitude. Even now it is there inside the Arunachal. Still that rishis, munis, that they are all sitting and the ecosystem is kept alive. Maybe human beings have moved little away, but that does not mean ecosystem is there and it has to be manifested. That's all. Let's talk only about that. Let's talk only about what needs to be done. Enlightenment ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai made Paramashiva manifest as Parameshwara, the state, space, being, powers, superconsciousness, Kailasa of Paramashiva through this being and body. Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai was responsible. Let us revive Kailasa to give our gratitude to that enlightenment ecosystem. That is my message on today, Nithyananda Purnima, to the whole world.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Swamiji, in this clip, he shared with us about how his parents held that ecosystem for him, where they allowed him to be with his gurus and explore his higher dimensions with them. Even after Swamiji had cut his thigh, and we'll be going into those stories later on, but Swamiji cut his thigh once, thinking that he's beyond pain, but he ended up getting a big stitch and experiencing pain. Even after all of this, his parents still allowed him to go and be with his gurus and experience the next dimensions to realize his avatarhood.
And unfortunately, these days, the modern day kids, they don't have that freedom to experiment anything the guru tells. If they are with their parents and if they are outside, they're living a life, then they don't have the freedom to experience the true nature of true feeling of a person, of a kid who would really experience these higher truths. Like for Swamiji, the ecosystem was already ready. Everything was set. Like if from his parents to from his guru, everyone supported him completely. Even when Swamiji had to do the Surya Namaskar from the sunrise till sunset, when Raghupati Yogi made him do, his mom next day morning after the day night, next day morning again would wake Swamiji up and send him back. Even though Swamiji loves her and she's so attached to her Swamiji, even because of that, she only gave the best to Swamiji. As a mother, she did only the best. And that was the best ecosystem Swamiji grew up in. And because of all of that which he had gone through when he was young, he is who he is right now. Because of that ecosystem which held him at that time. And his whole family, from his grandfather, from his father, from his mother, everyone supported him completely in this.
So now we'll be watching another clip where Swamiji shares one of his incidents in the life. This incident Swamiji shares, he gives us a deeper understanding about how he felt about his parents, what kind of relationship he had with them, and how he had to complete the mother and father dimension in him to achieve the ultimate space of completion and enlightenment. So now, being in the space of listening, be relaxed and listen to this beautiful clip.
Nithyanandam Swamiji.
Go ahead.
Swamiji, I usually speak only to my mother. At least for the past 10 years, I did not speak to my father.
Wow.
Yes, Swamiji.
10 years you have not spoken.
Not spoken, Swamiji.
It's like my story. When I left the house in 1995, 7 years they don't know where I am. They were not aware where I am. So 2000 I became enlightened, means realized my avataric mission. And 2000 end, I came to Tiruvannamalai temple. I was sitting in a temple, hungry, no food, in this very town. And wanted to go and see the mother, because I had something incomplete with her. I should tell you my story, how I completed. I had a very close relationship with my mother. I should tell how I completed. Had a very close relationship with my mother till the age of 17 and a half. Till I left the house, I was sleeping with her only. And all the family people will make fun. In Tamil, they say that you are constantly holding the pallu of mother. What do you call in English or Sanskrit, English or Hindi? You have any term for it? A mother's pet. Mother's pet. So I was like that guy. Even while cooking, when she cooks, I'll sit in the kitchen and tell some stories and playing. She was very close to me. And I had one big problem from the 12, when I had enlightened first experience at the age of 12. After that, I developed something like a bedwetting. Every night, now I found out why it happened, because body started falling into samadhi. The signal that bladder is full never reached brain. And even now when body falls into deep samadhi, the same thing happens. From 12 to 17 and a half, around what, 4.5 years or 5 years? 5 years? 5 years. Every day I will do bedwetting. Morning she has to wake up and change her saree, change the bed sheet, dry the whole thing on the roof of the house. It is such a big headache, but even once she has not scolded me. And I was life for her. I was very close to her. Everything I'll share. Even the Swamis, the spiritual work I am doing and all that I'll share with her. 17 and a half, one day I decided to leave the house. Actually, the day I left the house, just 3 days before, I had the darshan of Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. The moment they appeared, I asked Sharada Devi, please initiate me. Then Sharada Devi, I asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said, Sharada Devi is best for initiations. And Sharada Devi put her hand on me and both of them disappeared into my body. After this darshan, I have decided I will not stay, I will start my spiritual pilgrimage. So I was sitting on the steps door frame, my mother was sitting down, and that was one funny thing, the way I grew up. No one, including my father, will sit in front of me in any chair. I don't know how you will understand. From the beginning, I will sit in the sofa or chair, no one will sit in front of me. You can talk to my mother, she is here. No one will sit in front of me. As my guru has declared I am a yogi or sadhu, my whole family believed that and nobody will sit in front of me. So she was sitting down and I was sitting on the door frame. And I told her, I am leaving to take sannyas. In Tamil I said, Sami sannyasattukku pogudhu. That's it. She just broke and started putting the cloth on the face. She started crying. I looked into her eyes and said, do you mean to say I should not go? Penna, pogakoodadundringla? The same voice, same tone. She said, no, I cannot say you cannot go. I am not able to handle, so I am crying. Then she hugged me. Usually I am the person who always will cuddle with her. Even while she is cooking, I will always be cuddling with her and playing, making fun, all. Such close child. She hugged me. I did not even put my hand back. I was like a dry fire. The fire of renunciation was so strong. I did not put my hand back to hug her. Before even she felt completed the hug, I moved my body out. I still remember. I moved my body out. Naturally, she has to take her body out. That of unfulfilled heat continued in my body even after enlightenment. Please understand. Even after I realized my avataric mission, that of hug, the unfulfilled hug, all of you understand what I am saying, that when you hug somebody with a lot of love and that person is just cold and slowly moves his body out, how it will feel. And you fellow, both of you used to hug till yesterday night, whole day and night. Suddenly I am moving the body out. And that half hug, unfulfilled, our hangover, please understand, if she would have fought with me, don't go, I would not have had hangover. She was completely supporting me. When she is supporting me, I should have at least responded to her human emotions, which I did not, because of my Vedanta, Vairagya, world is illusion and all that. The strength, I always tell people, knowledge tells I am nobody, love tells I am everybody, my life flows between these two. My knowledge tells I am nobody, my love tells I am everybody, my life is flowing between these two. So that was the time my knowledge was telling I am nobody. The renunciation in its peak. But I should have given her a little time to settle down with my renunciation. And it's not that she is not ready to cope up with my renunciation. She was ready. My father entered the scene and shouted at my mother, did you scream at Swamiji? Did you tell anything? And I wanted you to know, from the time I remember me, I was called as Swami. I was never addressed by my parental name, even once, by any of my relatives. From the age of 3, I remember I was called only as Swami. That uncompleted hug, even though there was no hurting by the word, but by the body language, the incompletion. When my father shouted at her, did you shout at him and all that? She said, no, I have not told anything. I did not respond. I just kept quiet. Next day, it was almost like a death house. In the main veranda, the main hall, in the sofa, I am sitting as if my dead body is lying. And all the relatives in my community, we are a huge giant family. So within a second, I can say in half an hour, 1 hour, easily 300-400 people will gather for anything, whether it's good thing or bad thing. And the whole village is sitting in front of me. Each one is giving their advice. My aunt, my father's elder brother's wife, aunt, she tells, I will hang myself with the sari in the fan. That's a typical village way of committing suicide. My family prestige, I belong to the Jameen family. Jameen means the local landlords. It's called Chamundi Jameen. The mother worshippers. There's a story that the Chamundi, the Chandamunda, both demons were killed here nearby a village called Chamundi. It is there. Even now the village is there. And little land is there. Of course now when they divided, each one will get only 10 feet by 10 feet. It's a 3-generation property. It is there, and we were supposed to worship Devi and run that landlord, that whole thing. And we were also called the first flat roof house in the city. This was the first house built in the whole city, flat roof, 300 years before they built. So she is screaming, what will happen to my family prestige? I'll hang in the fan with my sari and commit suicide. I called her. She thought I'm going to console her. She's a little heavy person. I told, your sari will tear and the fan will break. Better you take the rope and hang in the ceiling. Hang in the beam. Beam is called in Tamil Uttaram. நீ சேலையை போட்டு ஃபேனில் தொங்கினா ஃபேனும் உடையும் சேலையும் கிளியும். நீ என்ன பண்ணு, கயிறு போட்டு உத்தரத்தில் தொங்கு, கட்டாயம் செத்து போவ. I told her in Tamil, you better hang with a rope on the beam. You will surely die. Don't do foolish things. That's it. She got her anger and, you fellow, you are telling me to die? You get out of the house. You get out of the house. I told, that is what I am telling I am going to do. Now you understand. All your love and everything. The moment I said one word, you die. Immediately what happened to all your love? All your family prestige? Then another one uncle. My father's sister's husband. He comes. Are we all not living a spiritual life, living in the householder life, in the family itself? I looked at him. Hey, in singular I addressed. I know. I'm a very respectful person. I used to be very cultured and very nice with that guy because he was very kind, very loving to me, and for various reasons. So I always used to be very loving and kind with him, and he was also planning to get his second daughter married to me. So in villages, the moment the child takes birth, they will immediately tie the knot. So he had 2 daughters. The first one was tied with my elder brother, and second one was tied with me. So he was son-in-law. So he was very kind, and he was telling me, but I was burning fire. I looked at him and said, hey, morning the moment you get up, you wash your face with alcohol. You are living spiritual life? In the open meeting I said, he used to drink, and I know his habit. Because he will bring in the newspaper and put it under arms and put shawl. In the late night he will come. The only 2 people are the late night arrivals in the house. One is he, another one is me. He has his own reason, I have my own reason. I'll be sitting in the cremation ground with Raghupati Yogi and Yogi Ram Saratkumar meditating, and I'll come very late. So usually, after I reach the house, after half an hour only he will come, and he will have that shawl and the underarm, that bottle, and he will be little imbalanced. All I will do whenever he comes is, I'll open the house. I had my own key. One key was given to me. I'll open the house, just pull the shawl out. The bottle will be seen. And he will tell, no, hey, kerosene. In village, you buy kerosene in the bottle. You have to go to the shop and buy kerosene in the bottle. I tell him, no, all the ration kerosene is brought by mother and your wife. Why are you bringing kerosene in the night? Then he will not answer. So I know his habit. He will take it secretly and keep in his room, and next day morning he will drink. And I told him, you fellow, you wash your face with alcohol. What kind of spiritual life you are talking about? Then immediately he got angry. You told everything about me in the open public. You fellow, get out of the house. You should not live in the house. I will not give my daughter to you. As if I asked you or what? That is what I am telling. I don't want your daughter. And I don't want the marriage. I want to get out of the house. That's what I am telling. Then he got silenced. Then all these old ladies, they were wiping the face, wiping the tears. They went and tried to convince me through different people. They could not go and reach out to Kuppamal or Raghupati Yogi because both of them are dead. But they reached out to Raghupati Yogi's wife. She said, I cannot interfere. She just left it. Anyhow, I told my mother on a Sunday evening, night, Wednesday, noon, I left the house. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 2.5 days I gave them time. I sat and received all the crying of the whole village, answered everybody, then left the house. It was a very funny way I left the house. And anyhow I wandered length and breadth of India, stayed in different monasteries and meditated, met many masters, had that experience of realizing my mission and incarnation in 2000. So 2001, when I was settling into the body, I felt there is something incomplete in my body. That hangover, biomemory of my mother, which I did not respect or respond, that was there. So I felt till I go and hug my mother again and complete that hug, it will not be healed. I came to Thiruvannamalai. I went to the house where my mother used to stay. That house, nobody recognized me. Because my father has sold the house and they left. They went away somewhere. I went there. That my mother used to do a lot of annadanam, when he sadhu comes. So when I came and I asked my mother and father's name in that house, they said, no, they are not here now. I asked, where are they now staying? Can you tell me? Tell us. Tell me. They said, no, we don't know where they are staying, where their address. If you want food, go to Ramana Ashram or Seshadri Ashram, they will give food. I just smiled and said, it's okay. I went away to temple. And the temple I was sitting, I think yesterday I showed a small 4-pillared mandapam where I was sitting. And I was just sitting. It became very late evening, maybe 10 o'clock. And hungry. I was just smiling. Wow. In Thiruvannamalai, sitting and feeling hungry. No food. And smiling. I could see that the Devi temple priest, Devi temple priest, he ran and came some prasadam, the temple nivedyam, and he said, Sadhu, you are sitting here without food, please eat. I was eating. After I ate, I was sitting. From distance I could see one of my classmates has recognized me. And he did not come near, he ran. The way he ran, I understood he recognized me. In 10 minutes, in my vision, my mother is standing. But she was afraid to come near and talk to me. She was just standing with the folded hands. The moment I recognized, actually she was coming in the side, the moment I recognized, a big smile, I looked at her. With a big smile. And then she was very comfortable. And she asked, Swamiji is doing well, keeping well. Swami, nalla irukka? I said, nalla irukku Swami. Then, first thing I did, I just hugged her. When I hugged her, she could not control. She broke. I could see that hug 7 years before or 8 years before, which was left incomplete, is getting completed. And maybe 10 minutes. That was my first hug, maybe after realization, after enlightenment. And 10 minutes, I was hugging her and she was sitting. Those days nobody will come to temple. It was not crowded place. And then after she finished crying, after I felt complete, the hug is completed, when she herself moved her body out, only then I took my hands out. Then she said, come to the house and eat. I said, I'll come, but only you have to, if you treat me as a sadhu and give me Purana Kumbha and all the respects, I'll come. She said, okay. Next day, I went to the house and she gave all the Purana Kumbha, did Pada Puja with all the relatives and gave the food. Then when I was completed, in that last thing also is completed, the samadhi became again, started expressing. See, that body started staying in samadhi because the last pattern which was there has disappeared. So I walked from there, from the house to here, came and exactly sat on this property. It was not our property at that time. Behind there is a temple. We all sat, na? Temple, same place where I was sitting, I came and sat. Almost 2.5 days I was staying there, lying. My classmate's mother, she used to give food for me. She will bring food once in a day. One day my mother also brought food. Then after that again I started my wandering. Even after enlightenment, if you don't complete, the hangover still is there. Understand? So do not leave even a single pattern uncompleted. Single thing uncompleted. Don't leave. You will not be able to rest in peace. You will not be able to relax in peace. Renunciation comes, strength comes when your knowledge says you are nobody. When your love says you are everybody, that is the time fulfillment of the renunciation and completion of the strength comes.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so in this clip, we beautifully saw how Swamiji went through the completion process. Even for an incarnation, being in completion is such a mandatory. That to being in completion with the parents is the mandatory thing you can have. Even for Swamiji, when he left for the Parivrajaka Yatra, when he left his house and wanted to go into the wandering, even at that time, when he just moved himself away from the one hug his mother was giving, that was such a big incompletion, which just stayed, which I should not tell it's such a big incompletion, it is an incompletion which blocked him from attaining the enlightenment fully. Even after he attained enlightenment, he was able to feel that that blockage in him. There was something wrong. And when he went to his mother and he fulfilled the hug, at that time he could see very clearly that part of him just getting healed. Same way, even for us, even we also have to complete with everything, so that even when we get into enlightenment, when we get enlightened, we don't have to stop and come back to get things complete. So now that we have seen how Swamiji's relationship was so intimate with his mother, let us now see Swamiji's relationship with his grandmother. So please be in the state of listening as Swamiji is going to be explaining in this beautiful clip.
My grandmother, my father's mother, her name is Anusuya. Absolute integrity. The last day she died, she went to temple without missing her routine. Understand, going to temple from home, coming back, she cooked on her own. She lives on Swayambhaga. You see, in Indian tradition, the widow, after husband passes away, women live a very austere life. I have seen. She is the ideal widow. My father's father passed away even before my father's marriage. She's a young widow. I think maybe my grandmother became widow before even 30. Before she was 30, she became widow. The absolute ideal Hindu chaste widow's life I have seen in her. How traditional Hindu widows live, dedicating their whole life to spirituality and enlightenment. I have seen her living that life all by herself. She brought up all the 3 kids. Of course, it's a giant family, means like a whole family supports. She had an elder brother whose daughter is my mother, and another one brother. All 3 lived as a giant family, practical giant family. But the way she completed her responsibilities, extreme integrity. Inside family, it is not that there will not be any problems or confusions or fights. My mother used to be terrorized by my grandmother. But nothing touched her spiritual integrity and life. Neither her religious practices, nor her spiritual practices, nor her spiritual activities. She lived absolute, devoted, a Hindu sannyasini life. A devoted sannyasini or Rudraganya, how she will live, my grandmother lived that life. I should actually say, apart from managing her life and her kids, she will go every day, spend time with Mata Vibhudanandapuri Kuppammal. Not only she will go to street, shop to shop, collect small donations, do social service activities like Annadan. She will be so highly integrated to that money, she will not even bring that money to the home. She will keep in the Kuppammal's house itself. All activity will be done there itself. And all money will be spent. Accounts will be properly maintained. And all the donors will receive the prasadam. Extremely integrated. if I can create this kind of a extremely integrated people, nobody can push her. She's an elderly lady. She can one day rest without going to Tiruvannamalai temple, Arunachaleshwara temple. No. Never she will miss going to the temple and doing all her rituals. Not only that, she had her own managing system. How she will manage the temple officials and workers, staff, all the low level staff, she will tip them. Through that, she will have a complete eye on the temple administration and make sure nobody cheats. If somebody cheats or misses the integrity, it's not that she will fire or scream or shout. She will very friendly way talk to his wife or his brother, through whom he should be advised or educated. She had her own network. She had her own network of friends, family, through whom she will reach out to that person and say, hey, Annamalayar Pavanda, Venanda, பாரு கோவில் மாட்டுக்கு அவத்திக்கிற வரலன்னு சொல்றாங்க பாரு, அதெல்லாம் சரியா பண்ணிட்டாதாண்டா ஊர் நல்லா இருக்கும், உடம்பு நல்லா இருக்கும், புள்ள குட்டிங்க நல்லா இருக்கும். Means she will send the message to them, do not disturb the temple services. Only if all the temple services happens properly, the village will be flourishing and the children will be happy. The way she sends the message, it is too strategic. She will not straight away involve. I learned the strategical way of making people integrated from her only. She will not make people angry. She will not directly confront them. She will remind to them through right persons. She is literally right hand of Kuppammal. That is why the Kuppammal had a small organization. I should not say small. It's a maybe volume wise small, but the effort, Kuppammal put a whole life. That organization is called Abhidagusambal Tiruppugal Sabai. It's fundamentally to promote the Shakta tradition and Arunagirinathars Tiruppugal on Subramanya Swami. You can see my grandmother and Kuppammal both. It's on exactly on that same Paramashivoham on which I became enlightened, on that same Shila. Only 3 people sat on that Paramashivoham. One is Kuppammal, my guru, Vibhudanandapuri, and my grandmother Anusuya Ammal and me. Only 3 have sat ever on that Paramashivoham. That Kuppammal's organization, she was president and my grandmother Anusuya Ammal was vice president. Very extremely organized.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So in this clip, we beautifully saw on how Swamiji beautifully shared how his grandmother lived, how beautiful and integrated chaste life she lived, even though she was widowed when she was even before she was even 30. How integrated she lived to the Hindu principles, and how was Swamiji's relationship with her. We saw this beautifully. Now let us look on how Swamiji's relationship was with his grandfather. When Swamiji was just 3, his grandfather would carry him around on the shoulders to the Arunachaleshwara temple. He would take Swamiji around the temples and tell Swamiji all the grand epic stories and Puranas. Swamiji was fortunate enough to have such an amazing person as his grandfather. Swamiji told he still remembers him holding Swamiji on his shoulders. He would take Swamiji to every pillar in Tiruvannamalai temple and explain the stories of the figures carved on them. Some of the great stories Swamiji has heard from his grandfather are the stories of Markandeya, the great saint Kannampa, Nachiketa, and Bhakta Prahalada, and many more. I am going to honor all of these stone pillars by replacing them in Bidadi temple. This is Swamiji's direct words. With a statue of Swamiji's grandfather carrying Swamiji on his shoulder and showcasing all and explaining. Thanks to the time Swamiji's grandfather spent with Swamiji, explaining all these beautiful ideas even before Swamiji entered into the human society. What an amazing preparation Swamiji had. Swamiji's own words. I still remember when I went back home, I would have to repeat the whole story to my family. That was why I was trained as a speaker. Apart from speaking, it was also that these great ideas were getting into my system. Before the age of 3, I started giving satsangs, discourses. Now I'm revealing to you one of the great Puranas. I would simply start narrating the story. After on, when I got a chance to read the book, I would see that it is exactly right. Whether it was stories of the temples or the people, I would simply start telling the stories. But later on, when I got a chance to read the book, when I read it, it would be exactly same. So in this, Swamiji is telling that once he learns the stories from his grandfather in the temple, he would come back and tell the whole story to his family members. And when he is sharing to his family members, everything just gets into him. And then after a while, when he gets a chance to read the books of those stories, he will see it's exactly precisely right as it is. He taught consciousness, not conscience. I am so happy that I was born in such an atmosphere and brought up with these great ideas. At such a young age, all these great ideas and truths were put inside me. Somehow, the Eastern society, at least in the villages, not the cities cannot be Eastern societies. In the villages, you are not given morality. You are given truths. My grandfather used to explain things to me in detail through the stories. Whenever you are made to understand, it doesn't remain as conscience. It becomes a part of your very being. But when it is given a rule, it becomes mere consciousness. Today nobody is there to talk to you. You are just given laws and straight away. Mother is busy in the office, father is busy with his job, and you're sitting here with the in-laws. Over. So naturally, you will try breaking them. Somehow, I was fortunate. My elders used to tell me clear stories that it is what for it is done. It is used to explain and to inspire Swamiji. Recently, we got a book that I used to use before my enlightenment, which was there with some of my friends. So many things I have written down in that book. When I read it, I was shocked at how when I saw my grandfather, my great grandmother, all of them, I saw that the concept of setting down never existed for them. It is good that I was brought up by them. Now, these modern day IT people think I will work till 40, then retire. I will make money, buy a flat and a car, and settle down by 40. It means that even while they are studying, acquiring knowledge, the goal is just to acquire some comforts, luxuries, and drop out. This is the kind of inspiration they have about knowledge in their life. Then their knowledge will be so heavy on them. They will only try to constantly find cunning methods of how to know less and make more money, because the purpose becomes money, wealth, luxury, comfort. The purpose of being active or having knowledge should not be just acquiring some wealth or luxury comforts. I'm not saying don't acquire money. I'm only saying that doing that alone should not be the purpose. Swamiji's grandfather was a person of such a charity. Every night, even if it was 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the night, only after singing the ledger and completing the accounts of his shop, he would even go to bed. I learned the habit from him. Swamiji learned the habit from him. In those days, there was no computer. It was only notebooks. And most important thing was he had a box. On the box, there would be a bird called Magama Mandu. It means he would put 10% of his net income in that box every day, and that was kept aside for charity. So when people come asking for donations for temple functions, religious functions, temple inaugurations, or another free food distribution, based on their expenses level, he would give them a donation. Once Swamiji asked, what is the use of giving money like this? Giving donations like this? He said beautifully, the result of giving donations is more people will come to receive more donations. That's all. Understand, the reward for wealth is more wealth. The reward for love is more love. The reward for work is more work. The reward for charity is more charity opportunities. Reward for integrity is more integrity. Cognizing the joy that integrity brings in you, the powerfulness you experience through integrity, cognizing the integrity is the ultimate, will lead you to not having blind spots in your life. So with whatever we have learned today, we'll be continuing this exciting session tomorrow, this very same session, this autobiography of his avatar, at the same time. So you can stay tuned at tomorrow also, requesting all the participants, all the viewers, if you're interested in this session, please come even tomorrow. And we'll be having in the 26th of December the Paramashivoham program, level 1, level 2 and level 3. This is a beautiful program where you can experience your higher self, where you can experience many things in your life which you have not even thought of. These can't be explained with mere words. This is something you have to come and experience it yourself. And you have to experience it yourself. That's all I could tell. So please take some time, sign up in the links of which is posted below. So you can either sign up for Paramashivoham or you can sign up for the Nithyananda Rudras. If you're a single and you're not married yet, you can become a part of the Nithyananda Rudras, where you will contribute your very life for the sake of the whole humanity, where we'll be doing all the services for the humanity and bring the whole humanity to the next level of consciousness. So if you want to be a part of this, you can sign up to the Rudras link, or you can sign up for Paramashivoham and know your higher self. So you can do either of this. And with this, we'll be ending this session. And stay tuned for the next session, where there'll be a Q&A session on the 5 aspects of Paramashiva. So requesting all the participants to stay tuned as we end this session, and we'll be coming back shortly. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Started. Even in a polluted, crude, raw, diluted form, it's okay. You are welcome. Nothing wrong. But now it is time you look into authentic scriptures.
Please understand, not for any arrogance or pride, I have distilled the essence, the best of the 1 million yogic scriptures and compiled it and offered it to all of you in the form of Nithyananda Yoga. I have integrated Hatha Yoga asanas, pranayama, kriya, mudra, bandha, visualization, verbalization, shravana, dharana, jnana, samadhi, aushada, money, everything. Paramashiva revealed, and the Paramashiva's incarnations revealed in Vedic and Agamic scriptures. Understand? Fitness is a complete compilation. Nithyananda Yoga is a complete compilation for fitness to manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva.
Some of the scientists and researchers who are studying the reflection have found the reference. What is out there is not just 4 dimension, at least 11 dimension. The methodology they used, algebraic topology, and the informations they have, they even try to map it down on the brain of the rat and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. Understand? Microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is penetrated by oneness. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience KAILASA, hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listen and come along with me. I'll take you to KAILASA now.
So many times you may have some desire, some guilt, some pain for which you are not able to find solution. And now the best chance or the best way to get the solution is from Master. Master is here. Don't miss the chance. We are going to work on each major layers. We are going to work on desire, guilt, depression, fear, and every major things, not only practically, esoterically. It is not even actually technique, because they are so esoteric, so deep. The whole course is designed just for the total transformation.
Nowadays, there is a multiverse of superhero movies. Do you know which superhero universe tells the real way to acquire superpowers? Did you think X-Men? Well, you're right.
The X-Men movies tell the closest way we can actually acquire superpowers. This is because there are many similarities between the X-Men superpowers and the ways you acquire superpowers as per Hinduism.
40 million Hindu scriptures describe over 400 superpowers. The X-Men's superpowers come from a mutation in their DNA, and because of these genes, they are able to do amazing feats. But in the movies, the X-Men's powers express when the X-Men are exposed to high levels of stress and trauma, like Magneto going through the Holocaust or Deadpool going through the Weapon X program. But in Hinduism, the scriptures describe the superpowers being gifted to humans through incarnations and gurus. The key difference is that in Hinduism, the superpowers happen when someone experiences enlightenment, the ultimate bliss and happiness in their lives. The Hindus have actually made the handing down of these superpowers through their DNA. We can see the Hindu gods display such powers in our Hindu scriptures. Just like the X-Men have the superpowers in their genes, we all have the superpowers in our genes. And it can be awakened.
Your DNA is hardwired for superconscious mutation.
Today, with the initiation of the incarnation and Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, in the Paramashivoham program, is awakening these 400 powers described in the Hindu scriptures from your very DNA. Register for Paramashivoham.
Understand, program starts but never ends, and it is never the same again. It is actually not a program, it's a lifestyle initiation. It is just upgrading your consciousness, your being. Bring intense sincerity, sincere intensity into this program. Instead of sitting with your depressions, sit with me, Paramashiva. I welcome all of you to register by going to paramashivoham.org. And even if you have attended already any program, please go through once more intensely, sincerely, because it is going to be absolutely new and different level. I commit with you all. I will initiate all of you, bless you all with the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, and Paramashiva myself will manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva in all of us.
Nithyanandam, I welcome all the participants to this session of question and answers where we'll be having the video of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself explaining on the 5 aspects of Sadashiva, where it is generation, operation, destruction, delusion and liberation, where in Sanskrit we call as the generation for Shrishti, that where the creation aspect of Paramashiva gets in our life, and the impacts of creation aspect in our life that Paramashiva has. And next we'll be seeing about the operation, that is Sthiti, that next is destruction, that is Samhara, and delusion, Throbhava, and liberation, Anugraha. So in this question and answer session that we'll be watching now, we'll be seeing how Swamiji explains for each participant's questions and gives them clarity on what are these 5 aspects of Paramashiva that will help us in our life, that the problem that we are facing and all. So now please be in the deep space of listening, where we'll be listening to the SPH's clip of question and answers.
Tatpurusham, Vamadevam, Satyojatam, Ahoram, Ishanam. These 5 phases, das Panchakrityas, each phase, each dimension is not just one FACE phase, PHASE phase. It's not just FACE, SPHASC. Understand? The creation. Not just creation getting created. Even sustenance need to be created. Destruction need to be created. And pulling out of delusion need to be created. Liberation need to be created. Then creation, manifestation need to be maintained. Maintenance, sthiti itself need to be maintained. Destruction, samhara, the rejuvenation need to be sustained, maintained when it is happening. Pulling out of delusion, throbhava, need to be maintained when it is happening. And anugraha, liberation, need to be maintained when it is happening. Those micromilliseconds when it is happening. So understand, Satyojata Murti as 5 face. Ishana Murti as 5 face. Vamadeva Murti as 5 face. Agora Murti has 5 face. Tatpurusha Murti has 5 face. So, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and sustenance as his 5 face of creation, sustenance, destruction, pulling out of delusion and liberation, and destruction as his 5 face. Creation need to be destroyed, sustenance need to be destroyed, destruction need to be destroyed. If destruction is not destroyed, it will destroy everything else. So destruction need to be properly destroyed in right time so that the other 4 things can go on. Understand? Destruction need to be destroyed. Pulling out of delusion need to be destroyed. Then liberation need to be destroyed. So all the 5 need to be destroyed, rejuvenated for all the 5 to go on. So 5, understand? So Ishana has 5 face. Tatpurusha has 5 face. Vamadeva has 5 face. Agora has 5 face. Satyojata has 5 face. All these 5 murtis, 5 faces put together is 25 faces of Mahasadashiva. Understand? All these 25. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now we saw a beautiful clip on Swamiji explaining about the 5 aspects of Paramashiva, Sadashiva, where he describes the other 25 that is coming under these 5 aspects of Sadashiva, where the generation, overlapping, operation and all the 5 aspects interlocked and overlapping each other so that they can function properly and they can be good towards the humanity. Now we will be watching another clip where Swamiji explains the more deeper understanding on the 5 aspects of Paramashiva. So now please be in a listening space where we'll be watching the clip right now.
Listen. Whenever science or technology grows, the scientists and people who are expert in that field need to contribute right word. They need to support the language also to explain the concepts. English is learning spirituality, Sanatana Hindu Dharma first time. So let's contribute some good words. English is learning Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the source, I think first time. So God-el should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of God-el, Sadashiva. There is Avyakta, unmanifest part, component. The 25 states of consciousness individual goes through, Jiva goes through, the 11 dimensions of the universe, Jagat, 5 aspects of Ishvara, all these 3, when it is not understood, forms the Maya matrix. Understand? Maya matrix, the individual consciousness which goes through 25 states of consciousness and 5 aspects of Supreme Sadashiva, God-el, 11 dimensions of universe, Jagat. If you do not understand, they form a Maya matrix in which you are caught. If you understand, not only you have the knowledge, you have the power to play with them. Understand? Knowledge brings power to play with them. Understanding this Maya matrix experientially and realizing the state of Sadashiva, that you are the source of this Maya matrix, experiencing the state of Sadashiva, expressing the expressions, state and manifesting the powers of Sadashiva is the purpose of Sadashivoham 2016. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, I welcome back you all of you. Yeah, that was a beautiful clipping on how Swamiji explained about the knowledge of all the 5 aspects of Sadashiva, and how when we have this knowledge and we are able to map it in our lives, we will actually acquire the powers of these 5 aspects of Sadashiva, and we can actually play with these powers in our lives. So now we will be moving on to the question answers sessions, where Swamiji will be more deeper understanding, and he'll be clearing all the participants' doubts and everything. Yeah. Now we will move on to the question and answer session. Now please be in a listening space.
It's very simple. Already all of you, most of you know. Srishti means generation. Sthiti, operation. Samhara, destruction. Trobhava, handling delusion. Anugraha, liberation. The Western religions do not have that last two concept. That does not mean they miss only 40% of God. They miss 99% of God. Because the air table column may look like a 20%. In actual, it is 99.9%. Srishti Sthiti Samhara, which is seen, is less than 1%. Understand? If you don't understand delusion management and liberation, you will not know life. Whatever they understand as maximum, they attribute that to God. That is why they never crossed God. I want you to understand these 5 dimensions of manifested Sadashiva. Actually, Sadashiva has one more dimension, unmanifest. So, surely about that we can neither understand nor grasp. It has to be experienced. Let's see that later. About this manifest, I want you to be intellectually clear, because many of the revelations you are going to have in the future, the power manifestations, need the intellectual understanding of this 5 dimension.
Bhagwan, earlier I heard you saying that the 4 aspects of creation, maintenance, destruction and delusion are independent of the God's will, and it's not God's will.
No. Independent of your support.
Your support. But only the liberation.
I need your will to support me.
Why it is like that?
See, basically, till you are put in delusion, you don't have a delusion, you have a will. Now, because of the delusion, you develop a delusional will, which need to support me to get into the real, pure will. Delusional will means just saying no to everything, tantrum throwing child. Actually, why it is called delusional will, you don't have your own reason to say no. Just because he said yes, I am saying no. That's what is called delusional will. So in delusion, the 4th state, you develop a delusional will where you needed your delusional will to support, cooperate to reach the 5th stage.
Means, for the delusion itself, when it happened irrespective of my own will.
I should say, you decided to move to US for various conscious reasons. But after going there, you discover which you did not expect also has come to you. Like a parking ticket or the speeding ticket. In India, you don't have that problem at all. So what I am saying, you went there for some purpose, but something which you did not expect has come. Then you are caught in that corner. When you are cornered in that situation, what you feel about you and think about you, why am I having this problem? That is where you understand the blind spots which you accumulated due to the decisions which you took for certain reasons. When you take decisions for certain reasons, you lose freedom of certain things, and the last freedom gathers as a blind spot. That is what I call delusion.
So forgetting the
Yes. See, you took the decision of coming to US for this. And so you are only responsible for the speeding ticket, parking ticket system also. You can't say, I will earn in dollar, but I will not pay the parking ticket, speeding ticket, because that is not there in the tradition as India. Then you earn in Indian rupee. Be here. So understand, the decisions you take accumulate certain blind spots. And when you are not able to handle the blind spots, it is called delusion. If you know why you have voted for what you have voted, you will not have blind spot, one. Second, even if there are some difficulties, you will take responsibility for it because you voted for it. But forgetting why you voted for what you voted is delusion. Clear?
Hi Swamiji. At first I wanted to ask if it would be possible to see these 5 stages chronologically, and that would mean first...
There is no chronology, it's actually spontaneous, not one by one. There is no such thing as one day he created, then next day he rested, no. Hindu gods don't rest, Sadashiva does not rest. So it is not chronological, it is spontaneous.
Okay, so the first 3 stages go on like in a circle and then...
No, all the 5 happens simultaneously. All 5 happens simultaneously.
Okay, and if one doesn't accumulate those blind spots, as you told, those 2, delusion and revelation, don't have to occur?
No. Who said one does not accumulate? You think there is anybody does not accumulate?
For example, you, like enlightened
No. Be very clear. Do not compare me. I should tell you very clearly. Before, during, after, I am Sadashiva. But there was a period where I had the delusion. I am not. I made that into irrelevant and redundant. Now, before, during, after, you are Sadashiva, and some part of you feels which is not, that part is delusion, I will make that into redundant. I will not give the title ego for that. I will not give a positive existence for that as a Saturn, ego and all that, no. I will make that blind spot redundant and irrelevant. The moment you give a positive existence for Saturn and the ego and all that, you are caught with the matrix. Everything, even your success is within the matrix.
How to distinguish between Jnana Pada and brain candy? Like when we are watching satsangs, how to prevent us from, am I watching this only for my intellectual intoxication, or am I actually...
One thing, if I am not giving you Shastra Pramana, you can call me as a brain candy. I am giving you enough of Shastra Pramana. I am not brain candy, I am candid brain. No, I am clear. If somebody is not able to substantiate their ideas with Shastra Pramana, it's a brain candy. Don't listen. If somebody can substantiate their claims with the Shastra Pramana, then it's not brain candy, candid brain.
What is the difference between enlightenment
liberation and self-realization.
One thing, self-realization and enlightenment can happen even when you are in the body. Liberation is same space, same state, and you are not having an individual body.
Okay. So what should we believe, like, what should be our belief system as a Hindu, like?
About what? Tell me about what, then I will tell you.
About these three aspects, liberation, enlightenment,
Say,
and
manifesting Sadashivatva, all the powers. So no pattern, incompletion, external things can bind you. You are free. Is the self-realization. Radiating that same space again and again is living enlightenment. And being in that same space even after you leave the body is liberation. That's all.
Swamiji, so after realization, do we come back again?
That is up to you. Even if you come back, it will not be like this coming back. It will be like me visiting back.
Because who is the greatest, the Guru or the Bhagwan?
I tell you, if you ask only Guru, he will tell Bhagwan is great. If you ask only Bhagwan, he will tell Guru is great. That's what Sadashiva tells in Guru Gita. So go and ask where the two are different.
But Sadashiva, while he breathing out the universes and breathe in the universes. So similarly, I have heard like Mahavishnu also breathe out and breathe in the
See,
universes.
what I am saying, the sampradaya you follow, leave that sampradaya. That's all. Understand? Your first principle is your sampradaya. Leave that. Surely, any sampradaya which accepts the truths can liberate you. And you don't have to bother about whether this is true or that is true. Accept any one sampradaya which accepts Vedas as authority. Just follow it. Over.
With regards to what you said previously, that everyone is unique, and I can't understand how it comes together with the concept of oneness, that everyone dissolves from oneness, so how can everyone be unique?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. You mentioned something previously about every one of us, every soul is unique, I think. Okay.
Every expression is unique. Next.
I don't understand.
You, me, all. We are grounded in oneness. But the skin color, look, understanding, appearances are different. We may be unique in our expression. We are grounded in oneness in reality. Oneness reality is not exclusive of being unique. Being unique is inclusive quality of the oneness reality. The oneness reality does not exclude the uniqueness of the expression. Understand? The same muscle becomes skin, becomes flesh, various expression. That does not mean it is different. Same way that does not mean it is one. The oneness reality is not excluding the unique expression. Unique expressions are also part and parcel of the oneness reality.
So every uniqueness has its way to oneness?
Yes, ways. And every uniqueness is celebrated in oneness reality. That is why the oneness reality does not have a devil. We don't have an equivalent word for devil. Understand? We don't have an equivalent word for devil. Yamadharmaraja is not devil. He is Lord, Guru. He is the expression of Aghora. He is not devil.
Two more questions, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the first one, if we, after Sadashivoham, if we'll keep maintaining the lifestyle and watching satsangs and puja and everything, will our path to liberation will be...
Will our?
Will our path, our way to liberation is granted?
I tell you, don't even bother about path to liberation. You are living liberation. Understand? You are living liberation. And I tell you, if you just want the commitment that you will be liberated when you are leaving the body, you don't even need to do anything. Just don't abuse, I commit with you. It is done. Understand? It is not about you will be having something after some time. You will be playing with everything when you are in the body. Is Sadashivatva. I tell you, human life is too cheap. Don't live. Manifest powers and live. You guys are the new species. Manifest Sadashivatva. Play with it. You are not that poor. Still you are talking from Yoga Vedanta, retarded mental setup. Understand? This Yoga Vedanta retarded mental setup only, is my enlightenment guaranteed? Understand? I am Sadashiva and I am manifesting. I have freedom only to delay my manifestation, but otherwise I am neither bound nor needs liberation.
I will not stop until I manifest powers for sure.
I understand. See, be very clear. I will manifest myself where I will never forget and recoil, withdraw me into any lower space. That's all. Any powerlessness. That's all. Understand? The whole context. Be very clear. Ego does not exist. Be very clear. You are Sadashiva. Even when you don't manifest, the reason you don't manifest is blind spots which you don't even need to understand. Just make them irrelevant and redundant by manifesting more and more Sadashivatva. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. Just be integrated to this first principle. Over. First principle is Sadashivoham. First principle is, from my side, Sadashivatvamasi. From your side, Sadashivoham. That's all. Integrity to the first principle is powerful enough to liberate you from your headache or from your accidents or from the difficulties or the health issues or the complications or the depression. Whatever it is, the integrity to first principle is capable enough to free you from that. Integrity to the first principle is capable enough to manifest everything into you. So you do not need to go for second, third principles. I'm ego. I tell you, to put God high, you don't need to lower you down. God is not a sadist who enjoys. I should say maybe God is sadist, I don't know. God. Sadashiva is not sadist. And I tell you, he is very clear. I am worshipped by me. He says in the Agama very clearly, only the people who radiate me, Ashtavidyeshwaras, means various bodies where my Vidya, my principle, Vidya means first principle, where my first principle is manifested, worships me. When you do puja, you may be doing Anganyasa, Karanyasa, that is Ashtavidyeshwaras only. You invoke all of them into you. Only he can worship him. I am telling you, the basic integrity to the first principle. I am Sadashiva. And if at all, somewhere I am not manifesting, it is blind spot. Let me manifest and make that blind spot redundant. There stops everything. No question of giving positive existence to my blind spots. Giving a shape of ego, devil. No. Do not give positive existence to your blind spots. Be very clear. They exist because light is not there. Darkness exists because light is not there. Darkness itself does not have a positive existence. Blind spots do not have positive existence. They are blind spots because you are blind to that spot. They do not have positive existence. Understand, being integrated to the first principle called Advaita is the basic definition of Vedic Hindu, Sanatana Hindu. Being integrated to the first principle called Advaita is the basic definition of Sanatana Hindu. Who is Hindu? Basic integrity to the first principle of Advaita.
Thank you so much.
And not believing, see one more thing, even ahankara cannot be translated as ego. It's wrong. The definition of ego in the Western literatures, the definition of ahankara in Vedic tradition is not same. It's not same.
Thank you so much, Swamiji. If you can help with one blind spot that I suffer all of my life, it's regards with micromanagement. I feel that sometimes drilling too much into the details can consume a lot of time. So I, a lot of the time, stay on the surface and use what I need in order to move forward. But
I tell you, otherwise, what are you doing with your time?
trying to get the components to use them in order to solve
I am
things.
telling you, you have plenty. Now you are a Hindu, you have a whole life till the eternity. Enjoy. Understand? You have lives and lives and lives and lives. Enjoy. Relax from this concept of one life. Understand? Celebrate. So that freedom makes you micromanaging. All I am trying to tell you is, see, for example, if I think, oh, I am already 39, I may have only 100 more years, and quickly I have to build, and I have to live, I have to do what I want, then this will all be very shady job. Put the paper black, cement work, daga, 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 daga. I know, I have eternity in front of me. If I don't do it properly, I have to come back again to do it. So better do it in stone properly, stable. Understand what I am saying?
Wow.
That now you can understand why temples are built in stone. Organizations are built in RCC.
Primarily about what you were saying about we are Sadashiva and we're going to and we are manifesting. Now, from my own experience coming to you is that even right now there's such ecstasy right here in my Ananda Gandha, like bubbling springs. It's like a bucket, and it gets so juicy more and more and more the more I'm with you, and this bliss happens beyond me. No matter what I'm thinking, no matter what, it's occurring. So it's like independent of me, but it's a source of me. Now, my question is that when I do puja, this comes more and more the bioenergy. When I feel Sadashivoham, same. When I dance, even, I've noticed if I'm sitting down here, I'm not dancing, okay, if I get up, even if I just move my body, again, it starts to activate beyond me. If I relax into space, it starts to activate this bioenergy. Now, but the one thing, though, is it makes me yearn more and more for it, more quantity, because then I feel like if from last year, Nithyananda to now, it's like gone this huge. I feel if it goes more, I want it to go more, it's going to burst my body, but that's what I want. So my question is that, is the liberation or the pure, how do you say, the pure non-existence of all patterns, of all any incompletions, is it primarily, well, is it part to do to how much quantity of
No. It has nothing to do with quantity.
Okay.
And I tell you, you are on the right track.
Okay.
And
Yes.
even this idea, more and more quantity is needed, because you learnt this idea earlier.
Yes. Good.
Understand? That is why still even that idea comes back once in a while and goes. Now don't even bother about it.
Okay.
See, I know it is overflowing.
Yes.
I know it is intelligent. So I know that knows when to overflow and overtake me.
Wow. That is
So that itself gives the authority to it to take me over.
Yes. Wow. And thing is, I just, my being wants to be taken over by you because
That's
it
all.
is you know. And I just, my second thing is
See,
not really yes.
when you decide I should take you over, already I decided I'm going to take you over. I only wait for one call and I'm waiting to rush in.
Okay.
I have a question concerning Advaita. In the process of in tune with Advaita, how do you face the negative effect or negative things that happens to you and at the same time stay in tune with Advaita?
First thing, understand. Put your awareness, recognize more of the Advaitic space than the negative things being done to you. The idea negative things done to you is more of a perception than reality. Advaita is the more of a reality than your understanding or perception. So know it very clearly. More stand on the side of the Advaita, then all this idea, the negativity is done to you will not slowly, drastically drop. Anything which gives slow result, don't do.
2-3 namams which says Sadashivanu Grahada Panchakritya Parayana. Now, Sadashiva is doing the Anugraha to Devi to do this Panchakritya on the Jiva.
No. Have you not read the see the Sanskrit? That whole line, it is double meaning. Sadashiva graces you to Panchakritya, you grace Sadashiva to do Panchakritya. See that Sandhi and Samasa, it can be interpreted in both ways. So here, the Lalita Sahasranama is praising, you grace Sadashiva to do Panchakritya. So Adi Shakti is respected as the first principle. You see, Hinduism has one greatness. In every sampradaya, that sampradaya is first principle. For example, Shaivism, Sadashiva is the first principle. In Shakta, Adi Shakti is first principle. So Sadashiva becomes second principle. But any sampradaya you follow, you reach the first principle. And in Shakta tradition, 10 incarnations of Vishnu came from the nail of Devi. In Vaishnavism, Dasamaha Vidyas came from the snoring of Vishnu. Understand? Here, Devi is given as a first principle. So, if you read the exact Sanskrit, the Sandhi Samasa, it is both the meanings. You grace Sadashiva to do the Panchakritya, Sadashiva graced you to do the Panchakritya.
Okay.
So, maybe the meaning you learnt is from a Shaivite. Okay. If a Shakta interprets and gives the meaning, he will say, she graces Sadashiva to do the Panchakritya.
Okay.
Come on.
So, that is why I'm just sharing what I have understood, Swami. So that is why, therefore, the jiva who comes, takes birth, goes through all the life and death cycles, by the grace of Sadashiva, is taken over by a guru to get into Sri Vidya, to worship her. Is it like that?
I should say, when your seeking is raising its frequency, then the matrix master appears. When master appears, he raises your frequency of seeking. So external master, internal seeking is one and the same. And these two are enough to wake you up, and anything else is methodology, happens spontaneously. Does not need to be restricted to one form or one practice.
Okay, my name is Maria and I am asking about leadership. In enlightenment, I read about one example about leadership, but I mostly, don't understand this, and is there any comparison with
Understand? More and more of Sadashivatva makes you more and more powerful. Every moment you are powerful, you are a leader.
Thank you.
Leadershipness is nothing about bossing over. It is about being powerful. There are many bosses who are so shaken about even small things. Leadership is not bossing over. It is about being powerful.
Thank you very much, and we are very grateful to be part of Sadashivoham 2016. In fact, the way we are sitting, it remembers me my childhood, the books like Mahadeva sits in the middle and all the disciples sitting around them, and he gives jnanam to them. So it remembers me living in that space. Is it in Agama something like that? I mean, Lord Shiva conducts, inviting.
Yes. Actually, now the way we are sitting is described in Agama clearly. He says how he sits and how the listeners, disciples sit, and the sessions are conducted. Exactly, including the lotus petal. It's exact design.
My question is the Godel, generator, operator. Now the destroyer is replaced with the deluder or liberator?
No. Destroyer, delusion, liberation. All five together is Sadashiva.
Okay, so where the difference comes? The destroyer is complete, right? So those who are not
No.
destroyer will be deluder.
It's not that. No. It's not that things end with the destruction. There is many things continue even after destruction. That is delusion and liberation. And it is not also one by one by one. It is simultaneously all five. One part of you is getting generated even now. One part of you is getting maintained even now. One part of you is getting destroyed even now. One part of you is in delusion even now. One part of you is getting liberated even now.
Yes. We saw you play both the role. For some people, you destroyer. For some people, liberator. So,
and he does all the five spontaneously.
So when the job of your liberation, for liberating the soul, will you find any difference? Some souls you have to be more.
No. Your karma, background, nothing matters other than your willingness.
So no karma.
Nothing matters. It's all willingness.
So from your perspective, it's all same.
Nothing matters other than willingness.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Go ahead.
Swamiji, can you shed more light on the creation of a space and will persistence in the context of manifesting reality?
More than creation of space, I will give emphasis on will persistence. And that is enough to manifest powers. Nothing else is required. Again and again, remembering, I am Sadashiva. Sadashivoham. See, remember
the truth Sadashivoham, form this form, because you do not know any other form. This form, that name, will make that happen in you.
So when we do like a meditation in Brahma Muhurta, I think what I'm doing is just creating a space for...
I think more than that, from now onwards, you don't need to do anything other than manifesting powers.
Thank you.
Sit and start manifesting powers, that's enough. That's the only spiritual practice you need.
Thank you.
Nothing else. Don't waste time in any roundabout practices. They are all outdated. Human beings do those practices. Those things are for human beings, not for you. Disciples of Nithyananda are not human beings. They declare themselves as a new species. And soon I will do enough of scientific researches and establish it. When I make few thousands of you guys manifest all the 400 powers, I will do it. I'll establish. What Aurobindo dreamed, what Vivekananda imagined, I am making it into reality. I am the fulfillment of the ambitions of billions of Sanatana Hindus and millions of enlightened gurus and thousands of incarnations becoming reality. What all of them always wanted, I am the completion and fulfillment of that. Understand? It is not egoistic statement, it is a simple fact. It may look egoistic now, you will see down the lane in few years, it will be a simple factual statement. When a monkey declared, I will make my people stand in two legs and make them human beings, it would have looked egoistic. But when they started doing, it's a simple fact. Exactly the same thing now I am declaring. I'll make new species out of you guys. And I am the fulfillment and completion of billions of Sanatana Hindu seekers, practitioners, and millions of enlightened beings and thousands of incarnations. It is not, I'm making this statement because I made few of you manifest few powers. It is because I know the whole science, how this manifestation happens. Not because few of the powers you manifested, but because I know the science, how this happens. From that integrity, I am making this statement. New age, new species are no more a dream. At least not after 1978.
You mentioned that the Agamic or Vedic wisdom formed certain bases of ancient civilization, such as ancient Egypt. So I want to know more about the relationship between these knowledge and ancient Egyptian.
There were 46 civilizations. 45 of them are lost. Only one is still alive and continuing, that's Hindu civilization. I should say, Vedas and Agamas are the source, base, foundation for all 46. The other 45 did not survive because they were not having enough of intellectual strength of carrying this there. See, how was carried? Why was not carried? That is why they all have got destroyed. Here, how and why, both were grounded. That is why this did not get destroyed. Only when the how should be done is carried, without why it should be done, it gets lost in some time, called yogo nashta parantapa. In course of time, the context gets lost. If along with how it should be done, why it should be done also is carried, then it doesn't die, it thrives.
Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds. Sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagwan Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
Trutyani pratyayasya kalo maya samudbhavaha. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagwan Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering I am manifesting Paramashivatva or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fueled, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
Sukritan manavo bhutva jnani chen mokshamapnuyat chaturashita-laksheshu sharireshu sharirinam namanushyam vina yatra tattvahanantu labhyate. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us that as we start to experience higher and higher states of consciousness, we start to produce huge amount of light, which is directly proportional and translatable to the amount of possibilities and powers that start to manifest on this plane, as well as the freedom from pains and sufferings experienced by beings in lower states of consciousness.
These higher lokas gives you various possibilities, powers. For example, imagine, visualize you going to a different country where the electronic gadgets are easily, freely available. So naturally, everything you can gain through the electronic gadgets will be available to you freely. Same way, Kamadhenu, Karpaka Vriksha, Parijata, all these are like different gadgets, possibilities available in different lokas. Please understand, a permanent, irreversible power manifestation from the upper lokas is possible.
Once these possibilities and powers start to express in the human body on the Bhuloka, our present plane, we reach a point of no return, where the cognitive shift which happens in us about who we are and what is the reality hidden behind this perceivable world frees us from the deluded ideas we have about ourselves and the life in the cosmos.
The moment your consciousness is empowered to access and to exist in the parallel universe, no force in this Bhuloka planet Earth can torture you, abuse you, suffocate you. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible permanent empowerment.
In the source scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and Agamas, Bhagwan Paramashiva reveals about the importance of being initiated by a guru who is fit of giving initiation for us to raise into the various states of consciousness and experience the higher time zones.
The potency of Anavamala, which veils the innate and essential nature of the soul, is set into the decaying phase by this specific activity. Such specific activity is characteristically called Diksha. The intimate communion between the Blessed One and the Blessing One is very rare and difficult to occur.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, living amidst us today. Starting out at a young age and enduring years of intense penance, he persevered with the single-pointed vision of experiencing the ultimate oneness with Paramashiva, known as Paramadvaita. He traversed the length and breadth of India, initiated by his gurus into yoga, tantra, and other Eastern metaphysical sciences. After having many profound spiritual experiences, he finally received the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, I am Paramashiva, from his guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai in South India.
The brain is the body's most complex organ, containing more than 100 billion neurons, each of them in chemical and electrical conversation with up to 10,000 other neurons. Its sheer capacity to process the various happenings of life is astonishing. The scientific studies on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain remarkably shows that the complexity presents no difficulty for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in managing his brain's activity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's capacity to control his brain is very fluid. He can easily shift his brain function and alter his brain waves, allowing the travel into various time zones possible and effortless. The results from the scientific studies conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism showed that the human body and brain is able to choose to alter the body and to travel to other dimensions at will. The possibility for people to experience the healing capabilities as well as the higher states of consciousness is an event of immense benefit for humankind. The science of altering the
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the first session of the day, which is Nithyananda Yoga. Let us all get ready for the yoga session. Settle down on our yoga mats with a panchapatram and a dharni ready. A cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth. Apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body. All the female bodies, you apply the vibhuti on the forehead. Apply kumkum. Wear your Rudrakshamala as we settle down in a meditative space with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we open the session with the Sadguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasudrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next we will chant the Shiva Mula mantra, Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, 11 times. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next up is the Tattvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear, as our Acharya is demonstrating. Then take one udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Sip the water from the bottom of the palm each time the word Swadha is chanted, for a total of 3 times as we chant.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Sudha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above your upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and then your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, right ear, and left ear. Wash your hand again. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with the tips of all the fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, your right shoulder, your left shoulder, and your heart center. Now, wash your hand once more. Place your right hand over top of the left, and place both hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and set your sankalpa, your conscious resolution, what you want to manifest in the ritual of yoga today as we chant the sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanande Shri Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanande Shri Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatithau Purnarogya Yukta Dridagatra Yogiga Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shaktya Viskaranaartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om Abhaupasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatram and Adani aside, out of harm's way, as we briefly cover the components of KAILASA Nithyananda Yoga. Nithyananda Yoga is the science of leading you to the realization that you are Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. For this, we prepare our bodies through asanas, the physical postures, aligning our bodies to Paramashivam. The breathing techniques, pranayama, as we control the flow of the inhalation, retention, and exhalation. We align our breathing to Paramashiva. With mudras, we prevent the prana from seeping out of the body again and lead the prana up to awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain. We perform mudras by aligning our fingers, limbs, and various other body parts. Next up is bandha, the energy locks performed by contracting certain muscles and diaphragms within the body, preventing the prana from seeping out once more and aligning our internal organs to Paramashiva as we push the Kundalini Shakti upwards along the spine into the higher energy centers. We are going to perform the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up, the Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, as you contract your muscles above and below your navel and pull your stomach in and up towards your spine. The Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, tucking your chin to the chest and internally locking your throat muscles. If you perform all the three bandhas at the same time, then make Mahamudra Bandha. Next is Karana, the sacred dance postures, as they have been preserved throughout the temples in India, moving your limbs in synchronicity, aligning your movements to the cosmic body movements. The Karanas lead to intense awareness within your body and to a subtle but intense breathing flow, which intensely infuses prana into your system. Next up is the visualization. As you visualize whatever is projected in the top right corner of the screen, you embody the essence of the asanas even more intensely, aligning your thinking to Paramashiva and manifesting Mano Shakti, the power of thought. The next component is Japa, the internal repetition of mantras. We are going to project certain mantras in the bottom left corner of the screen as you visualize the japa rotating around your throat in a circular way. Repeatedly chant the japa internally. This way you're going to cleanse your Vishuddhi chakra and manifest Vak Shakti, the power of speech, as you align your speech to Paramashiva. The next component is the external repetition of mantras. Our Acharya here is going to chant the Sanskrit mantras, the instructions for all the asanas, the scripture references. As you practice yoga, your aura is opening up and receptive to external energies. So we are providing you with the highest possible energy space by chanting the words of Mahadeva himself. Next up is weightlifting. As bodybuilding is a spiritual practice, as per the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, implement weights into the yoga practice and intensely awaken your Kundalini Shakti. We are going to point out which asanas are where it is recommended to hold weights throughout the yoga practice. So just keep your weights ready at the side of your mat. The next component is Abharanam, the sacred Rudraksha jewelry. As Rudraksha functions like a spiritual battery, holding onto the spiritual energy more intensely than any other stone, and giving it off to your system as you keep skin contact with Rudraksha beads. Wear Rudraksha beads as much as possible. You can see how acharyas are wearing the Rudraksha mala. Next is Aushadam. The sacred alchemy products, if applied on the skin, Aushadas infuse prana into the system and are capable of healing even the most chronic of diseases. So apply Vibhuti and Kumkum. If you have it available, apply Jnananjana. You can also mix some sandalwood powder with turmeric and some water and apply it on your temples. If you have any other Aushadas prepared by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can also apply them during the yoga practice. The final component, the most powerful component, of course, is the Shaktipada and Shakti Nipada, which is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. Perform the yoga authentically and prepare your body to hold the intense energy that is being showered on you during the darshan for a longer period of time. Yield the benefits more intensely as you prepare yourself to receive the energy from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, which is Sukhasana. Now, sit in a comfortable cross-set position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply and hold the breath as you visualize the fire being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra bandha, root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock as you internally chant the Japa Soham in Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Next up is Parvatasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. In Padmasana, join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise them up above your head, keeping your elbows straight. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha, and visualize yourself as Mount Kailash.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Next up is Halipavasana. Now extend your feet away from the body, bring the soles of the feet together, interlock your fingers behind your back, and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to your nose as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्वविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकतले सम्पुटठानो.
Next up is Nagi Pavasana. With your feet extended away from the body, soles of the feet together. Extend your arms out, cup your palms and place them on the ground in front of your feet as you place your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake.
पूर्वविधिपर्यागाने नीचौ वीकहु निफनास्यौ लगाजी हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
Next up is Kokilasana. Now hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers together. Extend your legs forward and up and then cross them into Padmasana. Lean forward and down, place your elbows on the ground and engage all the bandhas as you visualize yourself as a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्षे येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Next up is Nithyananda. Now stack your knees and ankles in Ardha Padmasana. Hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to your nose, and start rotating your arms in a circular way, engaging all three bandhas, visualizing Swamiji, and after some time changing the direction of the movement.
घोड़ा बामा पादगी आशमाहिली सोज दशचरण को बार लोता परिगुल्फ समोज.
Next up is Gajrasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and lift your hips up high. Then scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again, visualizing yourself as an elephant and keeping the Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, and the Mula Bandha, the root lock, engaged.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भुजा मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
From the same position, now lift one heel up, press the other heel down, alternate again and again as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a bear in Vrikshasana.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
Next up is Vaishyasana. Now raise up, stand on the tips of the big toes if you can, and bring your hands to the chest in Hridaya Mudra, index, middle, and ring fingers joined together. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः.
Next up is Urdhva Janukarana. Now stand in Arimandi posture. Your heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. We are going to perform Arimandi various times throughout this asana sequence. So remember this posture. Raise your hands to the chest and lift one knee up along the center of the body in a circular way as you follow along with the respective hand again and again. Next up is Balalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Pull your knee up against your chest as you stand erect on the mat like a rod. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुवृत्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Next up is Padapidanasana. Now pull the foot behind towards your buttocks. Holding it with both hands, stand erect on the mat like a rod and engage all the bandhas as you visualize Swamiji.
चित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot from the inside as you lean forward and down. Extend your front arm, kick the leg back and up, and keep the front hand in Bindu Mudra, index finger and thumb together as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Balalingasana on the other side. Pull the other knee up towards your chest with your fingers interlocked, all three bandhas engaged, visualizing yourself holding a baby.
एकं जानुवृत्यालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
We move on to Padapidanasana on the other side. Pull the foot behind towards your buttocks and visualize Swamiji as you engage all three bandhas.
चित्तैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Now hold the sole of the foot and lean forward and down with your front hand in Bindu Mudra, visualizing yourself performing the cosmic dance as Lord Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Adharichakarana. From Arimandi position with the hands at the chest, step the right foot behind the left and swing the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Then place your hand over the nose and cross the ankles and repeat the movement on the other side. We move on to the skeleton dance. Now, visualize yourself as a skeleton and shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization that You are mere bones. There's no muscles, no tendons, only bones. Shake your body intensely. Let all the resistance go. Restore bold integrity into your bone marrow. Hold the visualization of your bone structure. Next up is Katit China Karana. From Adimandi position, cross your arms above your head with your palms facing back. Now open your arms up and turn to one side, return to the center, and repeat the movement again and again. Next up is Tadasana. From a standing position, raise up onto the toes and raise your arms up parallel above your head. Engage all the bandhas and visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you internally chant the new japa, Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Uttanasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Next up is Tadakshvasana. Now step your feet back into the tall plank position and engage the Mula Bandha, the root lock, and the Jarandala Bandha, the throat lock. As you tuck your chin to the chest, rotate your head from side to side, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकक्षं सव्यकक्षं नयेत्.
Now lower down on your stomach. Keep your hands at the side of your chest and point your toes back as you raise your head and chest up by the strength of your lower back. Open up your mouth in Bhujangani Mudra and inhale through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां तधरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
Now push your body up into the plank position. Pull your knees in one by one towards your chest. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe firmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Lead the prana along your spine, holding it on and off in the individual energy centers along your spine. As you engage the Mula Bandha in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमागुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Next up is Rathasana. From the same position, now step one foot in between the two hands. Jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands again and again as you visualize yourself as a chariot.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next up is Virabhadrasana. Now with one foot forward and the other foot far back, the toes pointing to the side at the back. Raise your arms up parallel as you bend your front knee at a 90-degree angle. Push your hips forward, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your thara and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमसकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now exchange the position of your feet and repeat Virabhadrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमसकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now stand on one foot and raise the opposite foot towards your inner opposite thigh. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra, raising them up above your head as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधाय तु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next up is Garudasana. Now place the raised foot onto the opposite thigh. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next up is Vrikshasana, the tree posture on the other side. Raise the other foot up. Join your hands and raise them up above your head as you visualize yourself as a tree.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधाय तु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite thigh. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back in Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Next up is Trikonasana. Now step one foot forward and the other foot far back. Keep the back toes facing sideways as you extend your arms parallel to the ground and lean forward and down, placing one hand at the front foot and the other hand pointing up towards the sky. Gaze upwards along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now raise back up, rotate your feet and lean down in the opposite direction. Gaze up as you visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Nikutakakarana from Arimandi position. Heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent. Raise one heel off the mat and place your hands in front of the chest with the palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel to the ground and lift the other heel up as you exchange the position of your hands again and again. The next asana is Angushtasana. Now lower your body down, tuck your toes and sit on raised heels as you keep your knees together, lifted off the ground. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, internally chanting the new japa Sadashivoham and Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Next up is Saurasana. Now extend one leg forward. Keep your hands at the side of your body with the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
We move on to Vidunanasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe of the front foot and the back heel with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Now exchange the position of the feet. Step the other leg forward. Keep your hands at the side in Vara Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe and the back heel as you visualize Swamiji and buzz like a bee in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Next up is the Brahma Dhrankushasana. Now step your feet back in and separate your legs place your hands on top of the knees, palms facing up as you engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha. Lock your perineal floor and your chin to the chest as you gaze down in between the gap of the palms. Focus your gaze on the space as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Brahmajalankushasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबक दलियां की माहिली आयस माहेरा शेमिली.
Next up is Kapilasana. Now place your knees on the ground, your hands on the thighs, and sit on raised ears with your toes tucked as you lock your abdomen and the perineal floor in Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni, the founder of the Sankhya philosophy.
उभय पगदली समटारावे तिनको माहिली को और मिलावे.
Next up is Bhagavad-Gita. Now, as you maintain the same posture, shift your gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Mula Bandha.
दो बगदली संपुट करे कोरवार ले भू पर इधर है कोरवार ले राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार की वैसे.
Next up is Suryasana. Now, raise your knees off the ground, bring the soles of the feet together, separate your knees, and join your thumbs and little fingers in Padma Mudra, opening up the palms resembling a lotus flower as you raise your arms up above your head, elbows straight, gazing through the gap between the palms as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक पुनिठाने.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now place your knees on the ground, your feet flat, and keep your hands on top of your knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog and breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka as you press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
Now maintain the same position with your legs as you raise your hands up and hold on to opposite shoulders behind your back. Keep your elbows close to your head as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog. Press your tongue up in Manduki Mudra and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्धेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तान मंडुकम्.
The next asana of the sequence is Simhasana. Now, cross your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to your nose. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize yourself as a lion in the lion posture.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौ तदान्वो संस्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश प्रसार्य च.
Next up is Bhadrasana. Now, sit with the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, your knees separated as you cross your arms behind your back and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers together. Gaze to the tip of your nose and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha as you return to buzzing like a bee on inhalation and exhalation and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Kaka Bhushandi Asana. Now, squat with your feet flat, knees raised and separated. Bring your arms in and around the raised knees and interlock your fingers behind your back if you can in Kalasha Mudra as you gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow.
pratame vaisa kaukatathane. Dovo hath pagam means ane.
Next up is Kani Pavasana. Now keep your hands back on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward and down, raise your feet off the mat and balance on your arms as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
Next up is Kapali Asana. Now keep your hands on the ground, shoulder width apart, and place your head on the mat, forming a triangle between your head and your hands. Keep your knees on your arms, lift your feet off the ground, and straighten your legs up into a headstand posture. If you suffer from any high blood pressure or any injuries on the neck or back, don't perform any of the inverted postures. And if you feel you need support in these postures, you can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Kapali Asana.
Tisha tisha dharti teki pagdo miliwa ucha kukare.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now squat with your hands flat and twist your body to one side, aligning your knee and hip with your elbows. Lean on your arms and lift your body off the mat, extending your legs out to the side as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a peacock. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Kumbhaka in Paramashivoham.
Mayuram dandavat kuryan majuram dandanamakam.
Now twist your body in the opposite direction. Balance on your arms. Visualize yourself as a peacock and hold your breath in the exhaled state again and again. Repeating Paramashivoham.
Majuram dandavat kuryan majuram dandanamakam.
The next asana is Baidaganatha. Now place your hands flat and step your feet back into Kalakshvasana. Then step one foot outside the respective shoulder in between the hands. Now push your hips forward. Stretch the hamstrings as you gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Baidaganatha.
Asana ko guna piti jai.
Exchange the position of your feet. Step the other foot forward. Gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Baidaganatha on the other side.
Asana ko guna piti jai.
Now raise your body back up, step your feet back, and bring your forearms on the mat. Keep your hips raised and walk your feet forward. Try to keep your heels on the ground as well. As you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Ummukha Pikasana.
Bhunya stojanuni hasto chadushpadama vangmukha mutta pitangri ugala katistalama bhiruka.
Next up is Vashishthasana. Raise yourself back up onto your hands and rotate your body, lifting one hand up towards the sky. Keep your core engaged, your body straight as you gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta and Vashishthasana.
Urdha kukuta vasishta marichahala matsyakam parivrittim chodrasya vidham dhanurasanam.
Now rotate your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Vashishthasana on the other side.
Urdha kukuta vasishta marichahala matsyakam parivrittim chodrasya vidham dhanurasanam.
Next up is Anjani Asana. Now sit with your legs extended and bring your hands underneath your buttocks with the palms facing up. Gaze towards your navel as you visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman. Perform Jalandhara and Udabandha and internally chant Mahasadashivoham.
Dovu karke ubay hateli koravarli maile bheli.
Next up is Paschimottanasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the feet. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
जानुपरिललाटन्तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते.
The next asana is Upadasana. From the same posture, now interlock your fingers behind your neck and lean forward and down, bringing your head in between your knees, your elbows outside the knees. Squeeze your core as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Kali in your inner space.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोऽन्यसेत आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्.
Next up is Marichyasana. Now step 1 foot in with the heel against the perineum, knee raised. Bring your arm in and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra. As you lean forward and down, bring your head towards the knee and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi in Marichyasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Mahamudrasana. Now drop the raised knee to the side. Keep the heel against the groin, lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot. As you gaze to your nose, engage all three bandhas. Exhale all the way and visualize Swamiji in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Extend your legs forward and bring the other heel in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Lean forward and down. Interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize yourself as Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च भरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now drop the knee to the side, lean forward and down, hold on to the front foot, visualize Swamiji and engage Mahamudra Bandha in Mahamudrasana on the other side.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Next up is Padmasana 2. Now join the soles of the feet together in front of your body with your heels close towards your perineum. As you gaze up towards your third arm, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and push your knees down towards your mat.
गुल्भौ तु वृषणस्याधः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Dwalipavasana. Now extend your legs forward, bring the soles of the feet together and place your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Tap your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कक्ष्यो सोजी वाही विधि जोगी जे सोजी जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Next up is Joni Asana. Now bring your feet back in towards your perineum. Hold on to your soles of the feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize the Joni Mandala, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen. Lean forward and down. Place your chin on the toes.
दो पगदले संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे.
The next asana is Midaki Pavasana. Now, extend your feet away from the body with the heels together, toes apart, and extend your arms out to the side as you lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground behind the heels, gazing to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in Nidakitavasana.
पूर्व विधि परिपक्तली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिलीराशे.
Next up is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring the heels back in towards the perineum, separate the heels, keep the toes together, bring your hands underneath the shins, elbows on the ground, palms facing up as you place your chin on the ground over top of the toes, bring your toes to your throat, gazing to the nose, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space.
दोबू पगदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ आगा मेधरे.
Next up is Chinaki Pavasana. Now bring the heels in towards the perineum. Keep your heels together, toes apart. Hold on to the soles of the feet and open them up like a book. As you place your elbows on your thighs, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ लगावे.
Next up is Charapata Chokasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together. Place your hands on the knees and push them down towards the mat. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, perform Ujjana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
Mahasudashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch, Nithyanandam. We are back. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Chadapata Chokasana. Now join the soles of your feet in front of your body with the heels against the perineum. Place your hands on top of the respective knees and gently push them down towards the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
दोवो पगदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे.
Next up is Bairavasana. Now, put the soles of feet together. Twist your feet and place your toes on the ground. Raise your heels up and bring your knees on the mat. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. As you gaze to your third eye, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Next up is Samanasana. Now keep one heel against your perineum and lift the other foot up against your chest. Keep your soul touching your chest. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji. Perform the Mula Bandha and hold your breath in the Muladhara Chakra.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Next up is Apanasana. Now bring one leg over your shoulder and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Keep your hands at the side for balance as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे ततः.
Now repeat Samanasana on the other side. Lift the other foot against your chest.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात्.
Now lift the other foot over your shoulder. Extend the opposite leg forward. Repeat Apanasana as you visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोपे ततः.
The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now, stack your knees in front of your body. Hold on. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you gaze to the nose and visualize the face of a cow, breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue up against the top of your mouth without touching the teeth. And hiss through your teeth as you inhale.
तव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Internally chant the japa Om Nithyananda as you move to Anasuyasana. Interlock the fingers around the big toes as you gaze to the nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as Rishikana Suya.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाहों ताकि ऊपर आने.
Next up is Anasuyasana 2. Now hold on to your fingers behind your back as you lean forward and down. Gaze to your nose, place the nose on the ground and visualize yourself as Rishikana Suya.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि प्रीड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Next up is Garudasana 2. Now sit with one heel against the perineum and place the other foot flat in front. Keep the knee raised against your chest, hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वार नीचे दे.
Next up is Narudasana. Now raise your perineum onto your heel. Interlock your fingers behind your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Naruda.
इष्टि जो आम पगदली केरी भूपरि ताही लगावे फेरी.
Next up is Matsya Pitakasana. Now keep one knee raised and place the other foot on top of the raised thigh. Keep holding onto the big toe of the raised leg and the shin as well with the opposite hand. Now gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now once more, stack your knees with the other knee on top this time. Interlock your fingers on the top knee as you gaze to your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now hold onto the big toes, pull your stomach in up, and keep internally chanting Om Nithyananda in Anasuyasana on the other side.
दक्षिण गोडों नीचे उठाने बाबों ताके ऊपर आने.
Now interlock your fingers behind, lean forward and down, gaze to your nose as you repeat Anasuyasana too.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिड़ा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Now repeat Garudasana too. Raise the other knee with the other heel against the perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with big wings on your back.
डाबो पग मोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्भा मूल द्वारनी चाहिए.
Now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers behind your neck. Twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Narada and Naradasana on the other side.
इष्टि जवाम पक्तली केरी भूपरि ताही लगावे फेरी.
Now repeat Matsya Pitakasana. Raise the other foot onto the opposite thigh with the opposite knee raised. Keep holding onto the shin and the big toe of the opposite leg. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठन्तो गृहीतं मध्य पीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Extend your legs forward. Then place one foot onto the opposite thigh. Twist your elbow outside the raised knee as you bring a hand to the neck and place the other hand on the ground behind you. Twist your spine, gaze up towards your third eye, visualize Sage Matsyendranath, and keep breathing in Siddhkari Kumbhaka in Matsyendrasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Next up is Kupasana. Now hold on to the big toe of the front foot as you extend your front arm down. Place the other hand on your ear. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a camel.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next up is Matsyendrasana too. Now drop the hand from your ear down to the ground behind you. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now extend your legs forward and place the other foot onto the opposite thigh. Raise the opposite knee, twist your elbow outside the knee. Gaze up and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः सम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your arm down towards the foot at front, hold onto the big toe and place your other hand on your ear. Visualize yourself as a camel as you gaze up in Kupasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand down from your ear, twist your body even further, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendrasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीडं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Padmasana. Now place your feet on top of opposite thighs. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose. As you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva, breathe in Sikali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale. Engage all trivandhas and internally chant the new japa. Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Maintain your legs in the same position. Cross your arms in front of your body. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा उरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Kukutasana. Now bring your hands in between the legs, place your palms flat, and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वरोरन्तरे करौ.
Next up is Baddha Krityasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground, raise onto your knees with your legs still in Padmasana. Bend your elbows, bring them towards your navel. As you lean onto your elbows, lift your knees off the mat and balance, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now extend your legs back with your fingers still pointing towards your body. Lean onto your elbows, find balance, and lift your legs off the ground straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Makarasana. Now lay down on your stomach, interlock your fingers behind your neck, and place your forehead on the ground as you twist your feet so the toes are pointing out to the side and the heels are on the ground. Now visualize yourself as a crocodile and breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Makarasana.
अध्यासचेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
Now place your hands on the ground next to your shoulders and lift your feet off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासचेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्याम्.
Next up is Ushtasana. Now bend your knees and hold on to your feet, pulling the feet outside the hips to the ground. Now visualize yourself as a camel.
अध्यासचेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
Next up is Dhanurasana. Now hold on to the feet and kick your legs back and up, raising your head and chest off the ground, gazing to the third eye and visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
Next up is Bhagasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, hands on the knees, toes touching behind your back. Gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji and internally chant the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize it rotating around your throat.
उल्टा मोड़ी पादो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे.
We move on to the next inverted posture of the sequence. You need set up in front of a wall. As you place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat, and walk your feet forward, raise your hips and lift them off the ground. As you tuck your knees towards your chin, squeeze your body into a ball. As you gaze through your nose and visualize Swamiji in Gogi Asana.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture, as you gaze through the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विदैव विदितं हिनः.
Gently lower your legs down. Come to a seated posture with your legs extended forward. Now get ready for a sequence of rapid exhalations and intense contraction as you breathe in Bastika Kumbhaka, contract. Breathe in Bastika Kumbhaka, contract.
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 नित्या.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Parikasana. Now, bring your hands behind your back, hold onto opposite shoulders, and point your feet up at a 45-degree angle as you keep rapidly exhaling in Bastika Kumbhaka. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a mace.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
Next up is Naukasana. Now, extend your arms out parallel to the ground and lift your feet up. Gaze to your third eye. Breathe rapidly and visualize yourself as a bow.
उत्तानशयनं कुर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Now scoop your hands below the feet and pull them against your chest as you keep the soles of the feet together. Keep breathing rapidly and gaze to your nose in Rudrasana as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
पगदली सम्पूटकरिहातस्य उपग उचायी.
Next up is Unmukha Pitasana too. You can now breathe calmly. Lay down on your back with the knees raised. Bring your hands flat on the ground behind the heels. As you push your hips up, contract the perineal floor and tuck your chin to the chest. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, exhale as you keep your throat locked in Jalandhara as you gaze through the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शावेत्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Now lay down flat on your back. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. Completely unclutched from your body in Shivasana as you pull the Kundalini Shakti upwards along your spine, then Shakti Chalan Mudra, and visualize that your body is dead. Swamiji is liberating you. In turn, to chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं सवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्त
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles. Move your arms and legs around. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama 108 asanas. With this, we conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you so much for joining us today. The next Acharya is going to start their session soon. And for the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, let us now move on in the sequence, starting off with the next asana, which is Yathasanishtasana. Sit in a comfortable posture, which brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine. You can even sit on a chair, but place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Index fingers and thumbs together. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath, and kindle with Jataragni, the digestive fire in your stomach. As you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
In a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start inhaling as deep as you can and exhaling as deep as you can again and again in Samasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now bring your left heel against the perineum and place your right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Font of Hinduism.
निपीड्यसि विनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतर गुल्पतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and keep breathing in Samana Kumbhaka.
स्थानसम्यमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं तैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the posture. Shift the gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all the bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमथितासकोठानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the feet into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि दाखे.
Next up is Santadonasana. As you sit in a corset position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीट.
The next asana is Siddhasana too. Now bring your hands to your navel, one palm cupped over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana too.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation and inhale as deep as you can. As you close all your five senses with your fingers, mouth with little fingers, nostrils with ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The next asana is Virasana. Now place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together, as you visualize the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः.
Next up is Valmikasana. Maintain the position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana.
दावा पगगी बगदली पुनिएड़ी है जोया.
Next up is Joni Mudra. Now keep your hands flat on the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti.
वामपाद की बगदली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye. Maintain the position and the visualization. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now join the soles of the feet together and hold your feet with your hands as you push your knees down towards the mat. Gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Veeravata, and perform Udyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Agodasana. Now maintain the same position with your legs. Place your left hand on the knee and cover your mouth with your right hand, closing the left nostril, inhaling through the right, then closing the right nostril, holding the breath. Now exhale through the left and inverse the breathing flow in Abhyantara Kumbhaka again and again as you gaze up towards your third eye. Press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra along the nasal tract if you can, as you visualize yourself as an Agori in Agodasana.
पूर्व कहो भिश्रिका जोजी बाही विधि जोगी जैसो जी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now, from the same posture, separate your heels. Place your elbows on your heels. As you lean forward and down, rest your chin on your hands and Gaze to your nose as you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Breathe in Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale and hold your breath, and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
बालिपाव आसन कख्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विदिते से.
Next up is Padasana. Now raise your knees, bring your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers in front as you raise your feet off the mat and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlock your fingers around the toes and pull them against your chest. Bring your chin on your hands, gaze to your nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now scoop your hands below the feet, interlock your fingers around the toes and lift the toes up against your chest as you gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोवु पगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी वरदहिताने.
From the same position, now raise your feet even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोवु पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
Next up is Bhudrasana. Now lift your legs over top of the respective shoulders and visualize yourself as a cobra as you bend your elbows up and interlock the fingers around your neck if you can.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनं इहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. Now, with your legs over the shoulders, bend your elbows down and interlock fingers behind your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ बगम बीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now, sit on the left heel as you keep the left foot flat on the ground and stack the right knee over top, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands onto opposite knees and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चिदेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Next up is Dhenukasana. Now slide the left heel outside the hip and sit on the ground. Keep your heels at the hip and place your hands on the top knee as you visualize a cow in your inner space. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागीनगर पंचडं बृहिलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Bring your left arm behind. Reach for opposite thighs with your hands as you catch a hold, twist your spine even further. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टे दिश आने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. With your legs in the same position, lean forward and down, holding onto the big toes of Prana Mudra. Place your forehead on the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गतमजी मनोचरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all the bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now place the top of the right foot flat, sit on the right heel as you stack the left knee over top in Sankatasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संयस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन जाम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Slide the right foot outside the hip. Sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha as you visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागीनकरपञ्चडं वृषीलिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Place the left foot on the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Now bring the right arm behind, twist your spine, hold onto your thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गप्रदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपिष्टिदिशाने.
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Now hold onto the big toes and lean forward and down as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजी मनोचरणजोयि वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोयि.
Next up is Guru Asana. Now interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee, engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji.
ऊर्मूले इन्द्रपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Pashasana. Place your feet flat, knees raised against your chest. Pull them close with opposite hands as you cross your arms in front. Press your tongue up, engage Jari Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननुरुषि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. From the same posture, hold on to your wrists and place your chin on the knees as you gaze at the nose and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss.
द्वौ पगदली भूपरिधरे कोर्माहिलीय शेकरे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands underneath your legs. Hold on to opposite elbows below your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डाबा पगपरित छिपद आने.
Now cross the right foot over the left. Keep holding onto your elbows as you keep your toes pointing up, gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage of Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरती परिठाने डाबा पगपरित छिपद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs out forward and interlock your fingers, raising your arms up with the wrists pointing outwards. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and engage all the bandhas.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you start breathing in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly as you clean your nadis. Keep the prana along your spine, along the chakras. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिली वा पथारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट गोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Virukasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms below the legs and holding on to the soles of the feet from the outside. Gaze through your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पथारी कचको उर्द को कोरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now join the soles of the feet in front. Bring your hands below the shins, palms facing up, elbows on the ground. Place your face on the feet and visualize Swamiji.
दो एड़ी मैली कह दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana is flowing upwards within your body.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Keep the opposite leg extended forward as you gaze to the nose. and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायिगिरिवायां विन्यस्य
Now roll onto the side. And gaze to your nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं गिरिवायां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Drushasana. As you lay on your back, pull your knees up against your chest and encircle them with your hands, rocking your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनि हृदयपष्टम्भ
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lift the other leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्संसिद्धिं कृत्वा एकं पादं गिरिवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्
Now lean back with your legs still behind your neck. Hold on to the foot with the opposite hand as you extend the other leg forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ananta. Visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायिगिरिवायां विन्यस्य
Now roll onto your side as you feel in complete control, gazing to the nose in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं गिरिवायां कुर्वन्
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now, one by one, lift one leg behind your neck as you lay on your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Remember to breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा
Next up is Atmaramasana. As you lift your legs up, bring your hands underneath and interlock them behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसूधो सोवे
The next asana is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees up against your chest with the soles of your feet facing up. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उबे सपा करे
Next up is Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. First, come to a neutral position. Pull your knees up against your chest and extend your arms out to the side. Then drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg straight down. Bend both knees to the side. And then extend your legs to the side, hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. To visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama, and return to the neutral position. Now drop the other knee down to the side. Bend both knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat, knees raised, hold onto your ankles as you push your hips up high, gaze to your nose, and engage Jalandhara and Udapanda while breathing in Mocha Kumbhaka, visualizing yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipadapitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, hands flat, fingers pointing towards your feet. As you push your hips up high, walk your hands and feet closer together. As you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now lay down on your back. Pull your knees to the chest. Bring your hands on the shoulders and move your legs in a circular motion, visualizing yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back.
शवच्छरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वा नीजा.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now keep your hands flat on the mat and lift your legs up straight. Point your toes upwards as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and move your legs in a circular motion.
भूतले सशिरो दत्त्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of the legs. Point your toes upwards. Push your hips through all the way as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop the toes down over top of your head. Keep them on the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands on the mat in Paramashivoham Mudra as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now reach for your feet above your head. Hold on to the feet. In Shaita Paschimottanasana, one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
The next asana is Supta Konasana. As you lay on your back and bring your legs over top of your head, bring the hips above the shoulder level and separate your feet as you hold onto the feet with your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणम् ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now bring the feet together, hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Now extend your legs up at a 90-degree angle and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji and separate your legs widely in Supta Prasarita Parangustasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together, holding on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangustasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now cross your legs into Padmasana and lay on your back. Bring your hands above your head, holding onto opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsyasana.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्य मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the back side of the right hand onto the left palm above your head. Keep your body in the same position. Otherwise, as you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Rama in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आछे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाछे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now keep your legs in Padmasana and raise your knees and hips off the ground. As you support your lower back with your hands, rest your elbows on the ground for support. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji and breathe in Murja Kumbhaka with Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha engaged in Sarvangasana.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Now lay on your back. Place one foot on the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee against your chest as you extend your arms upwards. Tuck your chin to the chest and hook your fingers forward. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिके शिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Now place the other foot on the opposite thigh, pull your knee up, repeat Vrishikasana, the scorpion posture on the other side.
प्रथमशेन सुधो शीशिके शिके सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabharakshipasana. Now lay on your back and interlock your fingers behind your neck. Lift both your legs off the mat and alternate, pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभुवानीज.
Next up is Marottanasana. Laying on your back with your hands flat next to the hips. Pull one knee up and touch your ear with the knee, alternating on both sides as you visualize Swamiji.
श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Aplikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and stand up and lay back down again and again.
अथ उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Nutasana. Now, as you lay on your back, roll over completely as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and finally end in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
The next asana is Saratasana, laying on your stomach with your hands at your shoulders. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute while inhaling, as you visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into a bag of Dharma on your chariot back.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवज्रस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य.
Next up is Deha Ulanganasana. Now push your body up into the plank position, jump your feet in between your hands back and forth as you visualize yourself, transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, now lean forward and down and place your hands on the mat, walking around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolichika Karana. Now stand in Adimandi posture and raise your elbows to the shoulder level, rotating around your arms around the body as you lean back and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarabhasana. Now, if you have a rope available, tie your feet with the rope and then keep your arms close to your body, hands on your thighs. Stand erect on the mat like a rod as you visualize the Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Pushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and hold onto your toes with your hands as you clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
From the same position, now hold on to the toes from the side and walk around visualizing yourself as a horse in Ashvasana, the horse posture.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your feet together and lean back as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Tilt your head back, open up your chest as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तो जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
Next up is Thala Pushpa Putam Karana. As you stand in Adimandi, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side, raising the respective heel and opening your palms to the side as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashivoham. Next up is Khargasana. Now gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet back up towards your hands and stand, extending your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then sit down or squat down as low as you can and stand back up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् स्थितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Ucheshakasana. Now hold on to one foot and pull the sole of the foot against your chest as you sit down and stand back up on the other leg, alternating on both sides as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvadranukarana. Now pull one knee towards your chest and encircle it with your arm, hand in a fist, the other hand on the inner respective thigh. Next up is Tandavasana. Now extend your arms and one leg forward as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold on to weights and sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise one foot towards the inner opposite thigh. Your hands at the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the left toes behind the right. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the poster posture. Now hold on to the left toe and extend the leg out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as a north poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and then stand tall on the mat. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within as you perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu, sitting down and standing back up in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Patra Janukarana on the other side. Now lift the other knee up and circle the knee with your hand in a fist as you keep the other hand on your inner thigh. Next up is Tandavasana on the other side. Now hold on to weights, extend your arms and one leg as you sit down and stand back up, visualizing yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana. Keep one foot at the inner opposite thigh, hands at the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the raised knee over top of the opposite thigh, toes tucked behind. Bring the right arm below the left as you join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now raise the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands at the side and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Hold onto the right big toe. Extend it out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the north poster in Dhruvasana on the other side.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा
Now lift the other leg behind your neck and stand tall. Sit down. Stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu as you perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu in Trivikramasana.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels together, toes pointing outwards and your hands at the outside of your hips, fingers pointing one by one in this neutral posture. Relax from this intense sequence of asanas as you get ready for the final 100 asanas of the sequence, starting off with Kodak Anjali Asana. Now squat down as you bring your hands in between the legs, interlocking the fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, and breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold your breath, and move the prana freely by the force of your will.
प्रथम ही बोहोए बाहुरी नीचो पुनिहोवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मध्याद् हस्तो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Pyro Asana. Now, squat down with your heels against the perineum. Interlock your fingers behind the lower back as you gaze to your nose and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो बगा की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Varahasana. Now, squat down with the heels against your perineum, toes separated. As you join your hands in Anjali Mudra, bringing them behind your head, fingers pointing downwards as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागदली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे.
Next up is Vipitasana. Now, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra and raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mula Bandha.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानु प्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Pakasana. Now, place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, lift your feet off the ground, and balance as in Kanipavasana as you visualize yourself as a crow. Next up is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. With your hands flat on the ground, place your head on the mat as well, forming a triangle. As you keep your knees on your arms, lift your feet off the mat and then extend them up as you cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asana Gogana Kapala Achohoi.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips, feet flat, toes touching behind. Keep your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
Janurvorantare padau kritva padau cha gopayet.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. As you place your hands on the mat and pick your legs up into a handstand. You lean against the wall if needed. Or ask a partner to assist you in this asana. Everyone should perform this asana to purify the 7 chakras. Now with your hands down, your feet up, visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground in Vrikshasana 2.
Saptachakrakshalanaya Vrikshasana Visheshakan.
Next up is Shibu Asana. From the handstand position, or bring your hands and feet closer together. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the tejas, energy, is flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands flat on the ground. Step your feet back into the plank position. Lower your body down and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
Nijjam Shayanam Kurparva Parshvabhagaya Murdhagritya.
As you lay on your back, keep your hands on the hips and raise your head and chest up from left to right. As you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarvasana 2.
Nijjam Shayanam Kritva Hasto Nitambam Samsthapya.
Next up is Nidālambanasana. Place your elbows on the mat in front of you and rest your chin on your hands with your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra. Now point your toes back and feel self-supported and completely independent.
Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishtet Kurpara Yasudihi Mukhamunnamanujchayi Niralambanamasanam.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now bend your knees lift your feet towards your upper back as you place your hands flat on the ground. Raise your upper back towards your feet. Tilt your head back and visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next up is Vajrasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your feet flat on top of the heels. Extend your arms out in front. Place your palm from the ground and your forehead as well as you gaze through your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Meshasana. As you place your hands flat on the ground, raise your hips up high into Gajasana and then alternate striking the ground with your hand. Visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajrasana. As you raise your legs up into a handstand, slowly lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
The next asana is Dhanantarasana. As you sit in a kneeling posture, hold on to the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space.
पूरव विधि परिहाता के काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now, now from the kneeling position, interlock your fingers in front and extend your arms out, move them up, down, left, right, in all directions. Give massage to various different joints and muscles of your body. As you then interlock your fingers behind, repeat the movement and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्भद्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
The next asana is Garudasana form. Now sit with your toes pointing outwards, your thighs and calves on the ground. Place your hands on the knees and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्गोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now, bring the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels. As you separate your knees, hold on to your ankles and place the front of the buttocks on the ground if you can. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now overlap your feet and sit on your heels. As you keep your hands underneath your knees, Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog as you press your tongue up flat against the palate of your mouth and Mandukya Mudra.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्भाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सवलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now, tuck your toes, sit on raised heels. Place your hands flat on the ground close to your feet, the thumbs touching. As you stick your tongue out, gaze to the tip of your nose, and exhale forcefully again and again. Visualize Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu in Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी मेलर गुदा निवैसे.
Next up is Vishrakasana. Now sit on the raised heels with your knees on the ground and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth in Vishraka Pranayama. As you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi victorious over your fears in Vishrakasana.
दो बगा की एडी जोजी घोड़ा फनो बान पुनि होई.
Next up is Makarasana. Bring the soles of the feet together, the feet flat, toes pointing back. Separate your knees, sit on the heels, and raise your elbows. Bend them, bring your fingers towards your armpits, and mimic a monkey stretching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey, gazing up towards your third eye in Makarasana.
दो बगदरी संपुट आने तिनके पुष्टि भूमि परिधाने.
Next up is Vajrasankarasana. Now, squat with the soles of the feet together, knees separated, raise off the mat as you hold on to opposite elbows behind your back, gaze to your nose, and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम बना पानी होए वैसे दो एडी गुदा निवैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now, place your knees on the ground and cross your heels as you sit on the heels. Place your hands flat on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you engage with Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
From the same posture, place your hands on the knees and make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you embody a turtle living for centuries, gazing to the tip of your nose in Purnasana.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितौ ऋजुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Maintain the same posture, relax your upper back and neck and visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्भाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
Next up is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees and cross your feet with the feet near the opposite knees. Hold on to your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. As you gaze up towards your third eye, visualize the space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru in Vijogasana.
गोड़ा वामो बहोई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana 2. Now place your feet flat on the ground behind you. Stand on your knees and lean back. Hold onto your heels. As you push your hips forward, tilt your head back, and visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. Now, lean back, place your elbows on the mat. As you hold onto the soles of the feet with your hands, place the back of your head on the ground as well. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूल द्वारी तरी धरे.
Next up is Viratasana. As you hold on to your feet, place your back on the ground and rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed. As you gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of all causes, subtle forms of your body.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूल द्वारी तरी धरे.
The next asana is Kapotasana. From the same position, now lean back, hold onto your feet as you bring your arms over your shoulders and bring your head in between the feet. You can, as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूल द्वारी तरी धरे.
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on the knees with the toes tucked behind and hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze through your nose and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. For this is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva.
गंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोद्रजोः ऊरुनी संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varahasana 2. With your toes tucked, sit down on your heels and place your forearms on the mat, resting your face on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Now keep your forearms on the ground, interlock your fingers, place your head on the ground supported with your hands and lift your legs up into Mundasana, another inverted posture. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree.
अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your legs and come to a kneeling position. Keep your feet flat, sit on the heels. As you lean forward and down and place your head in between the knees, hold onto your head with your hands, elbows outside the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji. Inhale through the nose and exhale through your mouth in Andhasana.
प्रथम पगदली समटारावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
We move on to Viparita Shalabhasana. Lay down on your stomach. Extend your arms up above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, your chest and your legs off the mat, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. Now place your forehead on the ground as you keep your hands by the side of your hips. Lift your legs off the mat as you visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment. In Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नजेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. With your hands flat on the mat, bend your knees and push your hips up above your body. As you place the feet on the ground in front of your face, if you can, visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा.
The next asana is Charakasana. From a kneeling position, now place your forearms on the ground. Be sturdy and visualize yourself as a sparrow.
कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामोष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana too. Now, keep your forearms on the ground and raise your hips and lift your legs up. Bring the feet over top of your body. Try to touch the back of your head as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छेव पुच्छ प्रतिमां पार्श्वे धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्य कौ.
Now sit in a kneeling posture. Place your perineum onto the right heel as you point the left toes out to the side, outside the hip. Keep your hands in front of the knees on the ground as you visualize yourself as a bull, forcefully inhaling through your nose, holding the breath for a short while, and then slowly exhaling again through the nose in Panchadanga Kumbhaka, in Vrishasana, the bull posture.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Next up is Lulasana. Now, keep your hands flat on the ground and raise your knees and entire body off the mat, balancing on your arms as you cross the toes of the left foot over the right and visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Now, place your perineum onto the left heel. Keep the right foot outside the hip. Place your hands in front as you repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Now, place the toes of the left foot on the ground and sit on the left heel. As you keep the right foot flat, knee raised against your chest. Keep your hands on the respective knees as you visualize Balaguna High, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाये.
Next up is Grahasana. Now stand up and squat down. Bring your arms in and around the knees as you hold on to the respective ankles with your hands, visualizing yourself as the entire planet.
दो भूपकदली संपुट करे कौरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Next up is Bala Gunasana. Next, tuck the toes of the right foot, sit on the right heel. As you place the left foot flat, knee raised against your chest, hands on the respective knees. Visualize Bala Guna High in your inner space.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both feet in, keep the knees together, and place your hands on top of the knees, holding onto weights if you want to intensify this asana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is Vajrasangarasana too. Now sit on the raised heels with the soles of the feet together, knees separated, and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Antaranga Kumbhaka.
प्रथम बना पानी होए जैसे दो एड़ी गुदा निवेशे.
Next up is Anilasana. Place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Squat down as low as you can and keep your arms straight as you gaze to your nose and visualize you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूमि पर टाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने.
Next up is Parukasana. As you grab your hands around the feet from below, step your feet onto your hands. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking all across India as you walk around on your mat.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkotoddanasana. Place your hands on the ground and pick your legs up, let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृता पादतले चोर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Viparita Nityasana. Now place your hands flat on the ground and raise your legs up into a handstand. Then dance around on two hands as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and lean forward and down, placing one hand on the mat, holding your head with the other hand as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Exchange the position of your hands. Repeat Kunjarasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now squat down all the way. Keep your feet together, heels close to your body. Hold onto your ankles and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्यः हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा.
Now keep your feet flat, your knees raised against your chest. Hold on to opposite knees with your hands and hold them close as you visualize any excess vata being released from a balance within your system. Breathing calmly into Sahadra Kumbhaka and Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्वनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakorasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck and keep your hands at the side of your body for balance. As you extend the opposite leg forward, lift your entire body off the ground, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Keep one leg extended and pull the other foot towards your ear, as if you're pulling a bowstring back, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now keep your hands flat and lift the left foot over top of the left shoulder. Hook the right foot over the left foot. Extend your legs out to the side as you lean forward and balance on your arms with your legs extended to the side, visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now keep one foot flat on the ground and place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Bring your shoulder beneath the raised knee. Press the other knee to the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize you are immortal and able to exist from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यत् स चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Now bring the left heel outside the right hip. Step the right foot over the left knee. Twist the left elbow outside the raised knee. Bring your arms behind. Bring one arm below the raised knee as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindranath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Now repeat Chakorasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck and lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Now hold on to the big toes and pull the other foot towards your ear, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Bring the other leg over top of the shoulder and hook the opposite foot over top, extending the legs out to the side, leaning forward and visualizing yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana. Keep one foot on the opposite thigh. Bring the shoulder beneath the raised knee and gaze up visualizing yourself being immortal, able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यत् स चामरः.
Now repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left hip, step the left foot over top, and twist the right elbow outside the raised knee. Bring the right arm below, and interlock the fingers behind your back as you gaze up and visualize Sage Masindara.
पार्श्वाभ्यां धृतते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्सेन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you keep the heel against the perineum, extend one leg forward and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mula Bandha and breathe in Jiva Chala Kumbhaka.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Nithyanandam, we are back. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, Crown Shasana. Now bring the right foot outside of the hip and hold onto the left foot with both hands, extending the left leg in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane in Crown Shasana.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crown Shasana on the other side. Bring the left foot outside the hip and lift the right foot in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a crane, Crown Cha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now sit in a comfortable cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. As you keep your hands on the respective knees, gaze to your nose and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize the swastika.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. Now, from the same posture, cover your heels with your hands. Gaze to your nose. And tuck your chin to the chest as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्भौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Vagasana 2. Bring the left heel against the perineum and place the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Meditate on Arihanta, the enlightened one, the Lord. As you inhale all the way and cover your face with your hands. Close your lips with your little fingers, nostrils with your index finger, with your ring fingers, eyes with index and middle fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
वामपार्श्वौ बुधं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Place your feet onto opposite knees. Then place your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachanchukumbhaka. Roll up your tongue and inhale through the rolled up tongue as you stick your tongue out and keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow, exhaling through your nose.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
From Yogasana 2, let's move on to Urdhva Kukutasana. Keep your legs in Padmasana and place your hands flat on the ground next to your body as you lift your entire body off the mat and visualize yourself as a rooster.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनोः.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Keep your legs in Padmasana and place your arms in between the legs. Don't lift your body up. Stay seated on the ground as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, हस्तु दो वो गोड़ासन धीरे.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now push your body up off the mat. Balance on your arms as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan. Hamsa.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरूनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now rise onto your knees in Padmasana. Push your arms in between the legs and interlock your fingers behind your back in Parasha Mudra as you keep your fingers interlocked. Place your forehead on the mat in front of you and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, गोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Next up is Kurmasana 2. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your arms in between the legs and bend your elbows so you can hold onto your shoulders. Now visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करें, गोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Next up is Jayanthi Vedasana. From the same posture, now tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze to your nose. Rejoice. And when you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Jayanthi Vedasana.
अथ पक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back in the same position as you hold onto your shoulders with your hands. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now pick yourself back up into Padmasana as you bring your hands in between the legs, placing one palm flat on the mat, holding onto its wrist with the opposite hand, lifting your entire body off the ground, balancing on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukutasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Place the other hand on the mat, lift your body off the ground, repeat Pangu Kukutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Next up is Vridrasana. As you sit in Padmasana, lean forward and place your elbows on your toes. Interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra. Rest your chin on your fingers and press your thumbs against your throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all of greed and covetous in Vridrasana.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ गुल्फौ छाच्छाद्य हस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्ततः.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place the backside of one hand over top of the other, keeping your hands in the lap with the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Next up is Padmasana 4. Keep your hands on the knees. Engage the Mula bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पद्मासन एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः.
Next up is Karmakasana 2. Now keep one hand on the respective knee and hook the other hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra, moving the big toe round and round as you visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow. And then after some time change the toe, move the other toe round and round in Karmakasana 2.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
The next asana is Karmakasana 3. Sitting in Padmasana. Now cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Reach for your feet as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's bow.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वसो जाति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना.
Next up is Viruddhasana. Now raise your chest. From the same posture, keep holding onto the toes. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now lay down on your back, roll backwards as you keep your arms crossed behind. Keep holding onto the big toes if you can. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथमपद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Next up is Kandukasana. Free your arms and legs. Hold your knees up against your chest. Interlock your fingers and encircle your legs as you bring your knee to the chest, your chin to the knees as you squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कृष्य ऊर्ध्वं नजेत्.
Now place your feet on the mat and interlock your fingers behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe firmly through your nose in Urdhva Vavanasana.
प्रथमे सूधो संयम करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Step your heels on your fingers. As you push your hips up high, engage Jalandhara Bandha and Mula Bandha, the throat and the root lock. Tuck your chin to the chest and breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Markata Pitasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now support your lower back with your hands as you raise your hips up high and then straighten your toes forward. Extend your legs as you rest your entire body weight on your elbows. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Next up is Narakasana. Now raise your legs up, point the toes upwards towards the sky. As you place your hands on the mat for support, visualize yourself as blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुत्त्रयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back, straighten your body and lower your legs down as you keep your core engaged intensely. Visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Oh, raise your feet back up, place your hands flat, be stable, sturdy, like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the Kailasa flag, respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य मस्तकालाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Now lower your body down flat onto your back. Keep the hands at the side of your hips, palms facing up. In the final asana of the sequence, Mudritasana. Completely uncludge from all your body movements internally and externally. but pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine forcefully in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Pull it up from Muladhara to Sahasrara Chakra as you visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you internally. Chanda Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं सभवद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Now, very slowly, bring awareness to your body. Come back to your body. And now, bend your knees and bring them to your chest as you wrap your legs and rock from side to side, back and forth, relaxing all the muscles of the back. Slowly bring some momentum and come to a seated position. Roll up. We have beautifully completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now after this intense sequence of asana, let's now get ready to enter into the next session, the power manifestation session. Now we'll be completing with the Purna Mantra. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji. Take a deep breath and let's chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम्. नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम्. नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम्.
We have just completed the beautiful Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence, and I hope all of you had new breakthroughs and experiences. But to understand the deeper sciences of yoga and the other techniques and methodologies to expand your knowledge about yoga, Swamiji has given us this beautiful opportunity in the Paramashivoham program starting on the 26th of December. This yoga meditation retreat where Swamiji is giving us so many different opportunities to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, so many different techniques to make us start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Swamiji has given us yoga as one more. So I request and invite all the participants and viewers watching us now to join us in this beautiful 21-day meditation program. There are 3 levels you can be part of. The level 1, which is the beginner's level, where you'll be introduced to the basics of yourself, of who you are, healing your deep wounds and patterns, and giving you the first initiation into the science of power manifestation. In the second level, you will be getting an advanced version of that, where in the first level what you learned, you'll be having an advanced segment where you'll be learning the science of completion, the higher powers, and ultimately you will be given the initiation to manifest Paramashiva in your life. And finally, in the third level, you will be experiencing I am Paramashiva, the truth that I am Paramashiva in the advanced level. So whichever level you have not completed, you can join us there and experience this beautiful program to awaken and know your true potential. So I invite all of the viewers and participants watching us now to the Paramashivoham program. The link is right under me, where you can just either scan the QR code or type the link, and it's also in the YouTube description. So let's take this few moments as we set up the Pada Puja to offer our gratitude to Swamiji in this next segment. In this next segment, as you can see in the title, is going to be about the Pada Puja and Shiva Puja. We are going to be offering our gratitude as part of this morning routine. So as we set up, if you have not attended the Paramashivoham level 1 or 2, join us by signing up your intention in this link. And with this, I would like to thank all the participants for performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama Yoga. And now we'll be moving to the next segment, performing the gratitude to Swamiji, offering our gratitude to Swamiji in the Shiva Puja and Guru Puja.
Nithyanandam, we will now be entering into the Nitya Puja. Before we begin the Guru Puja and Paramashiva Puja, we request all the participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that His Divine Holiness Swamiji, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga, are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Guru Puja to His Divine Holiness Swamiji and the Paramashiva Puja to Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes, let us now enter the Guru Puja, followed by the Paramashiva Puja. The first offering is the Sadguru Vandanam, welcoming the Master. Please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Please offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas. The next is the offering of the Guru Parampara Vandanam. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Krita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Katikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next offering is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour one Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each one of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper lip and lower lip twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with the water in the Panchapatram. With the tips of the right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. With the tips of the right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the tips of the right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with the water in the Panchapatram. With the base of the right hand, thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand fingertips joined together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is the Shuklam Bharadaram. Now please take the turmeric mixed rice in your hands. Clench your hands in the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye. The next is the pranayama. Continue to keep the turmeric mixed rice in your right hand. Now only open the little finger and ring finger and the thumb. During the pranayama, use the thumb to close the right nostril and the ring finger and little fingers to close the left nostril. During the inhalation, retention and exhalation, we'll be chanting the Samhita mantras. First, we'll be inhaling and then hold your breath as long as you can and exhale. Om Om Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavakraya Namaha Om Him Agor Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Vamadev Guhyaya Namaha Om Him Satyajatamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Him Shikaye Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Om Him Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Om Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavakraya Namaha Om Him Agor Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Vamadev Guhyaya Namaha Om Him Satyajatamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Him Shikaye Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Om Him Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Om Ishanamurdhaya Namo Om Him Tatpurushavakraya Namo Om Him Agor Hridayaya Namo Om Him Vamadev Guhyaya Namo Om Him Satyajatamurtaye Namo Om Ham Hridayaya Namo Om Him Shirase Namo Om Him Shikaya Namo Om Him Kavachaya Namo Om Him Netrebhyo Namo Om Hastraya Namaha. We will now begin the Manasa Puja. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Place your hands at the level of the Ananda Gandha. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Hritpadmamasanam Dadyate Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Sharanayor Dadyate Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chashmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syate Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpayet Tejastatvam Cha Deepartham Naivedyam Syat Sudam Buddhi Anahata Dhvanir Ghanta Vayutattvam Cha Chamaram Sahasraram Bhavet Kshatram Shabdatattvam Cha Geetakam Nityamindriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastata Sumekalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidam Tatha Amayadyer Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Anahankaram Aragam Amadam Tatha Amohakam Adam Bancha Adveshakshobako Tatha Amatsaryam Alobhancha Dashapushpam Vidurbudaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpamindriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Cha Panchamam Idi Panchadashair Bhava Pushpaihi Sampujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The first offering is Padyam, the offering of water for Swamiji. Now please take the Uddharani of water in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Esho Arghyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam. Now please take an uddarani of water in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Snaniyam. Now please take an uddarani of water in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. The bell should be kept above your heart center. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram. Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Gandha. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Pushpam. Now please take some flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Idam Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. The next is the offering of the Bilva Patram. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Patrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. The next offering is Dhupa. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next is the offering of Deepa. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next is the offering of Naivedyam. Now please take an uddarani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Hrim Idam Sopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam. Now please take an uddarani of water in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Hreem Idam Panartodakam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam. Now please take an udharni of water in your hands and offer it at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Om Hreem Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next is the offering of the Arati. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Hreem Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. The next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra and offer the flowers at His Divine Holiness Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gururbrahma Gururvishnu Gururdevo Maheshwaraha Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरण कमलेभ्यो नमः. With this, we come to the end of the Guru Puja. We will now be beginning the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam. Now please place your hands in the Gokarna Mudra. Pour one udrini of water into the center of the palm and drink the water that flows from the base of the palm. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Wash your hands with the base of the palm. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with the water in the Panchapatram. With the tips of the right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lip. With the tips of the right hand index, finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of the right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Wash the right hand with the water and the Panchapatram. With the base of the right hand, thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand fingertips joined together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the heart center. We will now be performing the Sakali Karanam. Please look at the Acharya who is demonstrating all the mudras. Using the left hand, wipe the front and back of the right hand once, and using the right hand, wipe the front and back of the left hand twice. Om Ha Astraya Namaha Shaktaye Voshate Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaye Namaha Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namaha Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ha Astraya Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Voshate Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namaha Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Swaha Om Hum Shikage Voshate Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ha Astraya Phate Om Ha Astraya Hum Pate Om Ha Astraya Phate Om Ham Shivaya Voshate Om 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 Ha Astraya Phate Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Doshate Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha Lalate Tripundri Nitila Krita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritakattikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipash Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Induni Bhapanchamukahastadashayuktam Shulamrikatankamasi Vajrama Syat Pashavaradankushamanijwala Navame Shweta Sadashiva Swarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Avahana Mudram Pradarshya Sthapana Sannidhana Nishtura Mudram Pradarshya Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram Namaskara Mudram Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avagunthana Mudram Cha Pradarshya. We will now be offering the Upachara Puja to Paramashiva. Now please take a flower in your hands and offer it to the linga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udhrani of the water and show it to the bottom of the Shivalinga and offer it in the Padya Patram along with the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an undurni of water and show it to the middle of the Shivalinga and offer it in the Achamana Patram along with the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an undurni of water and show it to the top of the Shivalinga and offer the water along with the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Svaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padyachamanarghyam Dattva. The next is the Snaniyam. Now please take some water in the Uddharani and offer it on the Shivalinga along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to the middle of the Shivalinga and offer it in the Achamana Patram along with the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Snananantram Samarpayami. The next offering is Bastram. Now please take some turmeric mixed rice in your hands. Offer it on the Shivalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastra Yajnopavita Uttari Abharanartham Akshatan Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it on the top of the Shivalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kunkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Pushpa. Now please take the flowers in your hands and while each time the word Namaha is chanted, please offer the flower on top of the Shivalinga. Om Bhavaya Dehaya Namaha Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha Om Sharvasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha Om Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ashubhade Devaya Namaha Om Ashubhade Devasya Patni Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Om Rudrasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha Om Ugrasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha Om Bhimasya Devasya Patni Namaha Om Mahater Devaya Namaha Om Mahator Devasya Patni Namaha Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Bilva Patram. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it on the Shivalinga along with the mantra. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha Bilvavatram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the dhupa. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Shivalinga along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Sprinkle the Samanyargya, the water from the Panchapatram, onto the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle the water onto the dhupa stand, chanting the mantra Om Hastraya Phate. Now offer the flower on the incense sticks, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Dhupam Agrapayami. Offer the Achamanam to the linga. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now please sprinkle the water on the lamp, chanting the mantra Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer the flower on the lamp, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Shivalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Offer the Achamanam to the linga. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is the Naivedyam. Now sprinkle the water on the Naivedyam, chanting Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer the flower on the Naivedyam, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take a udhrani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of the Shivalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now offer the water to the middle of the Shivalinga onto the Achamana Patram along with the mantra Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, chanting the mantra Om Ham. The next offering is Gandha. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it on the top of the Shivalinga along with the mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kunkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Pushpa. Now please take the flowers in your hands, and while each time the word Namaha is chanted, please offer the flower on top of the Shivalinga. Om Bhavaya Dehaya Namaha. Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ashubhade Devaya Namaha. Om Ashubhade Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Mahater Devaya Namaha. Om Mahator Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Bilva Patram. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it on the Shivalinga along with the mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha Bilvavatram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the dhupa. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Shivalinga along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Sprinkle the Samanyargya, the water from the Panchabatram, onto the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle the water onto the dhupa stand, chanting the mantra Om Hastraya Phate. Now offer the flower on the incense sticks, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupam Agrapayami. Offer the Achamanam to the linga. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now please sprinkle the water on the lamp, chanting the mantra Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer the flower on the lamp, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards the Shivalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Offer the Achamanam to the linga. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is the Naivedyam. Now sprinkle the water on the Naivedyam, chanting Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer the flower on the Naivedyam, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take a udhrani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of the Shivalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now offer the water to the middle of the Shivalinga onto the Achamana Patram along with the mantra Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam. Now please take the betel leaves and the turmeric mixed rice in your hands and offer it onto the Shivalinga along with the mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Aratrikam. Now please light the camphor and sprinkle the water on the Arati plate, chanting the mantra Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer the flower on the Arati plate, chanting the mantra Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Arati plate in your hands and wave it towards the Shivalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Neerajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower and hover it clockwise over the Karpura Arati and offer it onto the Shivalinga along with the mantra Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Pushpanjali. Now please take a durva grass, some flowers, and akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer it on top of the linga at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next offering is the Mula Mantra Japam. The chanting of the Mula Mantra. Please close your eyes. Chant the Mula Mantra given by Swamiji 11 times. Now we'll be offering the japa that we have chanted. Please take a flower, the durva grass and the akshata in your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Hem Kavachaya Hum, Om Hastraya Pate. Now please pour some water in your right hand and keep your hands in the Udbhava Mudra as demonstrated by the Acharya. And offer the water so that it flows through the index finger onto the left hand side of the Shivalinga. Yatkinchit karma devesha sada sukritudushkritam tanme shivabadasthasya bhunkshakshape shankara shivo data shivo bhokta shivas sarvam midam jagat shivo yajati sarvatra yashivas sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now please perform the Tattvachamanam. Now please perform the mudras as demonstrated by the Acharya. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. We will now be chanting the Purna Mantra. Please place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and close your eyes. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
परिशाप विमोचनि शोक विनाशिनि शास्त्रज्ञे शिवसहिते शिवशम्भु शुभङ्करि शुम्भनि शुम्भपदास्तत्ते सकल मनोहरि सुन्दरि सर्ववशङ्करि शङ्करतोषकृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय कटाक्षिणि सूक्ष्म विवेक्षणि काङ्क्षित साक्षिणि सर्वकृते शुभजन शाश्वत मानस भावित कामित याचित पूर्णकृते सुकर सुखीकृत दुष्कर नाश कृते जननिन्दित क्रोध कृते जय परमेश्वरि नित्य सुमङ्गलि नित्य नितेश्वरि पालय अपराजित शक्तियुते हजिते शुभवरदे विभवे विमले कमले कमला.
Om. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Guru Mantra, Guru Bija. Feeling connection with Guru, the integrity with Guru. Is the highest, best, direct way of manifesting Paramashivatva. Listen. I'll give you the brief history of the whole Sri Vidya Sampradaya. Then you will understand what Paramashiva means by this message. Listen carefully. I was telling you in the last initiation, first Sri Vidya Diksha, then Mahavidya, then Parashodasi. After Parashodasi, Tripura. This whole science is Shakta Sampradaya, Sri Vidya Sampradaya. Listen to the history. That is too important. How the Sri Vidya Sampradaya is given to the world. There was a time Sati did not obey Paramashiva and leaves Kailasa to attend Dakshayagnya. It is not about Daksha or Dakshayagnya. It's all about did not listen to Guru Vak, kept herself away from the Guru. Please understand. When Grahas try to ruin your life, the first thing they do is move you away from Guru. They will somehow trigger the pattern exactly which keeps you away from Guru, not to be in touch with Guru. That's it. Then, listen, the moment you are away from the Guru, gone. Anything can be done to you. If you know a little bit of astrology, you will know what I am saying. only if the Brihaspati and Shukra are blacked, the other negative influences can happen on you. As long as Shukra and Guru are seeing you, you seeing them, no negativity can touch you. Understand? Even accidents will be converted into miracles. Please listen. Accident and miracle are actually one and the same. Both are surprise events. But the way it concludes, ends, will decide whether it is an accident in your life or a miracle in your life. If you are in touch with Guru, any accident, he will make it into miracle. If you are away from Guru, any miracle, it will end up as accident. That is the beauty of Guru Kripa. Listen. When you are with Guru, even if you suffer, all your negativity will be exhausted. You will reach enlightenment. When you are away from Guru, even if you are enjoying all the good karmas, it will generate more greed and lead you absolutely towards life negativity and end up in suicidal way. Away from Guru. What happened to Sati? Exactly the same thing happens. How? Sati ended up burning herself, suicide, and destroyed her parents and the whole Mayapuri, her parental kingdom. Listen, I'll tell you the whole story. Sati says, let's go to Daksha Yajna. Paramashiva says, not now, wait. Then she started denying Guru and said, at least let me go. He said, not now, wait. But somehow she got triggered, allowed herself to be triggered, decided to allow the triggering happen, denied Guru's words and walks away. You all should know, when she walked away from Guru's words, when she kept distance from Guru, when she moved out of Kailasa, even Nandi could not save her. Nandi was running behind her to protect, to save her. The grahas were so powerful. The moment she moved away from the Guru's words, they all started taking revenge. Sati had a ego satisfaction. I said no to Paramashiva, reclaimed my freedom. But the moment she entered Daksha Yajna, she faced the net trap she put herself. Listen. All the grahas don't give any negative results to you when you are with Guru, because he is protecting. If you move away from the Guru, all the grahas jump and take revenge. The way she was terrorized by the grahas, the ups and downs, she has no other choice other than giving up the body. She just died, gave up her body. That was too much. And Nandi could not save. Sati and Nandi gave such a loud voice. Shiva woke up from the samadhi and his fire came out as Veerabhadra. Straight went and killed Daksha, destroyed the whole Mayapuri. The present Haridwar, those days, Mayapur, Mayapura, Mayapuri. Whole thing. When you leave Guru, when you keep yourself away from Guru, only in suicide the karma will end. Because it will spiral down like a snowballing. One will lead to the other, one will lead to the other, one will lead to the other. Only in the suicide it will end. The moment she committed suicide, left the body, and Daksha was killed, the DNA disconnection has happened. Sati realized she is Paramashiva Shakti and reached Kailasa. Reached Paramashiva and started begging, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? Begs Paramashiva to be accepted back in that pure conscious form. Naturally, in that pure conscious form, she is one with Paramashiva, beyond the body. Paramashiva says, teach what you learned from this whole episode to the world. She then teaches Shakta Sampradaya, Sri Vidya Sampradaya. This whole Shakta Sampradaya is given by her. She takes 10 form, Dasamaha Vidya, Kali, Tara, Rajarajeshwari, Bhuvaneshwari, Chinnamasta, Dhumavati, Mahashyamala, Kamalatmika, all the 10 forms she manifests and teaches the signs to the world. 11 people received that signs. Agastya, Dattatreya, 11 people, including Sadashiva. So it became 11 Sampradaya. Dasamaha Vidya, Sri Vidya Sampradaya, 11 Rishis. I received it from Sadashiva Parampara. My gurus belong to in that 11 Sampradaya, Sadashiva Parampara, Sadashiva Sampradaya. So when I do the Sri Vidya, I chant Sadashiva Rushihi. From him, the Sampradaya came to me. So listen, the first thing Devi teaches,
come what may, be with Guru. This whole Shakta Sampradaya is Guru-centric. That is why the ultimate bija, sound, is called Guru Mantra, Guru Bija. The 15th syllable is called Panchadashi. The 16th syllable is called Shodasi. That 16th syllable will vary to all the 11 sampradayas. Each sampradaya will have that 16th syllable unique to them, their sampradaya. That is called Guru Bija or Guru Mantra. That 16th one you have to receive directly from Guru. Navagrahas, when they want to destroy you, the first thing they will do is move you away from Guru. That's it. Stop you being in touch with Guru. That's all. Then your health is gone, wealth is gone, all decisions you make will end up only in suicide. Till then it won't end. Like how Sati, just one crime she did, keeping away from Paramashiva, she lost her life and she killed her father. She killed the whole kingdom, her kingdom. She herself became death for her whole kingdom, the Mayapura. Because when Veerabhadra came, he finished the whole thing off. Nothing was left. After Devi revealed the signs, Srividya to the world, Paramashiva became cool and he accepts her back and asks her to assume another body as Parvati. Then he sends Veerabhadra to give the life back to Daksha. But by the time the Veerabhadra's fire in that Homagni, Daksha's head was burnt, then Paramashiva himself comes to give life back to Daksha by fixing a goat head. Because the head was already burnt, it was not available. Come what may, don't keep away from Guru. Be in touch. Be connected. You will experience everything rightly. Even if you think there is a pain, it will only be exhausting the bad karmas. Even what you think as accident will end up as miracle when you are keeping yourself away from the Guru, even what you think as miracles will end up as accident. Now I'm going to give you the 16th syllable, Mahavidya initiation. Get ready. I'll initiate Mahavidya Shodasi. Now, in the next session, Parashodasi. Then the next to Parashodasi is Tripura. Tripura Sundari, Tripureshwari, Tripura Bhairavi. First, Shrividya. In Shrividya, manifestation of Parabrahma Swarupini, Mahasaraswati. Now, Mahavidya, along with Parandama Swarupini, Mahalakshmi, then Parashodasi. Next session will be Parashodasi, along with Paramashiva Swarupini, Paramashakti, then Tripurambika, Tripura Sundari, means all these three put together. In English and Sanskrit both, the word three means the same meaning, three. All these three put together. The Parabrahma Swarupini, Mahasaraswati, Parandama Swarupini, Mahalakshmi, Paramashiva Swarupini, Paramashakti, all these three put together is Tripura Sundari, Tripura Bhairavi, will go by step next. As the Sadashiva Sampradaya of Srividya, as I received, I'll share with you all. The Sadashiva Sampradaya of Srividya elaborately gives the Tripura Rahasya, the secret of this great Shakta Sampradaya. So now, receive the initiation. You will manifest Parandama Swarupini Mahalakshmi, wealth. Not only you will manifest Mahavidya, you will manifest wealth. This initiation is for manifesting Paramashivatva powers, mainly focused on wealth. Because now I will be invoking Parandama Swarupini Mahalakshmi. So she can shower all the wealth, all the aspects of wealth on all of us. Parabrahma Swarupini Mahasaraswati, Parandama Swarupini Mahalakshmi, Paramashiva Swarupini Paramashakti, all these three put together is Tripura Bhairavi.
Parapattariga, Mahakameshwari, Tripura Sundari, Tripurambigayai, Tripurayai, Paramashivashak. Now, sit. You don't need to keep your eyes closed. You can keep your eyes open. I'll invoke Parandama Swarupini, Mahalakshmi, and the Mahavidya, Shodasi, all the 16 sacred sounds. So your very DNA can reverberate with this Mahavidya initiation. Om, 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 Kha, E, E, La, Hrim, Ha, Sa, Kha, Ha, La, Hrim, Sa, Kha, La, Hrim. Om, 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 Om.
शिवशक्त्या युक्तो यदि भवति शक्तः प्रभवितुं न चेदेवं देवो न खलु कुशलः स्पन्दितुमपि अतस्त्वामाराध्यां हरिहरविरिञ्चादिभिरपि प्रणन्तुं स्तोतुं वा कथमकृतपुण्यप्रभवति तनीयां सम्पांसुं तव चरणपङ्केरुहभवं विरिञ्चे सञ्चिन्वन् विरचयति लोकानविकलं वहत्येनं शौरी सहस्रेण शिरसां हरसं शुद्ध्यैनं भजति भासितो धूलनविधिम् अविद्यानामन्तस्तिमिरमिहिरद्वीपनगरी जटानां चैतन्यस्तबकमकरन्दश्रुतिजरी दरिद्राणां चिन्तामणि गुणनिका जन्मजलधौ निमग्नानां दंष्ट्रामुररिपुवराहस्य भवति वदन्यपाणिभ्यामभयवरदो दैवतगण त्वमेका नैवासि प्रकटितवराभीत्यभिनया भयात्रातुं दातुं फलमपि च वाञ्छासमधिकम् शरण्ये लोकानां तव हि शरणावेव निपुणौ हरिस्त्वामाराध्य प्रणत जन सौभाग्य जननी पुराणारी भूत्वा पुररिपुमपि क्षोभमनयत् सरोऽपि त्वां नत्वा प्रतिनयनलेखेन वपुषा मुनीनामप्यन्त प्रभवति हि मोहाय मर्हताम् मौर्वी मधुकरमयी पञ्चमी शिखा वसन्त सामन्तो मलय मरुता योधनरथ तथापेक सर्वं हिमगिरिसुते कामपि कृपाम् अपागात् लगा जगदितमनङ्गो विजयते कनत्काञ्चीधाम करिकलभकुम्भस्तननथा परीक्षीण शरच्चन्द्रवदना धनुर्बाणान् पाशं शृणिमपि ददाना करतलै पुरस्तादियास्तां न पुरमथितुराहो पुरुषिका सुधा सिन्धोर्मध्ये सुरविडपिवाटी परिवृते मणिद्वीपे नीपोपवनवती चिन्तामणिगृहे शिवाकारे मञ्चे परमशिवपर्यङ्कनिलयां भजन्ति त्वं धन्या कतिचन चिदानन्दलहरीं महीमूलाधारे गमपि मणिपूरे हुतमहं स्थितं स्वाधिष्ठाने हृदि मरुदमाकाशमुपरि मनापि भ्रुमध्ये सकलमपि भेत्वा कुलपतं सहस्रारे पत्ने सह रहसि पत्या विहरसे सुधाधारा सारैश्वरणयुगलान्तर्विगलितैः प्रपञ्चं सिञ्चन्ति पुनरपि रसाम्नायमकसः अवाप्य स्वां भूमिं भुजगनिभममत्युष्टवलयम् स्वमात्मानं कृत्वा स्वपिशिकुलकुण्डे कुहरिणी चतुर्भिः श्रीकण्ठैः शिवयुवतिभिः पञ्चभिरपि प्रभिन्नाभिः शम्भोर्नवभिरपि मूलप्रकृतिभिः चतुश्चत्वारिंशत्वसुदलकलाश्रत्रिवलय त्रिरेकाभिः सार्धं तव चरणकोणा परिणताः सौन्दर्यं तु हि न गिरिकन्ये तुलयितुं कवीन्द्रा कल्पन्ते कथमपि विरिञ्च प्रभृतय यदा लोकौत्सुक्यादवरललनायान्ति मनसा तपोभिर्दुष्प्रापामपि गिरिशसायुज्य पदवीं नरं वर्षियां संनयनविरसं नर्मसुजडं तवापाङ्गलोके पतितमनुधावन्ति शतश गलद्वेणीबन्धा कुचकलशमेश्वस्तसिच्छया हठात्रेड्यकाञ्चो विगणितदुकूला युवतय श्रितौ षट्पञ्चाशद्विसमधिकपञ्चाशदुदके हुताशे द्वाषष्टिश्चतुरधिकपञ्चाशदनिले द्विविधिं षट्त्रिंशन्मनसि च चतुष्षष्टिरिति ये अयोगास्तेषामप्युपरि तव पादाम्बुजयुगम् शरज्योत्स्ना शुद्धां शशियुतजटाजूटमकुटाम् भरत्रा मन्त्राणस्फटिकघटिका पुस्तककराम् सकृन्नत्वा नत्वा कथमिव सतां सन्निदधते मधुक्षीरद्राक्षा मधुरि
काली तारा राजराजेश्वरी भुवनेश्वरी भैरवी चिन्नमस्ता धूमावती बगलामुखी राजश्यामला महाश्यामला कमलात्मिका चिन्नमस्ता ओम 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 परंदाम स्वरूपिणी महालक्ष्मी परंदाम स्वरूपिणी कमलात्मिका manifest wealth for all. Om Om Om
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। श्री लक्ष्मी सहस्रनामावली। पद्मनाभप्रियां देवीं पद्माक्षीं पद्मवासिनीं पद्मवक्त्रां पद्महस्तां वन्दे पद्मामहर्निशम् पूर्णेन्दुवदनां दिव्यरत्नाभरणभूषितां वरदाभयहस्ताढ्यां ध्यायेत् चन्द्रसहोदरीम् इच्छारूपां भगवतः सच्चिदानन्दरूपिणीम् सर्वज्ञां सर्वजननीं विष्णुपक्षस्थलालयां दयालुमनीषं ध्यायेत् सुखसिद्धिस्वरूपिणी। ॐ नित्यागतायै नमः। ॐ आनन्दनित्यायै नमः। ॐ नन्दिन्यै नमः। ॐ जलरञ्जन्यै नमः। ॐ नित्यप्रकाशिन्यै नमः। ॐ स्वप्रकाशस्वरूपिण्यै नमः। ॐ शक्त्यै नमः ॐ भोगवैभवसन्दात्र्यै नमः ॐ भक्तानुग्रहकारिण्ये नमः ॐ ईशावास्यायै नमः ॐ महामायायै नमः ॐ महादेव्यै नमः ॐ महाऐश्वर्यै नमः ॐ हृल्लेखायै नमः ॐ परमायै नमः ॐ शक्त्यै नमः ॐ मातृकाबीजरूपिण्ये नमः ॐ नित्यानन्दायै नमः ॐ नित्यभोगायै नमः ॐ नन्दिन्यै नमः ॐ जनमोदिन्यै नमः ॐ सत्यप्रकाशिन्यै नमः ॐ स्वप्रकाशात्मरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ त्रिपुरायै नमः ॐ भैरव्यै नमः ॐ विद्यायै नमः ॐ हंसायै नमः ॐ वागीश्वर्यै नमः ॐ शिवायै नमः ॐ वाग्देव्यै नमः ॐ महारात्र्यै नमः ॐ कालरात्र्यै नमः ॐ त्रिलोचनायै नमः ॐ भद्रकाल्यै नमः ॐ कराल्यै नमः ॐ महाकाल्यै नमः ॐ तिलोत्तमायै नमः ॐ काल्यै नमः ॐ करालम्बक्त्रान्तायै नमः कामाक्ष्यै नमः ॐ कामदायै नमः ॐ शुभायै नमः ॐ चण्डिकायै नमः ॐ चण्डरूपेशायै नमः ॐ चामुण्डायै नमः ॐ चक्रधारिण्यै नमः ॐ त्रैलोक्यजनन्यै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ त्रैलोक्यविजयोत्तमायै नमः ॐ सिद्धलक्ष्म्यै नमः ॐ क्रियालक्ष्म्यै नमः ॐ मोक्षलक्ष्म्यै नमः ॐ प्रसादिन्यै नमः ॐ उमायै नमः ॐ भगवत्यै नमः ॐ दुर्गायै नमः ॐ दाक्षायण्यै नमः ॐ शिवायै नमः ॐ प्रत्यङ्गरायै नमः ॐ धरायै नमः ॐ खेलायै नमः ॐ लोकमात्रे नमः ॐ हरिप्रियायै नमः ॐ पार्वत्यै नमः ॐ परमायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ ब्रह्मविद्याप्रदायिन्यै नमः ॐ अरूपायै नमः ॐ बहुरूपायै नमः ॐ विरूपायै नमः ॐ विश्वरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ पञ्चभूमात्मिकायै नमः ॐ वाण्यै नमः ॐ पञ्चभूतात्मिकायै नमः ॐ परायै नमः ॐ कालिन्यै नमः ॐ पञ्चिकायै नमः ॐ वाग्म्यै नमः ॐ हविषे नमः ॐ प्रत्यधिदेवतायै नमः ॐ देवमात्रे नमः ॐ सुरेशानायै नमः ॐ वेदगर्भायै नमः ॐ अम्बिकायै नमः ॐ धृतये नमः ॐ सङ्ख्यायै नमः ॐ जातये नमः ॐ क्रियाशक्त्यै नमः ॐ प्रकृत्यै नमः ॐ मोहिन्यै नमः ॐ मह्यै नमः ॐ यज्ञविद्यायै नमः ॐ महाविद्यायै नमः ॐ गुह्यविद्यायै नमः ॐ विभावत्यै नमः ॐ ज्योतिष्मत्यै नमः ॐ महामात्रे नमः ॐ सर्वमन्त्रफलप्रदायै नमः ॐ दारिद्र्यध्वंसिन्यै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ हृदयग्रन्थिभेदिन्यै नमः ॐ सहस्रादित्यसङ्कासायै नमः ॐ चन्द्रिकायै नमः नमस्कृतायै नमः ॐ दुर्गायै नमः ॐ कुबेराक्षै नमः ॐ करवीरनिवासिन्यै नमः ॐ जयायै नमः ॐ विजयायै नमः ॐ जयन्त्यै नमः ॐ अपराजितायै नमः ॐ कुब्जिकायै नमः ॐ कालिकायै नमः ॐ शास्त्रे नमः ॐ वीणापुस्तकधारिण्यै नमः ॐ सर्वज्ञशक्त्यै नमः ॐ श्रीशक्त्यै नमः ॐ ब्रह्मविष्णुशिवात्मिकायै नमः ॐ इडापिङ्गलिका मध्य मृणालीतन्तुरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ यज्ञेशान्यै नमः ॐ प्रधानायै नमः ॐ दीक्षायै नमः ॐ दक्षिणायै नमः ॐ सर्वमोहिन्यै नमः ॐ अष्टाङ्गयोगिन्यै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ निर्बीजध्यानगोचरायै नमः ॐ सर्वदार्थस्थितायै नमः ॐ शुद्धायै नमः ॐ सर्वपर्वतवासिन्यै नमः ॐ वेदशास्त्रप्रदायिन्यै नमः ॐ वैद्यै नमः ॐ षडङ्गादिपदक्रमायै नमः ॐ शिवायै नमः ॐ दात्रे नमः ॐ शुभानन्दायै नमः ॐ यज्ञकर्मस्वरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ व्रतिन्यै नमः ॐ वेनकायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ ब्रह्माण्यै नमः ॐ ब्रह्मचारिण्यै नमः ॐ एकाक्षरपरायै नमः ॐ तारायै नमः ॐ भवबन्धविनाशिन्यै नमः ॐ विश्वम्भरायै नमः ॐ धराधारायै नमः ॐ निराधारायै नमः ॐ अधिकस्वरायै नमः ॐ रागायै नमः ॐ कुह्वे नमः ॐ अमावास्यायै नमः ॐ पूर्णिमायै नमः ॐ अनुमत्यै नमः ॐ द्युत्यै नमः ॐ सिनीवाल्यै नमः ॐ शिवायै नमः ॐ नमस्यायै नमः ॐ वैक्ष्मदेव्यै नमः ॐ विशङ्गिलायै नमः ॐ पिप्पलायै नमः ॐ विशालाक्ष्यै नमः ॐ रक्षोज्ञै नमः ॐ वृष्टिकारिण्यै नमः ॐ दुष्टविद्राविण्यै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ सर्वोपद्रवनाशिन्यै नमः ॐ शारदायै नमः ॐ सरसन्धानायै नमः ॐ सर्वशास्त्रस्वरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ युद्धमध्यस्थितायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ सर्वभूतप्रभञ्जन्यै नमः ॐ अयुद्धायै नमः ॐ युद्धरूपायै नमः ॐ शान्तायै नमः ॐ शान्तिस्वरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ गङ्गायै नमः ॐ सरस्वत्यै नमः ॐ वेण्यै नमः ॐ यमुनायै नमः ॐ नर्मदायै नमः ॐ आपगायै नमः ॐ समुद्रवसनावासायै नमः ॐ पञ्चवक्त्रायै नमः ॐ दशभुजायै नमः ॐ शुद्धस्फटिकसन्निभायै नमः ॐ रक्तायै नमः ॐ कृष्णायै नमः ॐ सितायै नमः ॐ पीतायै नमः ॐ सर्ववर्णायै नमः ॐ निरीश्वर्यै नमः ॐ कालिकायै नमः ॐ चक्रिकायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ सत्तायै नमः ॐ वटुकायै नमः ॐ स्थितायै नमः विश्वेश्वर्यै नमः ॐ विश्वम्भरायै नमः ॐ धरायै नमः ॐ कर्त्यै नमः ॐ गलार्गलविभञ्जन्यै नमः ॐ सन्ध्यायै नमः ॐ रात्र्यै नमः ॐ दिवे नमः ॐ ज्योत्स्नायै नमः ॐ कलायै नमः ॐ काष्ठायै नमः ॐ निमेषिकायै नमः ॐ ऊर्यै नमः ॐ कात्यायन्यै नमः ॐ शुभ्रायै नमः ॐ संसारार्णवतारिण्यै नमः ॐ कपिलायै नमः ॐ कीलकायै नमः ॐ अशोकायै नमः ॐ मल्लिका वरमालिकायै नमः ॐ देविकायै नमः ॐ नन्दिकायै नमः ॐ शान्तायै नमः ॐ भञ्जिकायै नमः ॐ भयभञ्जिकायै नमः ॐ कौशिक्यै नमः ॐ वैदिक्यै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ सौर्यै नमः ॐ रूपाधिकायै नमः ॐ अतिवासे नमः ॐ दिक्वस्त्रायै नमः ॐ विवस्त्रायै नमः ॐ कन्यकायै नमः ॐ कमलोद्भवायै नमः ॐ श्रियै नमः ॐ सौम्यलक्षणायै नमः ॐ अतीतदुर्गायै नमः ॐ सूत्रप्रबोधिकायै नमः ॐ श्रद्धायै नमः ॐ मेघायै नमः ॐ कृत्यै नमः ॐ प्रज्ञायै नमः ॐ धारणायै नमः ॐ कान्त्यै नमः ॐ श्रुत्यै नमः ॐ स्मृतये नमः ॐ धृतये नमः ॐ धन्यायै नमः ॐ भूतये नमः ॐ इष्ट्यै नमः ॐ मनीषिण्यै नमः ॐ विरक्त्यै नमः ॐ व्यापिन्यै नमः ॐ मायायै नमः ॐ सर्वमायाप्रभञ्जन्यै नमः ॐ माहेन्द्रै नमः ॐ मन्त्रिण्यै नमः ॐ सिंह्यै नमः ॐ इन्द्रजालस्वरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ अवस्थात्रयनिर्मुक्तायै नमः ॐ ईषणत्रयनिर्मुक्तायै नमः ॐ गुणत्रयनिर्मुक्तायै नमः ॐ सर्वरोगविवर्जितायै नमः ॐ योगध्यानानन्दगम्यायै नमः ॐ योगध्यानपरायणायै नमः ॐ त्रयीशिखाविशेषज्ञायै नमः ॐ वेदान्तज्ञानरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ भारत्यै नमः ॐ मलायै नमः ॐ भाषायै नमः ॐ पद्मायै नमः ॐ पद्मावत्यै नमः ॐ कृतये नमः ॐ गौतम्यै नमः ॐ गोमत्यै नमः ॐ नक्षत्ररूपिण्यै नमः ॐ बिन्दुनादकलातीतायै नमः ॐ बिन्दुनादकलात्मिकायै नमः ॐ दशवायुजयाकारायै नमः ॐ कलाषोडशसंयुतायै नमः ॐ कश्यप्यै नमः ॐ कमलायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ नादचक्रनिवासिन्यै नमः ॐ वृषाधारायै नमः ॐ स्थिरायै नमः ॐ गुह्यायै नमः ॐ देविकायै नमः ॐ चक्ररूपिण्यै नमः ॐ अविद्यायै नमः ॐ शर्वायै नमः ॐ कुञ्जायै नमः ॐ जम्भासुरनिबर्हिण्यै नमः ॐ श्रीकायायै नमः ॐ श्रीकलायै नमः ॐ शुभ्रायै नमः ॐ कर्मनिर्मूलकारिण्यै नमः ॐ आदिलक्ष्म्यै नमः ॐ गुणाधारायै नमः ॐ पञ्चब्रह्मात्मिकायै नमः ॐ परायै नमः ॐ श्रुतये नमः ॐ ब्रह्ममुखावासायै नमः ॐ सर्वसम्पत्तिरूपिण्यै नमः ॐ मृगसञ्जीवन्यै नमः ॐ मैत्र्यै नमः ॐ कामिन्यै नमः ॐ कामवर्जितायै नमः ॐ निर्वाणार्गलायै नमः ॐ देव्यै नमः ॐ हंसिन्यै नमः ॐ काशिकायै नमः ॐ क्षमायै नमः ॐ सर्पयायै नमः ॐ गुणिन्यै नमः ॐ भिन्नायै नमः ॐ निर्गुणायै नमः ॐ अखण्डितायै नमः ॐ शुभायै नमः ॐ स्वामिन्यै नमः ॐ वेदिन्यै नमः ॐ शक्यायै नमः ॐ साम्बर्यै नमः ॐ चक्रधारिण्यै नमः ॐ दण्डिन्यै नमः ॐ मुण्डिन्यै नमः ॐ व्याघ्र्यै नमः ॐ शिखिन्यै नमः ॐ सोमसंहतये नमः ॐ चिन्तामण्ये नमः ॐ चिदानन्दायै नमः ॐ पञ्चबाणप्रबोधिन्यै नमः ॐ बाणक्षेणये नमः ॐ सहस्राक्ष्यै नमः ॐ सहस्रभुजपादुकायै नमः ॐ सन्ध्याबालायै नमः
Om, 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 Om. As a living manifestation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, bless you all. Parandama Shakti, Mahalakshmi will manifest in all your lives, shower you with wealth in all forms. Om, Om, Om. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddha-Advaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda
Thank you. Be blissful.
and confirming many of the informations they have makes sense. Understand, microcosms, telescope and microscope is algebraic topology. Macrocosms, telescope and microscope together is penetrated by oneness. The moment it is initiated, if the third eye is penetrated by the oneness, it acts as telescope and microscope together for cosmos, Brahmanda, what is out there. So if you want to understand and manifest the powers, want to experience KAILASA, hold my hand and come along with me. It means sit with integrity and listen and come along with me. I'll take you to KAILASA now.
The various steps are used in yoga ultimately to awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, you will experience extraordinary health physically, mentally, and extraordinary powers, abilities. Starting, if you have started, even in a polluted, crude, raw, diluted form, it's okay. You are welcome. Nothing wrong. But now it is time you look into authentic scriptures.
Please understand, not for any arrogance or pride, I have distilled the essence, the best of the best of the 1 million yogic scriptures and compiled it and offered it to all of you in the form of Nithyananda Yoga. I have integrated Hatha Yoga asanas, pranayama, kriya, mudra, bandha, visualization, verbalization, shravana, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, aushada, mani, everything. Paramashiva revealed, and the Paramashiva's incarnations revealed in Vedic and Agamic scriptures. Understand? Yen Fitness is a complete compilation. Nithyananda Yoga is a complete compilation for fitness to manifest the state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva.
Nowadays, there is a multiverse of superhero movies. Do you know which superhero universe tells the real way to acquire superpowers? Did you think X-Men? Well, you're right. The X-Men movies tell the closest way we can actually acquire superpowers. This is because there are many similarities between the X-Men superpowers and the ways you acquire superpowers as per Hinduism. 40 million Hindu scriptures describe over 400 superpowers. The X-Men's superpowers come from a mutation in their DNA, and because of these genes, they are able to do amazing feats. But in the movies, the X-Men's powers express when the X-Men are exposed to high levels of stress and trauma, like Magneto going through the Holocaust or Deadpool going through the Weapon X program. But in Hinduism, the scriptures describe the superpowers being gifted to humans through incarnations and gurus. The key difference is that in Hinduism, the superpowers happen when someone experiences enlightenment, the ultimate bliss and happiness in their lives. The Hindus have actually made the handing down of these superpowers through their DNA. We can see the Hindu gods display such powers in our Hindu scriptures. Just like the X-Men have the superpowers in their genes, we all have the superpowers in our genes. And it can be awakened.
Your DNA is hardwired for superconscious mutation.
Today, with the initiation of the incarnation and Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham,
in the Paramashivoham program is awakening these 400 powers described in the Hindu scriptures from your very DNA. Register for Paramashivoham.
So many times you may have some desire, some guilt, some pain for which you are not able to find solution. And now the best chance or the best way to get the solution is from Master. Master is here. Don't miss the chance. We are going to work on each major layers. We are going to work on desire, guilt, depression, fear, on every major things, not only practically, esoterically. It is not even actually technique, because they are so esoteric, so deep. The whole course is designed just for the total transformation.
Understand, program starts but never ends, and it is never the same again. It is actually not a program, it's a lifestyle initiation. It is just upgrading your consciousness, your being. Bring intense sincerity, sincere intensity into this program. Instead of sitting with your depressions, sit with me, Paramashiva. I welcome all of you to register by going to paramashivoham.org. And even if you have attended already any program, please go through once more intensely, sincerely, because it is going to be absolutely new and different level. I commit with you all. I will initiate all of you, bless you all with the Shaktipada, Shaktinipada, and Paramashiva myself will manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva in all of us. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Before entering into the sutras, I want all of you to just sit for a few seconds, sit straight and just prepare yourself. Because this understanding about which I am going to talk gave me the courage to leave the home. Today's subject is Maya. Actually, many times, the young age I used to think I should leave the home, go around, live a sannyas life. Suddenly, one day, when I was reading one of the Shankara's work on this Maya, somehow the concept clicked. The word Maya cannot be translated into English. Thinking the lesser reality as the higher reality is what we call Maya. What you are seeing, you can't say this is illusion. No, this is not ultimate. Your understanding this is ultimate is illusion. The moment the click happened, I was ready not only to leave the house, decided to live like a Shankara. In the Vedic tradition, anybody wants to become enlightened has to leave their home. They have to
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatidam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, welcome to the Nithyananda Rudras show. We're going to today, for a small segment, give you a beautiful understanding about the upcoming grand celebration of the Nithyananda Utsav. Yes, on the last day of the Paramashivoham in this last season, we have had the beautiful offering of the Mandagappadi, where we, as Kailasa temples and Kailasa's embassies around the world, celebrated by welcoming the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Parameshwaram, to the grand festivities of the Nithyanandotsavam celebrations. Hinduism is a continuous celebrating and ever constantly thinking about how to grandly expand the way to celebrate the divine happening in our lives. Yes, when the avatars land, when they are in the body also, they are worshipped. And the Nithyanandotsavam is the grandest way that we this year are going to be celebrating the very happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our lives and in the very cosmos itself. On January 5th of this year, we're going to be celebrating the Nithyananda Jayanthi. On that very Chitra Nakshatram, in the year 1978, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born under the Chitra Nakshatra. And since then, every month, we celebrate the Chitra Nakshatrotsavam. And when the 27 nakshatras, which appear on every 27 days, the Chitra Nakshatra is a very auspicious nakshatra that happens. And we celebrate every month the Chitra Nakshatrotsavam, celebrating the happening of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In this next one, in the Tamil month of Margazhi, the Chitra Nakshatram that comes is going to be the celebration of the birthday, the birth star day of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we celebrate the manifestation of the avatars in accordance to the way that the constellations and the nakshatras and their positions in the sky, then all of these align the same moment in the same way. Every year we experience the clairvoyance, the cosmic happening of the avatar, the cosmic happening. It is in 1978 since then that the world has seen so many changes, so many positive turns, so many interesting ways that Paramashiva has done through the Leela of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a way to show the world that the times are going to be changing into something extraordinary. The times are going to be changing into something like an enlightened civilization. As Kailasa, the Hindu nation, stands as being the path for the whole world to find a way through Hinduism to see how to live an enlightened life and be a part and create an enlightened civilization around you. And many people, seeing the example in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, have been able to take that inspiration and celebrate him in their lives and become extremely successful, productive, especially in the changing times of today's tides. Today, we're going to be going into more details about the Nithyanandotsavam celebrations and why it is important to celebrate when the Archavatara, when the Nijavatara, when the gods are there present in our very lives as the living beings, as our beloved Swamiji. Today, we get to look into this very fact that when the avatars and the incarnations land, they land with all of the energy to make the enlightened civilization, to push humanity to the next level conscious breakthrough. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously stands as a symbol of that continuous conscious breakthrough happening, we today and throughout the Nithyanandotsavam will be celebrating this very event. So on the day of January 5th, we usually celebrate offering the various declarations and Pada Puja and the Tulabhara Seva. And all of Kailasa celebrates that day as the day where we have received, with the divine grace of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti, the living incarnation in our very lives. And since then, even the Jivanadi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells very beautifully how before him he has sent 7 crore people to be born. When he manifested in the cosmos, he brought along with him 7 crore people, and afterwards, he will be creating 7 crore people will be brought down to live with him, totaling at 21 crore people to manifest for the purpose and to celebrate the incarnation in this very planet, in this very cosmos actually. So when it comes to the Nithyananda Utsavam, we celebrate it as a 21-day event, a 21-day festival where each day we engage in the activism of celebrating the very life, glory and message of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. From all of the beautiful initiations and the way the incarnationhood was able to be expressed from him, and especially in the mission to revive Kailasa, to revive the ancient enlightened civilization, and how that has been a purpose that is given to him by his gurus, and how he took on the responsibility from a small age itself. All of these very leelas, from the small age of how at the age of less than 10, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was selected as the successor of the Tondai Mandala Samrajyam and was appointed also the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adina. And in that, from that moment till the giving the Arunachala Sarvajna Pita, giving the Arunagiri Yogi Ishwaradi Arunachala Sarvajna Pita, that moment, and also the Yogabhattabhishekam, what was given to him by his gurus, each of these were a mastery of being able to express this cosmic responsibility. Yes, when we see the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he was creating Kailasa, when he is doing the work, how in a multi-dimensional, multi-factored way we see the work happening. It is like things will automatically start falling in place. And when we see the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism even gives the gratitude to Paramashiva for showing and protecting him and showing the way to build this Kailasa, to build a way for all of us to have this nation, Kailasa nation, and give us the possibility of the enlightened civilization again. We see these different milestones in his very life and we treasure them, because in inheriting those, we also get a glimpse and an inspiration to know that that same can happen to us. Yes, you would have seen many times in the science experiments how in one part of the world a certain introduction of a particular idea or a habit happens, immediately another part of the world experiences the same habit without even having any communication or knowledge of this particular habit or new situation adaptation happening. So we are interconnected and are a collective consciousness in that. And when the avatars land and when they express themselves through the body, the incarnations, the compassion that they have is expressed through their very body language and the way they show the world how to live, in Swamiji's example, an absolutely blissful life. And when they show by example, and by showing their example also show how to take on the responsibility of the traditions, of taking on the responsibility of the people around them, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has grown up and expressed that mastery, expressed that responsibilism, and was showered by these blessings and more energy and more responsibility to take care of the various different sampradayas of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So throughout this Nithyananda Utsavam, we will be celebrating each and every one of these magnificent triumphs of the incarnation and really having a deep study into his very incarnationhood itself. Yes, when it came to the 1978, there was a cosmological event that happened at this time when the Supreme Pontiff was taking birth, which aligns beautifully with his very reminiscence of the same birth, conscious birth. When he narrates the conscious birth, he beautifully shares how he experienced himself coming into the cosmos as a shooting star. And we are able to present to you one beautiful fact, that at the same time at which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was born, on the January of 3rd, 1978, there was a cosmic phenomena known as the supernova, where there is a redistribution of the elements of the cosmos or of a particular galaxy when a unit like a star or a stellar entity explodes, and usually it is seen as some kind of a destructive event. But these are events of so much and such high scale proportion that it is just a manifestation in the cosmos, and from that energy so much can happen, so much manifests. And that particular supernova's energy in that year lasted about 9 months, where that energy was able to be witnessed by in the high technology telescopes in the modern day. And they were able to see that for the period of 9 months, that same radiation, that same energy was being able to be experienced by the earth. And this supernova was there 10 million light years away. So in that moment in 1978, when the universe experienced this supernova 10 million years prior, and then the radiation and the experience of that very detection of that supernova was experienced in 1978, we're able to understand now that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jivanadi, is absolutely correct, because it also tells that in the year 1978, or along with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has been moving for eons to come to the Bhumandala, to come to the planet Earth and grace. So that one, in fact, is a point that shares that he himself has moved, like, well, we can say, the 10 million years that it took for the energy of the supernova to reach the planet Earth. It is in the understanding of the Puranas and understanding of Hinduism that a lot of the karma bhumi of this Bhumandala is the possibility for more and more enlightened souls to happen, to be to flower on their own, or to land and to give people the possibility. All of those who are us, who connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, can take this joyous opportunity during the Nithyananda Utsavam to celebrate even our own story. Yes, we have a tremendous completion when we look into our own past and see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's way of handling the different situations in life can also be mapped into our own life, and how we can take his example. Beautifully, the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna says, Janma karma cha me divyam yovitti tattvadaha taktva yema punarjanma nitimameti sorjuna. Singing that when you witness and have the darshan of the appearance of him, then rest assured that this is one of your final births. This is one of your last janmas. This is in fact the janma where you will be attaining him. And this promise is given. And we have the fortune to be in the very presence and see the very actions and the appearances of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in front of us, in the way that you would be able to see it in the best way. Usually in those days you would have to hear the stories of the avatars, maybe have a few understandings from 2-3 people alone and go seek them or sort them out. But beautifully, in the way that the world is today, you can see the very pictures, the videos, and the archival content that gives us an understanding of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expressed his Paramashivoham, especially in building and doing the hard work of building KAILASA exhaustively without any energy depletion. It is a continuous exponential increase in energy, increase in the amount of work. So his very way of taking on this responsibility and just fulfilling the vision of Paramashiva is magnificent. So we'll be right back after a few moments, and we will share more about you on the details of the Nithyanandotsavam celebrations to come.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, welcome back. We just witnessed a beautiful glimpse of a previous event where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Sri Nithyananda Janmabhoomi was carrying out the festivities. And as you can see, the temple traditions and the temple lifestyle is a very core concept and a core part of the Kailasa ambience, the Kailasa lifestyle that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is recreating and has beautifully, successfully recreated in very magnificent temples in 30 places and 30 countries around the world. These temples have the powerful deities where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has installed and done the Prana Pratishta. In fact, today, after the Vaikuntha Ekadasi celebrations, Venkateshwara deity is installed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in many temples around the world have been worshipped today because out of sheer gratitude and devotion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has set up these very temples and striving to have the same devotion to Venkateshwara. The devotees in Kailasas around the world today offered the same devotion to Venkateshwara. Just the same way that they celebrate the Supreme Scientists of Hinduism worshipping deities, the same way the devotees from around the world witnessed and celebrated the Vaikuntha Ekadasi celebration. And in that way, we also cherish and celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this very month. It is going to be a month-long celebration. In fact, today is the first day of the Purvanga Utsavam of the Nithyananda Utsavam celebrations. The Purvanga Utsavam is a small festival that happens prior to the main Brahmotsavam festival, of course, before the flag hoisting day. And it is on this very day, that first day, that we are going to be worshipping Devi Mariamman and the Durga Amman, who are one of the presiding deities of the retinue, the guardian deities that ward off the negativities and ensure the protection of all of those within the Kshetram or the Kailasa ecosystem or ambience. Today we'll be worshipping Mahamari Amman, who is the very Kula Devata of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kula means family, Devata means the god, so the family god. The family god in the Hindu traditions is responsible for keeping the enlightened civilizational's very DNA alive through passing it on through the DNA or blessing. Nurture and nature are taken care both by the Kula Devata of the family, and that very gene of enlightenment is kept alive from generations through worship of the Kula Devata regularly. And finally, next day we'll be having three full days of the Purvangutsavam until the Nithyanandotsavam, first day, where we'll be celebrating the grand Dvajarohanam ceremony. When the flag is hoisted for a particular festival, Paramashiva says in the Kriya Pada of the Kamikagamas that all the 33 million gods from all the bhuvanas, all the beings, will land in the very ambience and celebrate the very happening of the avatar that has come for our attending to us and the devotion that we have. We have no idea how many janmas we have waited to be able to have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our lives. Yet we celebrate that it is here and we have arrived with this celebration of the flag hoisting. And it represents the very creation, as the Hinduism says, and as we are also finding out more and more of the modern science is sharing, that the process of dissolution or the destruction of the cosmos, as well as the creation or the maintenance of the cosmos, are not individual events as much as they are simultaneously happening spontaneously as well. So we see this as we are seeing the reports from the modern science about in the sky continuously various events of distribution of the various matter inside of them is happening. Yes, it is very true that even in Hinduism also we have the understanding that energy or matter cannot be destroyed, only transformed. In that same way, we have an understanding in Hinduism, energy is from Paramashiva, is the source and again returns back to him, and in no way actually gets any way dissolved or destroyed. It just transforms to a different state and merges back into Paramashiva. And that is what we understand is the very purpose of the life and the enlightened civilization, to be able to be in that oneness and conduct the affairs of our life and make sure that all the things are proper in an enlightened and smooth way is also there and given in the Shastras, which is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is reviving. So today, during the Nithyananda, we also celebrate these very events of the cosmological level. So when it comes to the first day, we'll be hoisting the flag and celebrating the Advent with all of the beings of the cosmos. Next, we will be having 10 days of celebration up till the 10th day, which is the main Jayanthi Brahmotsavam day. And also, curiously, for all the viewers watching now, one important thing that you must understand is that during these very 21 days of this Jayanthi Nithyanandotsavam, you will be having the opportunity to have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's darshan every day. You just have to be able to get yourself ready for this event every day by doing the Paramashivoham program. Yes, every day, the very understanding of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life message and understanding the powerful transformative solutions that he is reviving from the Vedagamas is going to be the exploration of the daily activity of Paramashivoham program, and not just an exploration, it will become your very experience. Yes, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the moment that he manifests in someone's life, they understand that they have waited so many janmas to be able to have his very presence. It's like a calling from another lifetime when we meet Swamiji, especially in darshan times. So the Paramashivoham program is a 21-day program that is priced at $21,000, but it's now beautifully, by the grace and compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being offered absolutely free for anyone who wants to have the experience of Paramashivoham and know what it is to me at living in an enlightened civilization and be living an enlightened life. Yes. So during the Paramashivoham program every day, there are the beautiful sessions that are personally micromanaged and woven together by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, guiding people to be able to remove the suffering and pain inside of their lives, the unnecessary pain and suffering that they are also maybe holding on to in their lives, letting go and moving into a life where you will be able to live that ambitious self or live the way that you always wanted to. And this has been the manifestation of millions of people who have attended the Paramashivoham program and other programs by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This year we are celebrating the 47th Jayanthi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He gives a beautiful meaning to the word Jayanthi. He says it is not just the birth of the avatar. He says that it is in fact the happening. It is not that the incarnations and avatars are born in the sense that we are as a human being or born in this world. It is that they are a happening, a phenomena that cuts across the multiple dimensions of the cosmos. Yes, we are actually even the same, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared multiple times how we are not a human being having a spiritual experience. We are in fact an enlightened spiritual being having a human experience, and we are in that sense also like him, multi-dimensional. Yes, the Paramashivoham program is the real awakening of the human consciousness, a real conscious breakthrough you can give yourself. It is not just about having the wealth in your life or just having the good relationships in your life to be able to achieve some of the societal goals. We are meant to be living as Paramashivas in this planet. And that is the truth that we get to have the freedom to embrace in the Paramashivoham program, as well as have the freedom to be able to even have that as a possibility in KAILASA. So in a few moments again, we'll join us back and share with you about amazing details in this Nithyananda and also a few tips on how yourself can get prepared and ready for this upcoming festival. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. Yes, today we got to know a lot of details about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Jayanthi, his very birth, and how the Shastras tell that it is a moment to celebrate, and the meaning of the word Jayanti. All of these ways, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making it possible for us to really cherish his very happening. And the more we move ourselves to be able to have him and celebrate him in our lives, is the very purpose for which we are here today. So, on your own, what can you do? Learn. There are so many ways that you can connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life history. Of course, the beautiful United States of KAILASA coffee table book is available for everyone to be able to understand this very Avatara Leela. We would have never heard of the way the history is told in this, like it is done in this very book. You would have never heard the way that the history can empower you. And that is one of the beautiful things that you can even understand from the science of completion and everything in your life. The way that you identify yourself with your past, the way you identify with what has done to you or what has happened to you, the way you hold yourself either in gratefulness with it or a regret about it, dictates about how you're going to spend into your future. In the case and the example of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, everything in his life he shares is a blessing of Paramashiva. There is nothing that was something out of place. Everything always fell in place. And that trust and that magnificence of understanding and that depth of understanding is there reflected in the United States of KAILASA book. You can see how the whole Hindu history is explained, how the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is explained, and how every moment he had an attack, he would come back with a better solution to really fulfill the mission and vision that Paramashiva has given of KAILASA. So it is a celebration of this 21 days. So the United States of KAILASA book and the engagement with it should be something that you should take the time, especially during these days when we are celebrating the various Leelas. Each day is dedicated to on a particular Samrajyam, a particular triumph, a particular milestone in the journey of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, whether it is a kingdom that he inherited or whether it is a spiritual experience that he had, or whether it's a darshan that he had, or even having the presence of Arunagiri Yogeshwara in his life. Several 21 themes are there in this very 21-day Brahmotsavam, and according to our understanding, we'll also be celebrating the Paramashivoham convention of this year. The 7th season is going to be beginning on the 26th of December till the 15th of January. And in these 21 days, we'll be having an everyday celebration of known as the Nithyananda Utsavam. Nithyananda Utsavam is a celebration of Nithyananda happening in the cosmos, in our lives, and how we are treasuring and celebrating this rare event and this rare connection. So inviting you all for the Nithyananda Utsavam celebration today during the evening. Don't miss the Mariamman rituals and offer our respects and pray for the grand success of the Nithyananda Utsavam in the Mariamman Puja and Durgamman Puja today evening as the first day Purvanga Utsavam of the Nithyananda Utsavam celebrations. So inviting you all for the grand celebrations, and especially make the time, especially many parts of the world are in their holidays right now, taking their time off. The real vacation that you should have, especially in this time, is the vacation from your suffering and a vacation from your mundane day to day. Something that can give you a conscious breakthrough, help you have a grander, broader, and more powerful understanding about the cosmos. Change your perspective. Take this particular time when people in the world are usually basking away in some vacation or some place. This is the time to be celebrating your highest possibility as Paramashiva. How to do that? Join us in the Paramashivoham program for these 21 days and really use your vacation to permanently have a vacation from your problems, from your lower identities, and from all of your limitations and impossibilities. So take this opportunity, inviting you all. You can go to the link that is presented below, paramashivoham.org, and register yourself a place in the Paramashivoham program, and also join us every day in the Paramashivoham program for the daily festivities of the Nithyananda Rudras. Thank you. Signing off today. We are so happy to invite you for the Nithyananda Rudras. We'll see you again during the Paramashivoham program. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Basic condition for enlightenment. You can't be in your hometown. You have to start wandering, studying, because to enter into the ultimate truth, you need to have the courage to go behind wherever it leads. There is a beautiful sutra